I remember the last public day of Joe's life, the last day of that splendid Yankee season, a sunny Sunday in the Bronx, September 27th, 1998, Joe DiMaggio Day. The Clipper was coming back to Yankee Stadium to receive 9 replica World Series rings. The story was DiMaggio had left his original rings in his suite at the Hotel Lexington back in the 1960s, and someone stole them all, except the 1936 ring from Joe's rookie year, which was the only one he ever wore. He wore that ring for 61 years straight. He had the ring on that Sunday as he rode around the warning track in a 1956 Thunderbird convertible. He wore a jacket and tie, of course, and held both hands above his head, half a wave, half a blessing, like the Pope does. He'd part his hands, throw them open toward the crowd, both at once, so his thanks, his acknowledgement, and more, a whiff of his charisma, some glint of his godhood, would fly from him back to the crowd, to all those thousands standing on the steep tiers, in their shorts with their beer cups, cheering his name in the midday glare. Joe would say he was touched by their welcome, but they were the ones who'd feel touched by the hero. That was the last distant view he permitted. I didn't go anywhere near him that day. Didn't try to intrude, try to ask questions. We'd been through all that. Joe didn't want to help with biography. He didn't want to help anybody know his life. It was a smart move by a smart man. Canny, anyway. In latter years, he cultivated the distance that set him apart from every other celebrity. He was revered for his mystery. We cheered him for never giving himself entirely to us. Still, even in that Sunday's wash of reverence, DiMaggio seemed a sad figure. It wasn't just the effects of age, the way he'd shrunk, that bent old man who took his rings behind home plate and tottered off the field. There was no working microphone. Maybe the hero had nothing more to say. More to the point, it was his cloak of myth that had shrunk. The lies around him were growing cheap. This tale of the stolen rings, for example. Joe didn't lose those rings to theft. More likely he traded them for free lodging, food, transportation, services of every kind. That whole Joe DiMaggio Day wasn't about rings, but about history and Joe's need to win. About Mickey Mantle and the way Joe resented him. And money. Mostly money, as it mostly was with Joe. The real story went back to 1995, and the day the Yankees dedicated to Mickey Mantle the 4th monument in the history of the stadium. That was a big day at the ballpark, an emotional day. The Mick had just died. And of course DiMaggio had to show up. Joe resented that. When had Mantle ever showed up for him? But what really griped him wasn't Mickey's monument in left center field. He'd been offered a monument, but turned it down. He complained. Were they trying to bury him already? No. What set Joe to seething was the special ball they used in that day's game. It was a regulation Rawlings game-ready Mickey Mantle commemorative ball, authorized by Major League Baseball. Right away, the collectors and dealers in memorabilia bid those balls up to $300 per. That was twice as much as Joe was getting for his balls, which were autographed. That burned up the Clipper good. From that day forward, DiMaggio, to be precise, Yankee Clipper Enterprises, had angled for a DiMaggio Day and a special DiMaggio ball, also by Rawlings, also regulation made, game ready, American League, except, these could be signed by the Clipper himself. That would be a $400 ball at least. And for starters, Joe would autograph the 15,000 balls he was demanding, free from the Rawlings Company. You know, for use of his name. 15,000 custom balls, a few months to sign them, and that, even at wholesale, would be a cool $3 million. In cash. Hundreds, please. Joe's favorite. Of course, no one was going to tell that story on Joe DiMaggio Day, or write it in the papers. So they wrote about remembered autumns of glory, about the love affair of the hero and the Yankee fans. For 60 years, writers had to make up what Joe cared about. As Joe himself once explained, they used to write stories about me like they were interviewing me, and never even talk to me. But now, most of the guys who knew him, who could cobble up a good DiMaggio quote were gone. So Mike Lupica from the Daily News, Joe's favorite among the new generation, would settle that day for the wistful, so many memories, so many seasons. And for the New York Times, Dave Anderson, one of the last who knew Joe went, would write, after the ceremony, he returned to that shadowy corridor behind the dugout, sat down, opened the box with the World Series rings, and stared at them. Aren't they beautiful, he said. The fact was, DiMaggio was never wistful. At that moment, he was furious. And he never spent a moment in his life to marvel at the beauty of anything, except maybe abroad, which wasn't marveling, that was wanting. Wanting he did. That was why he hauled himself out of bed at 4 a.m, coughing up blood from the cancer he wouldn't speak about, to get to the airport to fly to New York in time for his day. That was want. That was DiMaggio. If you lost track of that hunger, that toughness, you lost his core. There wasn't another 83-year-old in the country who could have held up that day, looking good. Not with Joe's irritated eye, something like chronic conjunctivitis, the old arthritis, the scoliosis that hunched his back into a painful curve, the pacemaker that kept his heart beating, the Lasix, a horse diuretic that kept the fluid away from the pacemaker and made Joe pee seem like every 10 minutes. And now the cancer that he would only call pneumonia. Maybe he had pneumonia too. That wouldn't have mattered. Joe was going to make it through. Nobody else had his grit. He always played hurt. Or his focus. Joe would bring those balls home. Nothing stopped him. Nothing turned his head. You could admire him for that. He was one of a kind. I also remember the day 5 years back when I was starting this book, first asking about DiMaggio. I had a long, rambling interview with an old baseball man named Frank Slocum. He'd spent his whole life in the game. He'd known DiMaggio for 60 years, saw him when he came up. He'd met Joe's brothers, parents, wives, saw him every which way. We talked for 2 hours, then 3. Finally, I put away my notebook. I'll tell you one more thing, Slocum offered, after I'd stood up to leave. You go out there and ask around. If you meet any guy who says, oh, I know someone just like that DiMaggio, I'll tell you this, that guy's a liar. Joe DiMaggio sat on the tar in the North Beach playground with his back against the wall on the Powell Street side, his legs cocked in front of him like a couple of pickets. At 15, Joe was mostly legs, leg bones more like it, and a head taller than his friends. It was Niggy Foe who gave him the nickname Coshilungi. That meant long legs in Sicilian. Joe was at the playground most days, but like today, not exactly with them. He'd come out of his house down the hill from Taylor Street, but he'd sit apart, watching in silence, arms draped across his knees in a pose of solitary sufficiency. Joe could play, but you had to get him to play. The reason he'd play was he wanted to win something. Sometimes everybody threw in a nickel or a dime, and they'd play winner take all. Then Joe would play for sure. But playing just to play? Well, mostly he'd sit. On the left, past third base, was the boys' bathroom. Joe spent a lot of time in there playing cards. Joe was good at cards, but that was like baseball. He wasn't just playing. Joe and Niggy Marino used to box the cards, fix the deck, or they'd play partners and kick each other to signal for discards. 5 kicks meant to throw the 5, 2 for the deuce, and so on. By the time they finished, their legs were black and blue, but they went home with a few extra nickels, money from the patsies. Past the outfield, past the basketball and tennis courts and the open swimming pool, Columbus Avenue cut the playground off at an angle. Columbus was the hub for Italian San Francisco. A block and a half up Columbus lay the expanse of Washington Square, the Gran Piazza, like a carpet of green spread in front of the great St. Peter and Paul's Church. On the grass in front of the church, the men of the community gathered every afternoon for coffee, maybe a little wine, and argument, though Joe's dad seldom made an appearance. Giuseppe DiMaggio wasn't much for talk. Near the church on Columbus stood the other institutions of the grown-up world. The community hall, the library, but no one Joe knew went to the library. The boys were more interested in other cultural sites on Columbus, like La Rocca's Corner, where the wise guys played cards all day. Nearby were the nightclubs, with the tall, gorgeous showgirls, who'd come from all over, though not from North Beach. No Italian family had showgirls. 2 blocks east was Francisco Junior High, where nobody had made him do anything. Actually, Joe wasn't stupid, but he never wanted to open his mouth, say something wrong, and look stupid. That came from home. In the flat on Taylor Street, they talked Sicilian. Everybody laughed at Joe's lousy Sicilian. Even his little brother Dommy made fun of him. And shame was what Joe couldn't stand. He was a blusher, so he just grew silent. His sisters talked about him behind his back, thought he was slow. Anyway, Joe didn't have to talk at school. None of the teachers made him talk. They just moved him on year after year. It was like no one even knew he was there. It was movies that brought the roar of the 20s to North Beach. Joe liked that desperate squadron of airmen in the Dawn Patrol, or Tommy guns in the streets of Chicago, Edward G. Robinson in Little Caesar, or maybe best of all, Gary Cooper, the Virginian. Outside the picture shows, it was like the boom of the 20s never happened, not in North Beach. In Joe's world, the papas still woke in the middle of the night and walked down the hill to the wharf and their boats. They'd be back in the afternoon, each with a catch to sell, with nets to fold, with maybe a secret paper sack, illegal striped bass to carry home for supper. In Joe's world, meat was still for Sundays, and Mondays when the mama made the leftover scraps into stew or soup. Maybe Joe's house was poorer than most. 9 kids, and a dad whose boat wasn't big enough for crabbing. But everybody had leftovers on Monday, and the same pasta underneath. All the boys on that ball field could trace their personal histories back to the rocky Sicilian coast. All the parents came from the same poor towns. Joe didn't want any part of a boat. He couldn't stand the sea, the smell of the fish. Afternoons, he made the trip downtown to sell newspapers. That's how he brought money home, and escaped having to help his dad unload and fold the nets on Fisherman's Wharf. That's why he was waiting at the playground that afternoon. He and Frank Venezia would always share a nickel tram fare down to Market Street to pick up their papers. But Frank was still batting, piggy on a bounce, and he told Joe to cool his heels. Just a few minutes more. He was on a streak. Joe sold the Call at Sutter and Sansom, near the Market Street trolleys. It was 3 cents for the paper, and the kid who sold it got to keep a penny. On a good day, you'd come home with $1.50, $2 or more if the World Series was on, or Lindbergh was flying. That was the year Frank and Joe had gotten close. They'd always been friends, but since that past September, they'd spent just about every day together. What happened was, they got to Galileo High School, and that's where their string ran out. They were hopeless from the day they walked in the door. They didn't even get into gym class. They got put into ROTC, R-O-T-C, the fucking army class. As if Joe was going to march around with a stick on his shoulder, like a stronzo. Forget it. So Joe just stopped going, and Frank started playing hooky too. They had the same routine. They'd get up in the morning, get ready for school. They'd have some bread, milk with a little coffee, walk out the door and turn down the sidewalk toward Galileo High. Then they'd hang around Marina Park all morning, killing time. About 3 o'clock, Joe would have to check in at home. That was the rule in his family, and Joe obeyed rules. He'd bang the door like he was coming home from school, say hello, make sure no one knew anything. Frank had no one to check in with at home. He'd go to the playground to see if he could get into a game for a while before they had to go sell papers. After Frank made Joe wait for Piggy on a bounce, Joe had to take the streetcar downtown, on his own nickel. After that, Joe wouldn't talk to Frank for a year. When Joe bombed out of school, his father was disgusted and affirmed. What's the point of being Sicilian if you're not convinced the world will do you dirt in the end? Giuseppe DiMaggio was a man of the old verities. Hard work will maybe earn you a living if you keep your nose clean and don't say a word. Without hard work, you're a bum, magabono. He was a small man, but thick through the chest, shoulders, and neck from hauling up net through the water. He wore a brown fedora, even in shirt sleeves, and like the other men of the wharf, a sash to hold his pants up. He had a small old country mustache. Sometimes he clenched in his teeth a short black cigar of the sort the fishermen called Toscani. He fished 6 days a week, made some wine in the basement, raised 9 kids, and kept his troubles to himself. Giuseppe had come to America in 1898 when his in-laws wrote and told him the fishing was good. After 4 years, he sent for his wife and daughter. San Francisco was a big town, worldly, even elegant in spots. Giuseppe's guttural Sicilian patois marked him from the first syllable as low class or none. Giuseppe DiMaggio kept his head down. His old double-prowed boat was too small for crab or salmon, too small for anything outside the Golden Gate, in the open sea, where the rich fishing lay. So Giuseppe only fished the bay. Most days he simply hauled up bait fish, nothing worth eating, and sold his catch to more adventurous men. Giuseppe DiMaggio never talked about his boys going far. He talked about them going on to his boat, to learn their trade, to work hard, so they could sleep in a house with a roof. And Giuseppe had his way. His lessons took, at least with the first boys, Tom and Mike. By 8th grade, both boys had left school, and Tom, confirmed in his father's trade, got his own boat. Mike was supposed to work his father's boat and train Vince, the next in line. But that's where Giuseppe's bad luck started, with the third son, Vince, a city kid, a playground kid, a thoroughly American boy. Vince had a love of music and a beautiful voice. His dream was to be an operatic tenor, or maybe a singer with a big band, or maybe a great ball player. When Vince got an offer to play ball in the lumber leagues of Northern California, Giuseppe told the boy he couldn't go. So Vince faked his age and ran away to play ball. Vince was no longer welcome at home. Giuseppe had lost a son. And so the father's wary eye fell upon the fourth son, his namesake, Joe. Giuseppe would make the boy fish. And he might have, too, if it hadn't been for Rosalie, his wife. She'd watched Giuseppe with Vince, and she'd held her tongue, but she wasn't going to lose another son. Il è buono, lascia sta, she told Giuseppe. He's a good boy, leave him alone. As it happened, by 1930, Joe had walked away from baseball. If he played anything, it was tennis. Mostly he just didn't play. His attitude on baseball wasn't too far from his dad's. There was no money in it, so what was it good for? But he found the game again in 1931, when Bat Manafo and Frank Venezia signed him up to play for their club, the Jolly Knights. It was all Joe's old friends, all the neighborhood boys. But that wasn't why he played. Joe signed up because they promised him shoes. The true irony was Joe didn't get real spikes, just the regular old clodhoppers. They nailed spikes onto the bottom. Still, things were different. The boys were playing against good teams, men who played a serious game. There were club teams and company teams all over the city. In the paper was a column chronicling the semi-pros. That's where Vince had got his first press notices. And that's when the scouts offered Vince a paying contract. Those were stakes Joe understood. Joe was different, too. While he was away from baseball, he'd filled out. He was just about 6 feet now, and not so skinny. Everything he hit was a shot. Even with a mushy taped ball and a bat held together with nails and tape, he'd hit him over the billboards onto Columbus Avenue. With Joe at third base or shortstop, the Jolly Knights were sweeping their league. That fall, Frank and Bat found a sponsor, a grocer named Rossi, who had his own brand of olive oil. Vince DiMaggio called from Northern California and challenged the Rossi Olive Oil Club to come up and play his team in Fort Bragg. So the North Beach boys rode up there and beat the hell out of them. These Rossi olive oils were good. But they were still in their first year when they had the game at Jackson Playground, where Joe hit a huge home run. There was a guy in the stands watching the game, Bummy Bumgartner. His team was called Sunset Produce. After Joe hit the home run, Frank Venezia saw Bummy Bumgartner slipping Joe $2. The next week, Rossi Olive Oil had to limp along without its cleanup hitter. Joe was playing for Sunset Produce. In fact, he'd play for 5 or 6 clubs in that spring and summer of 1932. Joe had become a hitter for hire. He was playing shortstop for the most part, where he made his share of mistakes, or more. Joe had never had any coaching, but now he was learning, so fast you couldn't even see it happen. Like Mozart learned piano, all together and instantly. Say on a Tuesday, Joe saw a guy hook slide into third base. Well, that Thursday, Joe would hit a gapper through left center, and he'd pound around to third and cap it off with the damnedest hook slide anybody ever saw. Catch the corner of the bag with the toe of his trailing foot, as if Ty Cobb had taught him, and Joe had practiced for 5 years. He was the kind of shortstop who might let in a couple of runs, but he'd knock in 6. In 18 games with Sunset Produce, Joe hit for an average of .632. The Sunsets were so amazed and delighted they gave him a prize, real spikes, the featherweights, kangaroo skin, the kind he'd wanted since the start. The Sunsets weren't the only ones who took note. A kid who got on base 2 out of 3 times was never going to stay a secret. Bird dogs and paid scouts reported to the professional teams. One pro team, the San Francisco Mission Reds, already had invited Joe for a tryout. Nor could Joe's new career remain any secret at home. But that was all right now. The reason, once again, was Vince. The Seals had signed Giuseppe's estranged son and sent him to their farm, the Tucson Club in the Arizona State League. When the Arizona League disbanded in midsummer, the Seals called Vince back to San Francisco. So with all the bonuses and everything that I had coming from the club, when I came home I had $1,500. I didn't bring no check. I brought it in cash so he could see it was more than a piece of paper. So I came home and I walked in. I said, "Dad, this is what I earned, and this is what I'm bringing home." The first thing he says when he saw the money was, "Where'd you steal that money?" I said I earned it. The old fisherman got the point. The money was legal, real, and his. Vince got to live at home for a few months. And Joe, he played baseball whenever he wanted. And the rest really would be history, with a bit of myth on top. At the end of that 32 season, the Seals outfielder, Henry Prince Oana, was working up a barnstorming trip, starting in his native Hawaii. He asked for permission to miss the Seals' last 3 games and take the shortstop with him. "Who's going to play short?" asked the manager, Ike Caveney. And then, as a matter of historical fact, Vince DiMaggio did pipe up. "I got a brother who's a shortstop, and a good one." So Joe played those last 3 games with the Seals, got himself a couple of hits, and an invitation to next year's spring training. He would make the jump in less than 2 years from playground games to the Pacific Coast League, just a notch below the majors. And that would be, in reality, miraculous. But not quite miraculous enough, not quite neat enough for one column of newsprint. And that's where the myth would begin to cover the facts. The poor Italian boy who learned to hit with a broken oar for a bat. His papa wanted him to fish, but DiMaggio only loved baseball. His brother got him a job, his own. Joe would rankle for years under the legend that he'd come up in 1933 to steal his brother's job. But for the rest of the myth, Joe would play along nicely. If the writers were going to try to make him a hero, what's he supposed to do? Stop them? 2 years after the stock market crashed, Charlie Graham, the Seals boss, had decided that the slump would soon be over. So he built $1 million ballpark. By 1933, the new Seals stadium was still heavily mortgaged. The Seals had to shuck their best-paid veterans and fill the roster with kids. A local Italian boy who could hit was a good bet. Joe knew nothing of the club's economics. He only knew he didn't have much time, a few games in the Winter League, and 1 month of spring training, to show he belonged with the Seals. Still, Joe was bound to make it, for 2 simple reasons. He was hitting, and no pitcher could stop him from hitting. No scouting report ever listed beauty amid the stats on speed, arm strength, or homers. It's not a word that baseball men use. But it was beauty, or something akin, classicism, grace, that made the baseball men talk about Joe. That spring, Jimmy Caveney, the manager of the Seals, made Joe DiMaggio his project. Caveney had been a shortstop in the early 20s for the Cincinnati Reds, and he tried to teach Joe how to set his feet, how to snap a throw sidearm. Joe's sidearm throws would break seats behind first base. On a hunch, Caveney tried to kid at first base, but the footwork at first has to be quick, light, precise like a dance, and the hunch proved wrong. Joe couldn't dance. But Caveney's problem wasn't whether to keep Joe, but where. In Joe's own book, Lucky to Be a Yankee, he said that first contract took him by surprise. They just called him to the office one day, and there it was, $225 a month. But in the real world, the bargaining went on for more than a month. Offer and counter-offer, back and forth. Then it was Giuseppe, not the underage Joe, who was summoned to the office in that dotted line, upon which the old man painstakingly, but happily signed. That $225 was twice what Giuseppe had made in the best month of his whole laboring life. When the Seals broke camp at the end of March, Joe's position was listed as utility, which was to say in the field he was of no utility. But Caveney was still trying. In the 3rd game of the season, Caveney told him to go in and play right field. Joe said to Vince, "I never played right field in my life." Vince said, "I know, but you're going to start now." That spring was wet and cold. The fans were staying away in droves, and the Seals were cutting everyone with serious experience and salary. Joe's brother Vince was cut from the club. So whether he knew it or not, Joe was going to play and perform, or he'd be fired too. He went at his outfield job like a Sicilian fisherman, alone out there in the weather, talking to no one, vaguely suspicious, treating anything that came his way as a threat. The outfield played to 2 of Joe's strengths. He could run. Even if he was fooled on a ball, he might make up the ground with pure speed. And he could throw as hard as he wanted. That convinced Caveney he could get along with Joe in the field. But through most of April, Joe was stumbling along with a .250 average, anemic by Pacific Coast League standards. And the Seals had marched straight to the cellar, with 9 wins and 18 losses. On May 28th, last day of a homestand, the Seals played a doubleheader and won both. The second game, the Seals won 3-1. Joe hit a double, and suddenly, the evil eye was gone. The Seals went north for a doubleheader at Seattle. Joe went 6 for 10, his best day yet in professional ball. 5 more games against Seattle, Joe hit in all of them. 2 hits in 4 of the games, 2 home runs for the series. Back home for a full week of games against Oakland, Joe got a hit in every game, 400 for the series. No San Francisco writer would call this a streak yet, not a mere 23 straight games, still well short of the league record 49. But no one could stop him when he was right, and now everything was right in Joe's world. When Vince got a job with the Hollywood team, the Stars, that monkey was off Joe's back. The DiMaggio boys were both playing at last. It was 3 DiMaggio boys, in fact. Little Dommy got his name in the paper as the infield star for his boys' club and Legion teams. Now the flat on Taylor Street was a baseball industry, with Giuseppe as the proud proprietor. Through a series with the Missions, Joe hit in every game at a .440 clip. Now there were plenty of people who'd talk about young Joe's streak. When Joe's streak stood at 37 games, the word was out in San Francisco. Up in the press box, they all called him Deadpan and complained to one another. But what could they do? The Seals needed a hero. San Francisco needed a story. And here was a local kid who'd come from baseball nowhere to flirt with history on their beat. The papers, the Seals, and the city were literally banking on Joe. Charlie Graham started planning and publicizing a celebration for the next night game, which would be the 50th of young Joe's streak, when he would set the new record. Graham ordered a fancy watch engraved to mark the occasion. The Seals were so certain that Joe would take care of business, they held the ceremony for his new record before the 50th game even started. Reaction from Joe? There was none. That was for the writers to make up. Said the Chronicle next morning. No doubt the youngster was pleased, as who wouldn't be? Well, here was his reaction. With young Joe at bat for the first time, photographers edged closer and closer to the plate. Pans of flash powder were held toward the kid's face. On the mound, big glowering Bobo Newsom humped up and threw the ball as hard as he could. The powder flared in a shock of lurid white. The kid swung and missed. The crowd was standing, screaming for Joe, booing the photographers. Charlie Graham jumped over the box seat railing onto the field and ordered the photographers away from the plate. With a rolled-up program, Graham beat the cameramen back from the foul line. Newsom threw again. Joe swung. Crack! And the ball took off on a line past Newsom's ear and safely into center field for 2 Seals runs, for history and the record, for the triumph of truth, justice, the American game, and its thousands of new San Francisco fans. Reaction from Joe? There was none. He just kept going. At last, against Oakland, in his 62nd straight game, young Joe was stopped. The writers said he must be relieved. DiMaggio didn't say that, or anything else. He finished the year at .340, with rumors flying that some major league club was offering $40,000 for him. Of course, the old North Beach crowd was excited when Joe came back. Niggy Marino saw him first. Nig was on his way to the whorehouse, Peggy's, at Columbus and Taylor. All of a sudden, Niggy heard Joe's deep voice. "Where you going?" "Hey, I'm going to get a piece of keister. You want to come?" "Aw, Nig, I don't have any money." Niggy knew Joe had more money than all of them put together. But hell, what's $1.50? Nig was proud to buy Joe his first girl. "All right, you son of a bitch. Come on, I'll pay for you." All the rest of the guys would have done anything. Everything for Joe, too. He'd made them proud. He'd mastered the world that they'd only dreamed about. But tell the truth, he was very seldom around, or very seldom there alone. There was a new guy with him, Shirts DeMarco, an older guy, not one of their friends. And every time they'd get to talking, Shirts would break in. "Joe, you want anything? Joe, you want a sandwich? Joe, you want to bring your Coke?" It was an odd way to become a man, instantly and in the public view. But by the time Joe DiMaggio turned 19 and signed for a second year with the Seals, he was the man on that club, a big man for the league. The Coast League of the 30s wasn't like the minors we think of today. There were players who did 10 or 15 seasons, all in the Pacific Coast League. The guaranteed contract was 50 years away. If you got hurt, you lost your job, simple as that. You took what you could get from your club, your owner, and earned it. So Joe had to make the move in 1 year from a boy among boys to a man among men, which he did on the field. What he didn't know, he covered with his silence. For 9 innings every afternoon, or in the evenings, Tuesdays and Fridays. He was the best player on the Seals, smarter every day in right field, fast and clever on the base paths, and the best hitter his teammates had ever seen. But it wasn't just the skills. On the field, he did everything right, seriously, like a veteran. Before the game, he shagged his flies, took ground balls, and loosened his arm properly. He took his turn in the cage and worked on his stroke with purpose. He learned the pitchers, not just the opposition, but his own pitchers, where to play behind them. He ran out his ground balls and pop-ups. He backed up his center fielder, hit his cutoff man. When the Seals needed runs and he had a chance to drive them in, he wouldn't pass the buck and work a base on balls. He wanted to win, and he had a winner's instinct. And even more, he didn't beef and make enemies of umpires. He never riled the other team and made them play harder. If he hit a home run, he ran it out all the way to the bench and didn't make a show that some pitcher would remember. But baseball wasn't just a job, it was a life. And off the field, Joe couldn't quite catch up. He'd left most of his old friends behind. New friends, he didn't seem to want to make any, or he just didn't know how. Most of the younger guys stuck to beer after games, except for special occasions. A lot of them were family men who'd disappear after home games, and you wouldn't see them till batting practice the next day. On the road, they went to a ton of movies. Guys who'd been around the league a few times would have friends, people to see, dinners to go to, in this town or that. Even rookies would get dined around. Joe turned down all invitations. There'd be strangers. He wouldn't know what to say. The veterans, married or not anymore, would have special friends around the circuit, ladies whom they'd visited over the years. But that was strictly a winking matter, seldom talked about, and never flaunted. You weren't supposed to be partying all night. When Rabbit Moranville, the old Boston shortstop made manager, used to tell his players, "If you can't get in her pants in 2 hours, you call me." But tell the truth, women just came and went with the life. Most night games at Seals Stadium were ladies' nights. Any female got in for 15 cents. Since the Great War and through the 1920s, more and more girls had gone to work outside their homes, at least until they married. They had money, independence, and free time. Why shouldn't they be fans? So there they'd be laughing together, pointing or waving at the boys in those caps and flannels, especially at that shy, slender hero, Joe DiMaggio. Joe, hit a home run. Yoo-hoo, Joe, hit one for me." Mostly Joe wouldn't even look up. What if she talked to him and he had to talk back? Joe used to let Chicho see him with girls, because Chicho knew girls, and he'd known Joe forever. They'd gone to school together. They'd played for Rossi Oil. The fact was, Joe now had use for Chicho's style, the way he talked to girls, the way he'd drive them around. Chicho was just a fisherman. $35 was a good week for him, but he could always get a car. Chicho used to needle Joe about being tongue-tied. "You don't know what to say? How about hello?" Joe would just smile, shrug, and take it. That's why Chicho was the only one who knew about Vi Koski. She was the first girl who stuck. She was about Joe's age, 18, 19, when Joe saw her at the ballpark. Violet Koski was from Finnish stock. She lived in West Portal, safely out of Joe's neighborhood. Slender, with brown hair and fair skin. Violet talked to him one day, and when he didn't answer, she talked to him again. That's how it was. She kind of asked him out. Joe wanted to double date. Chicho would take out Vi's little sister, Toini. Sometimes the four would go out on the boat if Chicho got a trip organized. Chicho knew how Joe was supposed to hate the sea, didn't like to fish, couldn't stand the smell. All that was true, sort of. But Joe didn't mind the smell if he was just fishing to screw around. He liked a boat fine if it was Chicho's boat, taking Joe and Violet, Toini and Chicho out to Paradise Cove behind Alcatraz toward Strawberry Point, with a big pot for pasta and some Dago bread and wine. They'd cook the pasta, picnic, swim, and drink, and then the couples would separate to explore some recondite bit of terrain. When the SEALs were in town every couple of weeks, Joe would have to go for an interview. Then Chicho couldn't go fishing. First of all, he had to drive. And anyway, Joe wouldn't go alone. In the interviews, Joe would answer the questions yes or no. Afterwards, he'd ask Chicho 2 or 3 times, "How was that?" Chicho had to tell him, "You were fine. You sounded great." Joe would ask, "You don't think it was too much?" In all, it was a neat system, well controlled, the prototype of the DiMaggio life. At home, he had his family to take care of his person and his business. He had Chicho as a buffer against the predations of society whenever he left the house. On the road, he was always with the team, among whose members no one knew him well. His tracks were covered, as they would always remain. But then, late May in his second year with the SEALs, Joe's new life almost crumbled. It was May 20th, 1934, or more likely the wee hours of May 21. The Examiner's story said, Joe DiMaggio, ace slugger and outfielder of the SEALs, suffered injury to his knee early this morning when he fell entering his automobile. Word travels fast in baseball, and word was, DiMaggio was damaged goods. In those days, scouts made their reputations with the stars they'd signed. But the scouts kept their jobs with the boys they didn't sign. Sure, it was good scouting to know about that phenom pitcher in East Jesus, Indiana. But the great scout got to know that kid, and his high school coach, his mom, his minister, and was the first to know when that boy threw his arm out trying to hit a squirrel with a rock. That's how you saved your club a fortune, not once in a lifetime, but every year. In 1934, the local scout for the Yankees, Bill Essick, had lived for a while in North Beach, in fact, across the street from the DiMaggios. He said he could find out about Joe's knee, and quietly he did. On the say-so of the club's chief West Coast scout, Joe Devine, the Yankees paid for their own orthopedic specialist to examine DiMaggio's knee. There was no reason, the specialist said, that a healthy 19-year-old couldn't heal perfectly from that injury. The New York club kept the information under wraps and waited out the season. Joe Devine had always liked DiMaggio. As the scouts say, he liked the kid 75,000 before the knee got hurt. He liked DiMaggio's fluidity, strength, speed, and skills, but he also liked a card counter. By 1934, it became painfully clear that the foundation of the Yankee dynasty had crumbled. The mighty Bambino was on his way out. For the last 2 years, Babe Ruth had been fading. And for the first time, the Yankees had to dream up a future in the house that Ruth built, without Ruth. Ruth's demise would leave a hole in the outfield and a chasm in the middle of the order. Gehrig was still a force, but as Gehrig and the standings had shown, he couldn't carry the club. The Yanks were built on power, big innings, and runs in bunches. General manager Ed Barrow had to sign a power-hitting outfielder. Bill Essick, the Yankees' San Francisco scout, told Barrow, "Don't give up on DiMaggio. I think you can get him cheap." And Essick was right on the money. Charlie Graham was desperate to realize some value from his wounded star. The Yankees would buy DiMaggio for $25,000, which was half or a third of the sum that Graham had once hoped for. But the Yanks would throw in 5 players, prospects of a middling caliber, so Graham could field a team next year. But there was more. Graham could also fill his seats next year because he got to keep DiMaggio for 1 more season, and the Yanks got to keep their money until the kid's knee was proven sound. The San Francisco papers got the word November 24th, 1934, the day before Joe's 20th birthday. The unreported part of the story was how disappointed Joe was. Not about the Yanks, that part was fine, but the deal. For almost a year, Joe's oldest brother, Tom, had been cajoling Charlie Graham. When the scouts came calling, Joe should get a portion of his purchase price. With the reduced price, Joe got cut out of the deal. Still, Joe did receive one fine present that winter. Charlie Graham fired the SEALs' manager, Ike Caveney. and replaced him with one of the game's great men, and one of its greatest batters, Francis Joseph Lefty O'Doul. In San Francisco, where O'Doul grew up and debuted as a pitching star, he was celebrated as the boy from Butchertown. In years after, O'Doul would insist the only thing he could do for Joe DiMaggio was change nothing. Joe could hit already, but that was over-modesty. Joe was a great line drive hitter, a gap hitter who battered fences in the Pacific Coast League. But Lefty had played in Yankee Stadium, where the wall in left center was more than 450 feet from the plate. Lively Coast League doubles, or even home runs, would quietly expire in a New York center fielder's glove. So Lefty talked to Joe about looking for a pitch he could pull. The left field corner in the Bronx was only 300 feet away. The wonderful thing was Lefty only had to say it. Joe could take it from there. And so in that 1935 season, Joe had a new request for the batting practice pitchers: pecker high, middle in. He wanted a ball he could turn on, to pull it inches from the foul pole. Joe talked more to Lefty in a week than he'd talked in the prior 2 years with the Seals. Lefty could make a street lamp talk. Sometimes Lefty would take Joe along on his progress through San Francisco, and Joe would soak it all in. The way Lefty talked, how much he tipped, how much he gave to bums, how he signed autographs for kids while he walked, how many friends he gave a big hello. The biggest thing Joe learned from O'Doul was how to live like a hero. Everybody knew Lefty. Everybody watched him, said hello to him, loved him. And in the middle of it all, Lefty did just what he wanted. He was handsome, at home wherever he went, always the best-dressed man in the room. From the moment that season started, there was no doubt Joe was going to New York. His speed was back, the knee had healed. For the first time, he wasn't just making the plays, he was making remarkable plays, and making them look easy. Everywhere in the league, the headliner was young Joe. Abe Kemp, the Examiner's veteran baseball writer, dropped all caution and wrote near the season's close: "In passing, just a word about Joe DiMaggio, who has finally convinced me that he is the greatest ball player I have ever seen graduate from the Pacific Coast League, and I have seen all of them since 1907. Now the New York papers got into the act, in force. When the Pinstripes finished out of the money for the third straight year, it was the winter's business to analyze the pennant problem and its possible solution, viz., Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio, 21 years old, tall and slender, hawk-faced and buck-toothed, slow to smile and reluctant to speak, made his first trip east of the Rocky Mountains on the way to spring training in 1936. The Yankees made sure their prize package wouldn't have to travel unattended. They deputed their 2 veteran Italian stars, Tony Lazzeri and Frank Cressetti, to fetch Joe from his home on Taylor Street and take him cross-country in Lazzeri's new Ford to St. Petersburg, Florida. For DiMaggio, this was his first look at the vastness of the country he would thrill with his exploits. On the roads themselves, there were tens of thousands of laboring men, bent to their shovels or barrows of gravel. The New Deal's Public Works Administration paid not quite $4 a day. The new friends Joe would find in New York flipped that sort of money to the hat check girl. The strange fact was, Joe was probably closer in his thinking to the sweating shovelmen on the road verge, but he never would be among them. He jumped from newsboy to national star without apprenticeship, no stops in between. From the commonest kid to king, and his feet had barely touched ground. Fancy people, those with stature, importance, made him so nervous he wouldn't say a word. But he showed not a moment's doubt when he told Yankee General Manager Barrow and the owner, Colonel Jacob Rupert, to take their first $5,000 contract and go shit in their hats. He was a kid who could say earnestly he didn't want a fuss made over him, but there hadn't yet been a day of his life, either at home or on the road with the club, when his needs and wants had not been seen to by others. He was convinced that it was his destiny to be a great star. Lazzeri and Crosetti timed their trip to make St. Petersburg at night after newspaper deadlines. At least the kid would get his feet on the ground before the writers were on him like flies. Still, by the time Joe dressed the next morning, walked to Miller Huggins Field and put on a uniform, number 18, word had spread. The great hope had arrived. And a score of New York writers gathered, all starved for copy, all waiting for him. "Hey, Joe," yelled the first one who saw him as he trotted onto the field. "Give us a quote, will you?" "Don't have any," Joe murmured as he loped by. He didn't know what they meant. He thought maybe quote was some kind of soft drink. Didn't matter. As the dean of New York baseball writers Dan Daniel wrote in the next day's World Telegram, here is the replacement for Babe Ruth. In the Yankees' first grapefruit game against the Cardinals, DiMaggio hit third, the Babe's old spot, and in his first at-bat smashed a line drive triple. Dan Daniel vehemed. The San Francisco Italian became a veritable Vesuvius of fire and action. Daniel couldn't help himself. He was, to put it baldly, in love. In Joe's fourth spring game, as DiMaggio slid into second base, the Boston fielder Joe Coscarart stepped on DiMaggio's left foot. The next day, Joe's foot was swollen. Joe turned himself over to the trainer, who promptly turned that bruised foot into a medical drama. The doc put Joe's foot into a diathermy machine and cooked it until it looked like a broiled red pepper. DiMaggio wouldn't play for more than a month. Finally, the papers trumpeted the glad news. The kid would play on Sunday, May 3rd, against the St. Louis Browns. A crowd of more than 25,000, by far the largest since opening day, braved cool and showery weather to cheer the debut. An astonishing portion of the crowd, said the New York Post, was composed of strangers to sport, mostly Italians, who did not even know the stadium subway station. Perhaps it was these new fans who screamed in glee when young Joe, now wearing number 9, made his first plate appearance, with Yankee runners on first and third, and bounced a tame ground ball to third base. But all the fans rose to cheer when Crosetti, the runner on third, got into a rundown. The Browns threw the ball away. Crosetti scored, and DiMaggio ended up on second base. The game as a whole was never in doubt. The Browns' pitching was awful, but who cared? The Post won up the competition, not only with its screamer headline, "DiMaggio is Yank Hope," and a lead on DiMaggio, "He clicked," but a half-page cartoon of young Joe smashing a baseball into the heart of New York. It's in the baggio for Joe DiMaggio. In June, the New York papers counted and recounted Joe's streak of hitting in 18 straight games. It was seldom mentioned all year that Gehrig was having a banner season. The story was painted in bold black and white. The Yanks, resurgent, were racing toward a pennant. And the reason for resurgence was Joe. Joe had made everybody look brilliant. The Yankee scouts, the general manager, Ed Barrow, attendance was up 200,000. And the owner, Colonel Rupert, who wrote the check. What he'd never done was fail. But now his time came, at the worst moment, while the nation looked to Braves Field in Boston for the 4th year of baseball's All-Star Game. Never before had a rookie taken part in this showcase of the game's greats. DiMaggio started in right field and proved a disaster. At the plate, Joe's day went just as badly. In the 9th, with 2 outs, he had a chance with Gehringer on second as the tying run. But Joe popped up again to end the game, the first National League win, and DiMaggio was the GOAT nationwide. That was a day Joe would never forget. Joe would also stew for 50 years about the writers who covered that game. They were fans, they were friends, as long as he was a winner. But that could all be over in a day. As Joe recalled in his memoir, the Nationals didn't really win it. I lost it. That was the distillation of DiMaggio's worldview and the Yankee ethic expressed in one phrase. That's why DiMaggio and the Yanks were such a perfect match, and why his Yankees were different from every other club. As skipper, the Yanks had installed a demanding taskmaster, Joe McCarthy. Any player who thought about something other than baseball, other than winning baseball, was Joe McCarthy's ex-player. And Joe DiMaggio became McCarthy's perfect player. Of rules, young Joe was always mindful. Joys, he seemed to have none, save the one that McCarthy courted, winning. 2 weeks after that All-Star game, DiMaggio almost screwed up in a mortal way. He was back on track at the plate, playing right field steadily. His embarrassment in Boston was fading into memory, when, in a game against the Detroit Tigers, DiMaggio raced into right center, chasing a high drive off the bat of Goose Goslin. The center fielder that day was Merrill Hogue, who also took off after Goslin's liner. DiMaggio and Hogue collided at full speed, head to head, and both dropped to the ground like they'd been shot. DiMaggio and Hogue finally rose, and both men played out the inning. But DiMaggio had caused the foul-up. The center fielder has the right of way on any ball he can get to. 2 days later, Hogue was found unconscious in his hotel room. Doctors suspected his collision with DiMaggio had caused a blood clot in his brain. Surgeons drilled 3 holes to relieve the pressure in Hogue's skull, and then waited. In time, he would fully recover and play for another 8 years in the bigs. The collision with Hogue could have made Joe one of those sad specters of baseball history, like Carl Mays, who never could live down his fatal beating of Ray Chapman in 1920. But as it turned out, Joe was unscathed. Instead of a specter, he became a center fielder. McCarthy said he had that spot in mind from the start. In Where Have You Gone, Joe DiMaggio, McCarthy told Maury Allen, once he got out there, he stayed out there. He did everything so easily. That's why they never appreciated him as much as they should. You never saw him make a great catch. You never saw him fall down or go diving for a ball. He didn't have to. He just knew where the ball was hit, and he went and got it. That's what you're supposed to do. The idea is to catch the ball. The idea isn't to make exciting catches. Last-ditch drama was never McCarthy's style. The Yankees clinched the pennant on September 9th, the earliest date in the history of Major League Baseball. The Yanks met the Giants for the title of titles, world champs, in the Subway Series of 1936. The game that would enter all the history books was Game 6, where the Yankees jumped out to a 3-run lead, but the Giants chipped away. By the 9th inning, the Yanks were clinging to a 1-run lead and facing the possibility that they'd let the Giants back into the series. But it never got that far. DiMaggio led off with a line single into left field. Gehrig singled, and DiMaggio raced around to third. The next hitter, Dickey, bounced a sharp one-hopper to first baseman Bill Terry, who made the right play. He grabbed the ball and looked across the diamond to freeze DiMaggio on third base. But DiMaggio wasn't on third. He'd broken for home as the ball left the bat. Now he stopped in no man's land, while the crowd and the Giants screamed for Terry to gun him down. Terry fired the ball to third, but DiMaggio broke again for home. Third baseman Eddie Mayo whipped the ball past Joe to the plate, and the catcher, Harry Danning, blocked the baseline, crouched for collision. But DiMaggio didn't run into Danning. Joe didn't even slide. Instead, he launched himself into the air, head first, over the tag, completely over Danning. And in the air, Joe twisted his body, still falling, till he landed back of Danning, in the dirt, with his hand on the Polo Grounds plate. In the aftermath, the Giants' manager could only pay homage. I've always heard that one player could make the difference between a losing team and a winner, and I never believed it. Now, I know it's true. Still, those words from Terry were not the highest accolade for Joe in that series. The topper came after the second game, also in that vast Polo Grounds, In fact, at the farthest reach of that oval. It was near the end of a Yankee blowout. 18-4, the scoreboard read. And as the Giants took their last at bat, many of the 43,000 fans were on their way to the exits. That's when the public address announcer asked all present to stay at their seats until one special fan, Franklin D. Roosevelt, could get to his open limousine and ride off the field through the center field gates. It was just moments thereafter that the Giants slugger Hank Lieber swung at a fastball from the weary lefty Gomez and launched it like a mortar shell toward the fence in center field. DiMaggio was off before the crack of the bat could be heard in the stands. He turned his back and raced for the deepest curve of the horseshoe. He was 475 feet from the plate when he made the impossible catch, over his shoulder, still running flat out. In fact, he just kept running, through the notch in the fence, up the steep stairs that led to the players' clubhouse in deepest center field. Then he remembered. Roosevelt. Near the top of the stairs, Joe stopped, turned and stood with the ball in his glove while the car came toward him. There he was, the nation's savior, in the back seat, with his hat cocked up, his trademark grin around the cigarette holder. Joe, without thinking, stiffened to attention as the car rounded the center field gravel track, with all eyes upon it, save for Roosevelt's eyes. He looked to the stands, then to the stairway, until he found Joe, and then FDR lifted a hand in a jaunty wave from the brim of his hat, and from the crowd there was a final rippling cheer as the Dago boy from Fisherman's Wharf was saluted by the President of the United States. By linguistic happenstance, fame is the Italian word for hunger. And by 1936, Italian Americans were famished for respect. To most Americans, Mussolini had become a villain and a running joke. He was the bald-headed butcher of Ethiopia, a strutting speechifier in the newsreels, Hitler's Dago stooge. The Italian Americans were waiting for a hero, and then, like an answered prayer to the saints, there was Joe. So when Joe came home from his rookie season, there were thousands of paisani waiting for his train, who shanghaied him off the platform and drove him in an open car, cheering his name through the downtown streets, all the way to City Hall, where they bore him on their shoulders to the mayor's office, so the Honorable Angelo Rossi could present him with the key to the city. Joe had brought home an extra $6,400, a winner's World Series share. That made almost $15,000 in 1 year. With the money Joe brought, Mike got his own boat, crab in the wintertime, salmon in the summer. Tom and Joe were planning to open a restaurant right on Fisherman's Wharf. Joe DiMaggio's Grotto. How could it miss? Vince was out of the household, married in Southern California, and very seldom spoken of. But Vince's contract was bought by the Boston Bees. Now there'd be 2 DiMaggios in the big leagues. And that same winter, Dommy got his chance with Mr. Graham and the Seals. He was going to have a contract and play outfield like his brothers. Now, if Joe happened to be rising, wanting coffee, just as Giuseppe was anticipating his midday meal, well, no longer did the old man think his son a lazy, lag-a-bed bum. Joe had to get proper rest. Or if Joe happened to be coming home as the sky was growing light and Giuseppe finished his morning coffee, that was not Giuseppe's affair. That was strictly Joe's business. For if his namesake had learned nothing else from Giuseppe, surely he had taken in lesson number 1. No one else should ever know your business. Reputation is like currency, to be held in the fist. Everybody else wants to take it from you. Joe didn't spend much time in the neighborhood, except at home, except to sleep, or except when photographers had to make his picture. The pictures were important to Joe, each one a message to the Yankees, about his contentment at home, about his popularity, about the hero game. Joe and Tom had sent back the Yankees' contract. That hard-nosed Barrow was offering no more than Joe had made as a rookie. Then Barrow sent a second contract, a substantial raise, $15,000. But Joe wouldn't sign. He wanted 20. So there were more pictures on the wire of Joe with his old neighborhood pals, singing. It got the message across. Joe was with friends, unconcerned. In truth, Joe was more and more nervous as the winter wore on. Barrow in New York had him listed as a holdout. Joe was a poker player. He knew when to fold a losing hand. He would settle for $17,000, double his rookie pay. The strange part was the pressure went away when Joe went east again to play ball. At least it was different, easier. No one could control the game, of course, but Joe was in charge of everything he did. On the field, he could do everything right. When he made his first start, it looked like a replay of last year's heroics. Joe went 4 for 4 against the Red Sox. Daniel crowed in the World Telegram, "DiMaggio is back." But it wasn't the same old Joe. He was better. It was hard to believe, but he was just 22, a growing boy. Now he was almost 6'2", close to 200 pounds, and every extra pound was bad news for pitchers. Joe widened his stance at the plate, cut down on his stride till he was even more motionless, and took off on a home run tear. This was living. In New York, Joe would take a cab, or even better, get a ride from his Edison hotel suite to the stadium, arriving sometimes by 11 a.m. The game wouldn't start until 3 o'clock, but in the locker room, Joe was safe, at home. On a stool in front of his locker, legs crossed, a smoke in his hand, he had everything he needed. A baseball game to think about, guys to listen to, guys who catered to him. The chief of the clubhouse boy he was called no matter his age, was Pete Sheehy, who'd come running if Joe even looked his way. "Half a cup of coffee, Pete," Joe would murmur like a good luck mantra every 15 minutes or so. Sheehy would appear instantly with the half a cup and some half-baked wisecrack to keep Joe loose. One day DiMaggio was pulling on his pants when he stopped and fingered gingerly at something on his buttock, something that hurt. Joe craned his neck around trying to see, but that was hopeless. "Hey, Pete," he called. "Come look at this. I can't see what the hell this is." Pete appeared, bent at Joe's behind, and announced rather louder than was required, "It's a pimple from all the guys kissing your ass." Joe took it from Sheehy. He knew Pete loved him. The sure sign was the number on Joe's pinstripes. Pete handed out the uniforms. Joe had received Pete Sheehy's highest tribute. There was the Babe at number 3. There was Garrick, number 4. And number 5 was DiMaggio. Anyway, Joe liked wiseacres. They made him laugh. They said the things he couldn't or wouldn't say. If some of the jokes were on him, that didn't bother the Dag, as they called him, short for Dago, of course. The best joker and star left-hander on the club, Vernon Goofy Gomez, was Joe's road roomie now, and El Gufo took care of the kid like Joe was his silent little brother. In every town, the Knights of Columbus, the Verdi Association, or some other Italian-American club wanted Joe to grace their meeting, their dinner. Joe couldn't turn them all down, but he wouldn't go without Lefty. In Where Have You Gone, Joe DiMaggio, Gomez recalled for Maury Allen, "Everybody who knew Joe in those days knew he didn't talk. I'll tell you what he did do. He'd take along one of those small radios on the trip and listen to the radio, the big band music, and those old quiz shows, Dr. IQ and things like that. He'd read the sports pages, and he'd read, well, he'll probably kill me for this, but he loved to read Superman comics." In his second year, DiMaggio was threatening to break the greatest record in American sports, Babe Ruth's mark of 60 home runs, and the wires flashed his every at-bat to fans across the nation. He was going into the movies, too, with a cameo as a would-be singer in Manhattan Merry-Go-Round. A reporter from the Telegram watched Joe sit for makeup, then pose amid a gaggle of showgirls, one of them combing his hair, another giving him a manicure. and Joe leaned over to the newsman and whispered, "This is hotter than a ballpark." After the manicure, Joe confided, "The smart thing I do is never fall in love. I just talk a good game with women." Joe only had 3 lines in the movie, but he screwed them up enough to require 12 retakes. It turned out the writer missed the big story, or wouldn't write it. One of the showgirls on that set was a Minnesota blonde, Dorothy Arnoldine Olson, who used the stage name Dorothy Arnold. Someone brought word to her that Joe DiMaggio would like to meet her. Who? She'd never heard of him. "He's a Yankee slugger." "So what?" she said. But she went over to meet him. This is how Joe first broke his smart rule about love. It had to be a showgirl for Joe, of course. Lefty Gomez was married to a showgirl. The way the writers had it figured, Joe did everything Lefty did. You'd see them together at the Garden for fights. That was Joe's favorite night out, the fights. Or after a big bout at Dempsey's bar, and Gomez would be introducing Joe around like a broad. And what a welcome new member of the club was Joe. He couldn't tell jokes like Lefty, but he liked a good story, and he'd listen all night. He liked the fight game and the tough-talking boxing guys. One afternoon, Joe was introduced to Bernard Toots Shore, a famous Broadway character, built like a bear, loud, insulting, and beloved. He'd run a couple of speakeasies for the mob. Lucky Luciano was his boss. And after repeal, he bounced in and out of saloon jobs. Toots always had a 3-way problem: sports, friends, and money. Sports and friends were the only things he cared about. Money was just for throwing around. By the time Toots met DiMaggio, Joe simply had to be his guest. Joe couldn't buy a peanut in his joint. But plenty of people took care of Joe. Polly Adler, for example, ran the best whorehouse in New York. Joe's new Broadway friends used to bring him in, thought he'd love it. But Joe had a complaint. It was those shiny sheets. His knees kept slipping. Well, not for nothing, Polly Adler was the best madam in New York. Immediately, she sent out for a set of plain cotton sheets. Those were kept in a closet at the ready and called ever after the DiMaggio sheets. In August, as his pace slowed, DiMaggio backed off his quest for Ruth's record. He confided to the sports writer Dan Daniel he'd be happy if he got to 50 home runs. Still, in the end, his 46 homers led both leagues handily. He finished with an average of .346, leading the American League in runs and total bases. He was second in hits and runs batted in. The Yanks disposed of the Giants in a lopsided series. 5 games, it was never close. No one in the history of big league ball had broken in with 2 years like DiMaggio's. At 22, with a baseball lifetime ahead of him, Joe was money in the bank. So where was his? After that 37 season, when it emerged that DiMaggio wanted $40,000, the word greed started cropping up in the papers. All through February, DiMaggio kept his heels dug into the San Francisco hills. By the end of the month, the Yankees were assembling in St. Petersburg, and no DiMaggio. Joe said he still had his unsigned contract. He'd mail it back when I get around to it. He never did get around to it. When next he was asked, he said that contract was gone with the wind. Gone where? To the city dump. Joe didn't believe that the Yankees would give up on him and let him rot all year in San Francisco, until he read in the papers what the Yankee manager Joe McCarthy said. The Yankees can get along without DiMaggio, and that $25,000 is final. The Yankees started north. On the 3rd day of the season, DiMaggio finally folded. He would get the proffered $25,000, no bonus clauses, nothing extra. And Joe would not get a dime till he got in shape at his own expense, about $150 a day in lost wages. 2 weeks passed before he could rejoin the Yankees in Washington, and at that point, things got worse. It wasn't that his game had suffered, but he was totally unprepared for the boos, the jeers, the hate. "I hear the boos," DiMaggio said. "I read in the papers that the cheers offset 'em, but you can't prove that by me. All I ever hear is boos. Pretty soon I got the idea the only reason people come to the game at all was to boo DiMaggio. And the mail. You would have thought I'd kidnapped the Lindbergh baby the way some of the letters read." Joe had learned lessons. He'd learned that the fans could turn against him. So Joe would make statements the only way he could. He would be ever more perfect on the field. And to hell with the fans. They'd cheer if he won. And there would be no more holdouts, not public ones, never again. Now Joe understood. They would never pay him what he was worth. Not fairly, not willingly. And he couldn't make them pay. Now Joe knew he was hired help. If he was going to get the dough, and by God he would have to take care of business himself. Inside of baseball or outside. Outside, no one would have to know a thing. Now his teammates began to note that Daig wasn't around so much, sitting in the locker room or in the lobby. Joe wasn't McCarthy's perfect boy anymore. Not since McCarthy said he'd get along without DiMaggio. Joe wouldn't disobey an order, but that wasn't the same as striving to please. That was for kids. And Joe walked away from the kid in himself as firmly, finally, as he'd walk away from anyone else who'd let him down. In those days, Joe was listening to another old baseball mentor in his hometown, Ty Cobb. Cobb had helped DiMaggio even before Joe went to the Yanks with his contract, some career advice. But Cobb's hard-eyed view of the game made more sense now, when the glare of the big time had baked away Joe's illusions. For instance, Cobb had counseled, and now Joe agreed, that even a strong young hitter should change to a lighter bat around August, so the stress and wear of the long, hot season wouldn't slow him in the stretch when the money was on the line. Joe also took Cobb's counsel on daily outfield practice. Forget it. Stop shagging flies and sit in the shade. You could catch 1,000,000 balls in practice, and not one would show up in your paycheck. Now surely it's too much to say that Joe took on the hard edge of the business in which he throve. He'd only been in the league 2 years. But it would also be a mistake to ignore how precocious he was in the ways of baseball, how he drank it in. It would be a mistake to underestimate the living crammed into each baseball year, experience of a high wattage sort. There was the constant scorekeeping, when every win was an affirmation for you, your team, and the city as a whole. And loss was condemned in thunderous judgments, printed in fist-high headlines by the millions every day. The joy, the rush when mastery on the diamond gave your every act a godly grace, till a slump, an error, bad luck, or incapacity plunged you into hopeless, worthless woe. The physicality, the body shock when you'd hurl yourself across dirt and stones, kicking for the base, while skin flayed off your thigh and hip till they were pinkish red like a tropical fruit. They called this, in fact, a strawberry. And the trainers would slap on alcohol until it burned like hellfire. But of course, you'd do it all again next day. Why wouldn't Joe DiMaggio see life from his own point of view? The position in which he spent his most alive moments, center field. It was a special place. He was the man on the field most unconstrained by others. He had the greatest distances to roam and the farthest from home. Perhaps that's why Joe so often was the first to burst from the dugout, running, head down on a beeline with the other men spraying out behind, as if they'd been pulled, uncorked by the Dago's force. In center field, he had every twitch of every play in front of him. The bent back of his pitcher, the batter's swing and the ball jump, and the crack of the bat to confirm his first step, with the infield in scurry and the ball in flight, past their upturned faces, up, till it hung at the top of its arc, dead still in his sky for an instant, because he was moving perfectly toward its path, yelling, "I got it, mine, mine." in center. Everything he could reach was his. And slowing now to the glide that would let him leisurely raise his glove and bare hand, always two hands to take care of business, and put it away so he could trot in, ball in his glove, deadpan, confident, controlling, gathering teammates ahead of him homeward, a strong shepherd to the dugout again. That's how fast things were moving for Joe. Now he led them out, he brought them in. He led without anyone having time to notice that DiMaggio had taken over. Now in 1938, as McCarthy fretted through a long Gehrig slump, the skipper made a change. Gehrig would bat fifth. The new cleanup man for the Yanks was DiMaggio. It just made sense. No one said a word. No one much remarked when the season ended and Joe had posted another splendid year. 324, 140 runs batted in, 32 homers, and only 21 strikeouts. He hadn't led the league. But the Yankees winning another World Series muted the critics. How could anyone argue with 3 in a row? Even Joe himself could not quite keep up. The changes in his life all happened so fast. Or maybe it was the one big change. In New York, his life was like center field. Anything he could reach was his. When Dorothy Arnold met Joe DiMaggio on the set of Manhattan Merry-Go-Round, she didn't even have a speaking part. But still, she was a showgirl on the rise. It was only months before she was signed by Universal Pictures as their oomph girl. But then, things got serious with Joe, too, and Dorothy had to decide where to put her oomph. It never was an easy courtship, not with Dorothy trying to work in Hollywood and Joe in New York. For a while, he wasn't sure if a steady girl wouldn't just be trouble, but his hesitancy only drew her on. It was darling how Joe was so bashful. So many people in her world would just paw a girl before they said hello. Joe didn't even try to sleep with her at first. When he did try, that was even better. She always said they were wonderful in bed. Dorothy had never played baseball, but she loved sports. She'd been a champion swimmer and dove into the New York sporting scene. When Joe's loud friend Toots Shore opened his new restaurant just west of 5th Avenue on 51st, and Dorothy walked in with Joe, she was royalty. The only sad part was Joe preferred to go alone. He was old-fashioned that way. Boxing matches, some saloons, most discussions with men. Joe thought they just weren't right for a girl. That was one of the ways they differed, or as Dorothy liked to say, they complemented each other. She was more open to anything modern, experimental, or odd. Intelligent people, she used to say, don't moralize. Dorothy valued intelligence. She was a reader, always working on a book. For Joe, it was still the sports page and the clandestine Superman comics. She was the life of any party, a social all-star. DiMaggio looked at any new acquaintance as a potential misery, or worse still, a mortification. What if he said something wrong? Dorothy knew she could help Joe. People thought Joe was aloof, too high and mighty to speak to them, but she thought he was just terribly shy. That's why she arranged for her columnist friend Dorothy Kilgallen to do an interview with Joe. That would show his human side. In a syndicated article, Miss Kilgallen led with the news that DiMaggio had wonderful brown eyes, and followed up with description of his widow's peak, like Robert Taylor's, and quizzical eyebrows, to say nothing of eyelashes a yard long. The surprising part was, Joe took right away to this lover-boy image. It went with his determined attention to his new suits. He'd go back to the tailor a dozen times till everything was perfect. That put him on the list of the 10 best dressed. It offered a harmless explanation for the way he could kill a couple of hours after games, standing in front of the locker room mirrors, working on the knot of his tie or the part of his hair. Look out, Dago's got a hot date tonight. Joe could see himself better when he saw himself through Dorothy's eyes, and the way she looked at him, he was terrific. No one from Joe's world ever remembered Dorothy displaying a moment's anxiety, except a couple of Italian girls in Newark, daughters of one of Joe's friends, who after dinner walked in on Dorothy in the ladies' room. There was the Golden Girl starlet bent over the bowl with her finger down her throat, throwing up her dinner. Dorothy did it all the time. No one in those days knew the word bulimia or thought about that sort of thing as sickness. Dorothy would have laughed at that. A girl had to keep her figure. No one could remember how Joe came to Newark for the first time. But everyone agreed when Joe first caught on in town, that was the doing of Jerry Spatola. You could almost call Spatola brilliant, though that's a word seldom heard about a mortician. But Spatola understood that a great burial involves being buried by somebody. People used to marvel how Jerry Spatola could talk with anyone. So Joe, or in those days Joe and Dorothy, could enjoy dinner among the prominenti and listen to Jerry's tales of his trade in town. Who'd have thought an undertaker had so many stories? There was the time the shoemaker Russomano came to him to make a funeral for his pet canary. Poor grieving cobbler wanted the works, a tiny satin-lined casket, a procession, flower cars, an orchestra. Problem was, Russomano wanted a church funeral, but the priest balked. How's he going to give the bird the sacraments? So Jerry fishes up a C-note, tucks it into the padre's cassock. "Oh," says the priest, "why didn't you tell me this was a Catholic canary?" DiMaggio was a Spatola family project. Jerry would pick Joe up after games at the stadium and drive him to Newark. Sometimes there'd be a visit to one of the Italian social clubs or the Victory Bocce Club. Everybody wanted to honor DiMaggio. Jerry organized Joe's visit to the crippled children's home, and then there was a testimonial dinner with 1,000 honored local guests who so admired DiMaggio that they gave him a diamond-encrusted watch, $500 worth of timepiece, and a new car. For Joe, this was a watershed. He had attained in one evening emoluments equivalent to a year's work for his dad. He'd won back with a 2-minute thank you speech almost as much as he'd lost in his holdout, and he didn't even have to lace on a pair of spikes. There was money in just being Joe DiMaggio. Before the start of the '39 season, the Yankees once again showed DiMaggio the back of their hand and sent him a contract without a raise. For his part, DiMaggio was determined to sign early, to give himself, for once, a real spring training, and a full season to prove he was the greatest in the game. Alas, he only made it through the first 6 games before he was hurt again, his calf muscles torn away from the bone near his ankle. DiMaggio would be laid up for more than a month. Much worse for the Yanks, the spring training jokes about Gehrig's old muscles turned to horror as the season began and Gehrig couldn't answer the bell. In Detroit, after 2,130 straight games, a record it was said that would stand forever, Gehrig went to Joe McCarthy and took himself out of the lineup. The Yankees had now lost the heart of their attack, lost Gehrig, their captain, and DiMaggio, their star. But by June, once DiMaggio emerged from the hospital, the Yankees weren't just beating the other clubs often, but badly. Joe was hitting over .375 and still climbing. In the San Francisco Examiner's Daily DiMaggio box, the headline suggested a cure for all those new troubles in Europe. They ought to hire DiMaggio to end the war, hitting .408. But sadly, at the season's end, it was Joe who went luckless. An infection beset his left eye, swelling it nearly shut. Still, he finished atop the league at .381. Then there was the pressing matter of the Cincinnati Reds and DiMaggio's 4th World Series. Once again, in the game that would live in the lore, DiMaggio made the difference. That was Game 4, after the Yanks won the first 3. In the 9th, it was DiMaggio who took the extra base to tie the game and send it on to extra innings. In the 10th, a walk to Cressetti, a sacrifice by Red Rolfe, and a bobble on a grounder from Keller put Yankee runners at first and third, with Joe at the plate and all the money on the line. Joe didn't make any show or try to power the ball, just spanked it on a line into right field, a sure single to score Cressetti. But the right fielder Goodman charged so hard that the ball got past him, and Keller kept running all the way around third. The throw from the outfield got to home plate at the same time as Keller crashed into the catcher Lombardi. Lombardi dropped the ball, and Keller was safe. Lombardi lay on the ground, stunned, till he saw that DiMaggio had never stopped. He was racing around third like a mad little leaguer. Lombardi lunged for the ball and launched himself glove first toward the plate. He got his glove there ahead of Joe, but DiMaggio came up with a slide no one had ever seen. He twisted his body to the first base side and hiked his lead foot into the air. He airmailed his right foot over Lombardi's glove, then dropped it onto the plate as he slid past. It was the most instinctively brilliant base running that players, coaches, fans, or writers had ever seen. Lombardi was mocked for his snooze through the rest of his career. Of course, that was unfair. Lombardi wasn't napping. He couldn't move after Charlie Keller had kicked him in the nuts. But the winners write the history, and the Yanks were winners, 7-4, and winners in their fourth straight World Series, a feat no team had ever pulled off. Joe was the only man in history who was a world champ his first 4 seasons. As a consequence, Joe was busy through October with awards, prizes, and gifts. Even Americans who never looked at the sports page knew about Joltin' Joe. From the cover of Life magazine, or the newsreels on the 10 Best Dressed, or the boxed Bright on the front page when DiMaggio's salary passed FDR's. Now, for good measure, he would debut on the Society page as America's #1 bridegroom-to-be. Joe's engagement was the real thing, had been since July, when Dorothy showed up in her hometown with a 4.5-carat diamond shining on her left hand like a locomotive headlight. As her sister recalled, it was humongous. We'd never seen a ring like that in Duluth. Of course, the nice folks in Duluth had no idea where that grand stone came from, save what Dorothy said, came from Joe. If they had thought about it, they might have guessed Tiffany's, or Harry Winston, or some other great Fifth Avenue jeweler. They never would have thought of Newark, New Jersey, and they'd never heard of Richie the Boot Boiardo. In later years, there were people, even local people, who maintained that Richie was a famous mafioso who was nicknamed the Boot because of some heavy-footed way he disposed of his gangland foes. Which just went to show, as Joe and Richie always agreed, how wrong and mean-spirited public talk could be. Because everybody who truly knew Boiardo knew that he disposed of his gangland foes in that big barbecue on the grounds of his Livingston, New Jersey compound. As for the Boot, that was from the early days, when Richie was running the First Ward rackets from a row house in Newark, where he couldn't trust the phones. So he took care of business at the candy store payphone, and that's how he got the name. Of course, you should have known. The phone boot. Anyway, there was no one else in Newark with a safe full of diamonds who knew Joe was thinking of marriage, who could host Joe to dinner, and after dinner could throw open that safe and say, "Take any one you want, Joe, for the ring, whatever you like." A 4.5-carat emerald-cut diamond. It was a small price to pay. No, not a price, but a pleasure for the honor that Joe brought to Richie in Newark. Whatever Joe wanted, Richie wanted to have offered it yesterday. Joe was going to need someone to drive him, wasn't he? So how about Peanuts? Peanuts was Jimmy Series, who was always around Richie's place, always available for jobs. Soon he was always with Joe around Newark, or driving him back and forth from New York. Peanuts would drive Joe's Cadillac to Florida, so the Clipper could have a car to carry him around in spring training. Of course, Joe had less time for the Spatolas. Jerry Spatola would have to wait till that autumn, after the season, to recoup his status as Newark's #1 DiMaggio fan. He would wait till November, when he and Rose would ride the train 3.5 days out to San Francisco to attend Joe and Dorothy's wedding and reception. As for Richie the Boot, unhappily the press of business kept him from attending the wedding. For that matter, the boss of all Newark rackets, Longy Zwillman, was also occupied and could not attend. But in time, Longy would also become a good friend to DiMaggio. And Longy being Longy, he'd find a way for Joe to be a friend to him too. A girl from Duluth didn't head for New York, and thence to Hollywood to run away from the limelight. Dorothy didn't mind the fans in the restaurants, photographers outside the nightclubs. She'd never learned to hate the fuss like Joe did. How could she know that from the wedding day onward, Joe would expect her to run away from the attention she craved? Dorothy did everything that could be expected, took her instruction in the Catholic faith, made her conversion, and vowed solemnly to bring up their children in the one true church. She even set herself to learning Italian so she could have a proper conversation with her new mama and papa. But the more she did, the more Joe wished she would just pipe down. Not till he saw her in the murmur zone of the DiMaggio household did it dawn on him that she was loud. Christ, she laughed like a man. In November, a week before the wedding date, the DiMaggios sent out 800 invitations. They could have saved the postage. Everybody in North Beach was coming anyway. The Grand Cathedral of the West, the Church of Saints Peter and Paul, could hold 2,000 faithful. But Sunday afternoon, November 19, 1939, the church was nearly full before the first invitee appeared. People had staked out the pews that morning. They'd sat through 2 or 3 masses already. The wedding was scheduled for 2 p.m. By 1, it was standing room only. 2 o'clock came and went in the noisy church, and there was no bride. The Olsons were in a car, pinned at a standstill by traffic. A half hour late, Dorothy's car arrived. And there she was, behind Joe's 4 sisters, Nellie, Frances, Marie, and Mamie. And then her own sister, Irene, who was the maid of honor. There in a Hollywood gown of white satin, with a sculptured bodice and a 5-yard train, behind a coronet veil of gauzy lace, tied with filigree of gold, bearing orchids and gardenias in her hands, and a spray of orange blossom on her forehead. 21 years old, on the arm of her father, and as she would recall, scared stiff, but looking up, smiling bravely, and as one Duluth newsman noted, so utterly beautiful that it just hurt to look at her. No wonder North Beach cheered. Their guy, their Joe, had gone from this altar to the wide world, and now he'd come back, a conqueror, a hero. Amid the crowd of 10,000 souls that packed the park in front of the church for Joe and Dorothy's wedding was a boy named Dino Restelli. He was 10 years younger than Joe and lived in Valparaiso Alley, just around the corner from Joe's old Taylor Street home. He had the same rangy frame, same build as DiMaggio. He played center field with the neighborhood boys, and later for the Seals and the Pittsburgh Pirates. He tried to run like DiMaggio and catch the ball like DiMaggio. He stood at the plate like DiMaggio. Of course, everybody on his team stood at the plate like DiMaggio. Every kid with a dime for the movies saw Joe in the newsreel. They'd be acting out his slide that same afternoon. After that, it was a short dream to where they were him in the brilliant World Series they'd win that night as they fell asleep. For kids, especially kids at Ground Zero, New York City, DiMaggio love hit with such heat that it could blister away even tribal distinctions. Saturday afternoon in East Harlem, it mattered not at all that the Fox Star Theater was on easy neutral turf between Italians and Puerto Ricans. The shouts for DiMaggio came from all sides when he showed up on the movie tone news. The Puerto Ricans didn't have a lot of models of their own. And Joe, he looked right. He had that O at the end of his name. He was Latin. He was their guy, too. Those were the days when the newsreel cameramen were working out their own tricks. They'd get to the stadium early, get close-ups of DiMaggio. And then when DiMaggio did something in the game, they'd cut to the close-up, like the camera had caught him just at that decisive moment. And he looked as calm, as matter-of-fact, as if he was waiting for the M1 bus. The point was, they were always going to sell Joe, because Joe sold. That was the face that had graced the cover of Life magazine. One face on the ball field that everybody knew. That face said baseball. Radio built its audience with hero power, too. That day in 1939, when Arch MacDonald thought of the new Pan American airplane, with its unequaled power, range, and style, and linked it to the center fielder. Batting cleanup, Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper. That was just one of a dozen nicknames with which Joe had been festooned. There was Deadpan, the Wallopin' Wop, the Roman, the Little Bambino, Dago, DiMaggio, Joe D, Big Giuseppe, and the most propitious, Joltin' Joe, or the Jolter. Now, on summer afternoons, the boys of the neighborhood would break from their own pickup game or stickball game and gather on someone's porch, a front stoop, or in someone's kitchen, whence the radio transported them to Yankee Stadium. It was like they all went to the game together. The nicest part, the comfiest part, was that the men at work on the Hero machine stuck together too. By 7 or 8 o'clock at night, when the stories for the AM papers went to bed, the Hero business was at rest too. If a player went to Shores for a couple of belts and a nice free steak, he could relax and say what he wanted, without fear of it coming back to haunt him in print. Maybe there were 200 guys in the joint, but he knew them, or he knew they were known. They understood the rules or they wouldn't have been there. If anybody thought something odd, well, that didn't last long. He'd be outvoted, outshouted, or mocked into compliance. For example, Toots himself might bellow in the most insulting way. Gehringer better than the Dago? Don't advertise your ignorance. In the world of Toots Shore, class was a man's greatest attribute, albeit elusive, hard to handle in words. Toots could explain it only obliquely. Class is a thing where a guy does everything decent. Now the Dago was a champion with class, and although Toots insisted that was the highest a man could go, in practice DiMaggio stood even higher. The way Toots saw it, there were only 2 guys who could walk into his joint, and everything stopped. Jack Dempsey was one, and Daig was the other. But Dempsey was old, and he had his own joint on 8th Avenue. Joe D was still fresh, in his prime, and all Shores. He could have been Tootsie's kid the way the old bear took care of him, fed him, talked to him, taught him, protected him. There were days when DiMaggio had one of those games. He missed the ball in the field or popped up a fat pitch when the Yankees needed runs. That night, Toots would be holding forth in his dining room when the captain would appear to whisper, "Mr. DiMaggio is outside." Toots would run out the door. Joe wouldn't come in, wouldn't want people to see him. So Toots would have to walk with him, round the corner, down 5th Avenue, back and forth through the side streets, till Joe felt better, till he could go back to his hotel and lie down. Toots, well, you could call him sentimental. His friend Rags Ragland used to say, you could make him cry with card tricks. But how could Toots not love a kid like Joe, who needed him like that? It was a measure of her can-do spirit that Dorothy learned everything she could about baseball. She told her friends about the time Joe fell into a slump and his average was slipping, and she told him that she didn't see the 5 on his back the way she always used to when he swung. The 5 was in a different place now, and Joe said that helped him, and he did start to hit again, and his average went back up, and pretty soon he was in the hunt for the batting crown for the 2nd straight year, which was bound to happen because really there was nobody like him. And since the time when she helped him, he was really batting better than last year, more consistently, and she always said that batting was consistency more than anything else. It was a measure of her self-involvement that she couldn't see this was driving him nuts. He couldn't see why she wouldn't just be Mrs. Joe DiMaggio, why she had to be the center of attention. Some nights he'd rather just be quiet with the guys, maybe get a steak with Toots. Was there anything wrong with that? Sometimes by the time he got back, if he didn't get a hit, or he'd struck out once, or even if he was perfect and the Yankees had lost, he didn't want to talk. And if she talked, well, a lot of times he didn't want to hear it. If she kept it up, he'd get so furious, he'd walk out, and she wouldn't see him that night, or maybe nights on end. Joe thought it'd be different if they had kids. She'd have her hands full. By the end of spring training 1941, Joe and Dorothy knew they were expecting, and it felt to her now, at last, she and Joe were starting a real life together. But nothing could feel solid to Joe if things weren't right on the field. By mid-May 1941, the whole team felt shaky. The Yanks had sunk to third, then fourth place, and falling, and DiMaggio was in a slump like he'd never known. The sporting press offered multiple explanations for the Yankees and Joe D's swoon. Maybe the jolter had a case of nerves about impending fatherhood. And one way or another, every analyst, in print or at the corner tavern, had to gauge the unsettling effect of the news from the wider world. Hitler had already gobbled up Europe. Even by DiMaggio standards, Joe was hard to talk to that May. He'd slipped into Sicilian fisherman mode, asking nothing, asserting nothing, warding off inquiries, well wishes, and any chance of advice. In the clubhouse, no one would say a word except for quiet greetings as they padded by the stool where he smoked and stared. "Hiya, Joe. How's it going, Dag?" "Fine," DiMaggio would answer. "Fine." What was he going to say? That someone got him with the evil eye? That no matter what he did, it came out wrong? Take, for example, the May 15th game. He finally got a hit, solid single, drove in a run. But the Yankees lost hopelessly, 13-1. So the next day against the White Sox again, DiMaggio made a statement his way. He smashed a drive so deep into the left field bleachers that only one man, currently Private Hank Greenberg, had ever hit one there before. In the ninth, Joe hit another shot that banged off the left field wall for a triple, started a rally that gave the Yanks a 6-5 comeback win. Nearly 2 months later, Joe had hit so many shots in so many games that all the players, writers, fans, all the baseball nation, and most of the American nation, were listening every day for news of him. He gave America just what it needed, something apart from woe and war to talk about, a summer craze. It was only after the fact that the streak shone as portent of America's brilliant rise to superpower and made DiMaggio her poster boy for valor, victory, and God-given grace. In history's foreshortened rearview mirror, with the streak and Pearl Harbor lumped together in 41, DiMaggio showed up as more than our diversion from war. He seemed our answer to war. He steeled the nation for its greatest test. He stood, he persevered, even as the shadow of Hitler drew nigh. The irony was, if DiMaggio had been forced to carry, or had even been aware of 1/10 of this grand historical baggage, he'd never have made a streak of 10 days. In the event, he knew one thing. He had to hit for the Yankees to win. He was acting like a real immigrant's son. He was trying to keep his head down and do his job. With a streak, it's the length that makes it a record. We venerate Joe's feat today for its 56hood. That is, for the amazing number of times, 2 full months of games, that the same thing happened. Joe got a hit. Joe would later say he didn't wake up to the streak till it ran well into the 30s. That was a polite fable. It wasn't just the papers writing up the big guy each day. Now the team record, 29 straight by Roger Peckinpah in 1919, was in his sights. Now, with the count 3-0, manager McCarthy would flash Joe the hit sign. They might as well have put it on a billboard. DiMaggio's hit streak was official Yankee business. Within the Yankee clubhouse, there was pride simply in being with Joe. In late June, DiMaggio's hit streak stood at 38 games. He had hauled the Yankees into first place. DiMaggio was only 3 games short of George Sisler's modern record, 41 straight games in 1922. But some insisted that the all-time record was 44 straight by Wee Willie Keeler, back for God's sake in 1897, before foul balls were even counted as strikes. Every paper in the country was running Joe's doings. Most of them were writing about Johnny Babbage, the Philadelphia A's right-hander. That June 1941, Babbage told the Philadelphia writers he'd stop the big Dago sure. In Shibe Park, Joe came up in the first with 2 Yankees already aboard. With the count 3-1, Babbage fed him a pitch he could hit. Joe turned, whipping his bat through, and finished in his trademark high follow-through. Alas, the ball went straight up in the air and came down in the glove of the shortstop, Al Brancato. In the third, Joe led off. Babbage wasted the first pitch high and wide. No one could have reached it. The second, he threw well off the outside edge, but DiMaggio lunged, almost stepped across the dish. He caught the ball with the fat of the bat and drilled it straight back at the Babbage family jewels. The shot went low through the pitcher's legs. If Joe had hit the ball a few inches higher, Babbage would have been a hurling soprano. Babbage, as Joe later gloated, was white as a sheet. By that time, DiMaggio wasn't in the pink himself. The Yankees made for their train south to Washington, where in a doubleheader next day, Joe would have his chance to tie and surpass Sisler's modern record of 41 games. His stomach was killing him. 26 years old, and acid was eating away at his guts. At Griffith Stadium, the Senators' ace, Emil Dutch Leonard, took the mound. He was the game's foremost knuckleball artist, and he had his blue ribbon best that day. In the 6th inning, still without a hit, Joe waved at a knuckler that dove away from him, low and outside, strike 1. Then he took a change-up inside to even the count. At that point, Leonard took a risk. If he could sneak in a fastball while the jolter was looking for the knuckler, then he'd have DiMaggio 1-2, with 3 chances after that to make him chase the dancer. So Leonard threw a near-perfect fastball, knee-high over the outside corner. Just as Leonard had hoped, it froze Joe for an instant. But an instant wasn't long enough. DiMaggio's dark bat smacked that ball right out of catcher Jake Early's glove. DiMaggio could trot to second base, now tied with Sisler as the best of the modern age. The crowd exploded in joy. He did it! He did it! It was history! And they saw it. But for Joe, the squeeze only got tighter. The second game would tell the tale, whether he would set his name alone at the top of the list. In the first inning of Game 2, the Yankees' Tom Henrik was on his way to the batter's box to take his first licks when he was frozen by one syllable, hurled from the on-deck circle. Tom! As Henrik recalled the story a half-century later, I said, "Jiminy, that's DiMaggio." And I turned around to him. I says, "What?" He says, "You got my ball bat." "Joe," I walked to him. I says, "Joe, I got one of your ball bats." Henrik was still using a bat he'd borrowed from Joe in the first days of June. Joe almost ripped it out of Tom's hand. "Let me see it." DiMaggio glared at the bat he now held in both hands, his big fingers clenched white around the dark wood of the D-29. But he could see right away it wasn't his streak bat. It turned out someone had stolen Joe's bat out of the dugout rack between games. Joe shoved Henrik's bat back to him with the bad news. Somebody took my ball bat. Joe tried a brand new bat in his first attempt against the lanky right-hander, Sid Hudson. But the right fielder, Buddy Lewis, snared DiMaggio's line drive. It was entered in the records as a sacrifice fly. Rolf scored. But that was cold comfort for the Clipper. As he trotted out to center field, Henrik could hear him muttering, "If that had been my ball bat, it would have been in there." Of course, that was superstitious. but so are most ball players. The whole Yankee club was shaken by the bat's disappearance. Sure, they were winning the game 2-0, but they made 4 errors in the first 3 innings. Everybody had the willies. DiMaggio took another shot in the third, and what a shot. Hudson twirled in a sidearm curveball that sat on the inside corner till Joe creamed it with the new bat. Alas, the line drive instantly disappeared into the glove of the shortstop, Cecil Travis, who didn't even have to move. What further evidence of the evil eye did anyone need? Joe was snake-bit. By the time Joe got his 3rd time at bat, the Senators had a new pitcher, Red Anderson, another big right-hander, 6'3", who worked Joe up and in, low and away. First came the fastball under the chin, then the sweeping curve outside, then another fastball. DiMaggio swung, but he caught it on the handle, and Kramer gloved the looping fly in short center field. Joe was 0 for 3. In the dugout, Henrik pressed Joe to take back his old bat, the one he'd lent to Tommy. "Here, try it. This one feels good." DiMaggio was out of ideas of his own. In the 7th inning, facing Anderson again, Joe took Henrik's bat for what might well be his last chance. Once again, Anderson backed him off the plate with a barber shot under the chin. But then, as if God had laid hands on the big pitcher, Anderson threw Joe the perfect pitch. Perfect for Joe. Waist high over the middle. DiMaggio's eyes must have grown to saucer size. Crack! The fans all leapt up yelling. There wasn't any doubt about this liner. No fielder could touch it till it bounded 2 or 3 times in the left field grass. At first base, DiMaggio rounded the bag for form's sake, but his legs probably couldn't have carried him to second. Anyway, he was trying to tip his hat to the screaming crowd, and the first base coach was slapping him on the back. And then the Senators' first baseman, Mickey Vernon, stuck out his hand in the middle of a game, and Joe shook it. What the hell, this was bigger than the game. On the train back to New York that evening, everyone was talking at once about Joe and his streak and his record and his stolen bat. Joe didn't say much, of course, but his teammates could see he was happy. Now the record was his. He was almost easy with his smile, and he bought everybody a beer. Everybody wanted in on this story for the ages. Les Brown and his band of renown recorded Joltin' Joe DiMaggio just when streak fever was most contagious, and the rest, as they say, was hit parade. There were plenty of New Yorkers, being New Yorkers, who wanted Joe right now. They wanted him, for instance, for that billboard that blew smoke rings over Times Square. They wanted him to smile around a big spoon behind a heaping bowl of Wheaties, and to pose with a grin over the wheel of a Dodge car. And no one could count the daily dozens or hundreds of pleas from fans for autographs, for balls, a bat, Joe's cap, his shirt, his shoes. Soon Jerry Spatola's daughters, Getta and Bina, would receive the shoes Joe wore during the sacred streak, or as Getta insisted upon calling them, the Spikes. The 2 girls would have their coffin maker fashion a beautiful encasement for the Spikes. The treatment of Joe's relics would be the surest sign of his new saintly position. There wasn't any way to stop it. The business of being a hero was too big, out of control. On the road, Joe and Lefty always used to have breakfast sent up to the room. And they'd tell the front desk, no calls, and don't give out the number. Never worked. People knocked on the door all night. Kids, a lot of them, but women too. Sometimes they'd call from the lobby. "Yeah, come on up," Joe would say to the phone. And any other fellas who were visiting would know Dag was going to be tied up for a while. When she got there, Joe would take her right into the bedroom, and as he said, give her a good pump. So many people wanted to get in good with Joe, take care of him, make a gesture of friendship. A broad was always a welcome gift. Big guys with interest in the business, for example, guys who made book all over town. They were making fortunes off DiMaggio and his streak. A guy like Joe Adonis, he was booking millions. He wanted to show appreciation. Adonis had broads, houses full of broads. So, he took care of the slugger. Anyway, in those days, the mob wasn't such an issue. No less an authority than J. Edgar Hoover was insisting there was no organized crime. Whenever he came to New York, Hoover used to come for lunch at Toots Shores, oftentimes right across the room from the great brain of New York crime, Frank Costello. Still, all the favors made the Clipper nervous. In Chicago during the streak, there was a black limo, half a block long, waiting for DiMaggio. The head of the mob sent his car for Joe. Of course, there were writers with the team in Chicago who saw Joe DiMaggio go off to play in the mob limo. But no writer wanted to put that kind of thing in the paper. You'd be finished, washed up with DiMaggio, probably non grata with the rest of the Yanks, and maybe with the mob too. Anyway, who'd want to spoil that streak story? Who would dare to break the heart of little Tony Morella? It seems that little Tony was a terribly sick boy, 10 years old, in Philadelphia's Jefferson Hospital. Spleen removed, life or death, as the telegram to Joe exclaimed. So after the last game in Philadelphia, Joe and Lefty ran over to the hospital. "You be listening to your radio tomorrow, Tony," DiMaggio was quoted at the bedside, "and hear me break that hitting record for you. That's a promise, kid." So when the papers ran the story on Joltin' Joe breaking that record, there was the story of the Morella boys' hero cure right alongside. It was unfortunate only for the Associated Press, and for little Tony, that his name was actually Norella, and he was actually, well, dead before the record-tying game began. But the point was everybody loved that story. That was the sort of story you wanted. The point was our heroes were good, as were we. Even the SpoilSport Associated Press assured readers around the country that Tony must have died happier because he knew his friend Joe would be a man of his word. Whenever Joe came home, there were telegrams of entreaty, gifts for good luck, sacks of mail. Everybody knew where Joe lived. That was part of the coverage now. Our heroes had good home lives, too. Dorothy bloomed under the national spotlight. As a feature writer for the New York Post, mused in print. Upon one thing do Joe and the missus agree. When a boy from Fisherman's Wharf, San Francisco, and a girl from Duluth, Minnesota can marry and live in a penthouse because he has the crowd-pleasing ability to hit a ball with a bat, America, she is wonderful. By the time Joe attempted to pass Willie Keeler, at 45 straight Joe would stand alone with the all-time record. Dorothy was thought to be such good copy that reporters were assigned to the stadium club seats to watch her through the game. In the fifth inning against the Red Sox, Joe lined a rifle shot to deep left field, where Ted Williams took a step back, gave up on running, and turned, ready to play the carom. But the ball cleared the wall and disappeared from view. It all happened so fast no one had much chance to react, till Joe, in his quick trot, was around third and headed home. Then the huge crowd at the ballpark was on its feet, cheering, clapping, straw hats went sailing through the air. Even writers in the press box broke their cardinal rule of decorum and applauded. Joe DiMaggio had made history for them. In the club seats, Dorothy was shouting, clapping, and laughing, even after Joe disappeared amid the backslaps on the Yankee bench. Then she turned with a radiant smile. Joe had made this spotlight for her. She said to the press, who would print her words by the millions, "Beautiful, wasn't it?" At the midpoint of the 41 season, no one had been able to stop DiMaggio for 8 weeks. DiMaggio had not struck out since June 8th. The 30, 40, 50,000 fans who now crammed into ballparks to see this phenomenon were 3 times more likely to see DiMaggio hit a home run than to whiff and walk back to the bench. As for hits, they were 18 times more likely to see him get a hit. In July, there remained one last act of the passion play, the finale that seals a sainthood, a proper martyrdom. The setting was Cleveland, in the gloomy and outsized municipal stadium, where some 67,000 congregants, the year's largest crowd for any baseball game, assembled on the evening of July 17th to watch Joe push his streak to 57 games. He almost got to hit his first chance, A screamer headed for the left field corner. But the third baseman, Ken Keltner, was playing so deep that he snagged the drive near the chalk in short left field, and from the grass in foul ground whipped a long throw across to beat Joe at first base. In his second at-bat, Joe drew a walk, as Al Smith was lustily booed by his home crowd. For his third chance, Joe hit another hard shot toward Keltner, who was now playing even deeper. And again, Joe was narrowly nipped at first. After that, he didn't come up again till the eighth, when he almost squeaked through. A bouncer toward Lou Boudreau at short took a bad hop and almost went into left field. But not that night. Boudreau got his glove up, grabbed the ball, and whipped to second base to start a double play. DiMaggio's chances and his streak were no more. All that ballyhoo was over for him. Now, Joe vowed, he would make the pitchers come to him. Now he was really going to do some hitting. Joe would hit in the next 15 games, too, to stretch his hit streak summer spree to 72 out of 73 games. And meanwhile, during the streak, the Yankees had won 3 out of every 4. They were now in first place by 6 games. Joe had carried the mail, but no one would hear that from him. It would be up to the other Yankees to say that. But now they went quiet, too. It seemed like they didn't want to bring the streak up. Might bother Joe, or spook his new streak. The teammates lay low through August, till they had their pennant just about wrapped up. Even Nadego, who'd turned his ankle, was taking it easy, sitting out a series with the Senators in D.C. On the evening of August 30th, Gomez and Joe were headed out to dinner, when Lefty, inexplicably, started dawdling around. "Come on, Lefty, I'm starved," DiMaggio was complaining. Finally, Lefty said, "I just got to stop in Selkirk's room for a minute. You come with me. It'll only be a minute." When DiMaggio pushed open the door, all the Yankees and their writers were present. The coach, Art Fletcher, yelled at DiMaggio, "Where the hell you been? Why can't you get here on time?" Joe was stunned, confused, and suddenly pink around the cheeks and temples. Fletcher led the team in the song, "For He's a Jolly Good Fellow," and Cressetti led a hip-hip hooray for Joe. The rest of the Yanks had glasses of sparkling burgundy wine, and now Johnny Murphy offered a toast. "Joe," he said, "we just wanted to let you know how proud we are to be playing on a ball club with you, and that we think your hitting streak gave us the pennant we're winning." Then, from a table, Gomez picked up a package and handed it to Joe. Inside was an elegant Tiffany humidor, in silver, engraved with the signatures of every man on the team. On the lid was an engraving of Joe D. swinging a bat, flanked by the numbers 56 for the games of the streak, and 91 for the number of hits. And on the front there was an inscription, presented to Joe DiMaggio by his fellow players on the New York Yankees, to express their admiration for his consecutive game hitting record, 1941. Joe was lost for words. "This is swell, fellas," he said. "Only, I don't deserve it." Then he went around the room with a little grin. "Cigars? Cigarettes?" Everybody could see Joe was blushing. "I think he cried," Tom Henrik remembered, "and said something I'll never forget. 'I didn't know you guys felt this way about me.' Here was the greatest player in the game on this incredible streak, and helping us win again and again, and he didn't think we cared that much about him. As Joe saw it, he did his job. He'd won, and he wasn't done yet." The World Series that year was a feverish New York affair, the first time the Brooklyns ever had a chance to win the brass ring. But they'd have to pry it loose from DiMaggio's fist, and in the end, they could not. The Bombers would win that series 4 games to Brooklyn's 1. In the Yankee clubhouse afterward, the third base coach, Art Fletcher, led the boozy anthem, "Roll Out the Barrel." The only time they sang it was for World Series wins, but still, with practice in 5 out of 6 years, they were starting to sound good. DiMaggio didn't sing, just sat on his stool, smoking and watching with a little smile. It was different for them, the rest of the guys. They'd all go home. Even Lefty was leaving town to do whatever they wanted with that extra $6,000 in their pockets, and they'd have a big time all winter. Joe, for his part, wasn't looking forward to that winter at all. He'd be stuck in New York while he and all the writers waited for Dorothy to have the baby. Sure, he had his New York apartment, but that was her place, and not exactly peaceful. That penthouse was beautiful, but Joe had no idea how to make himself at home. Heading into that winter, into fatherhood and his 27th birthday, Joe DiMaggio was ulcerated, smoking too much, coffee jangled, and sleepless. He had legions of would-be pals. He was the idol of millions. But save for the coterie at Toots Shores, he was friendless. He was the most admired man in the country, a man at every moment watched. But there was so much about his life that he didn't want anybody to see. On October 23, 1941, Joe DiMaggio came into Toots Shores saloon to hand out cigars. Joe DiMaggio Jr. had arrived. The fellas said they'd never seen Daig so happy. There were a lot of pals in the joint who wanted to buy a round, raise a toast. Hey, Joe, you're 1 for 1. He'll be a slugger, too. So Joe stayed for a belt with the boys. Mother and son were in the hospital. Everybody was fine. Actually, Dorothy wasn't fine. She'd asked a half dozen times, but they wouldn't bring the baby to her. I want to see him right now, she demanded. He's my baby, not yours. As Dorothy recounted the story to her family, a nurse brought the infant completely hidden in a swaddling blanket and carefully unwrapped the baby's head and face. There were angry red marks on his face and head, like big strawberries. Mrs. DiMaggio, you required a high forceps delivery, and this is a condition that sometimes develops. They assured her the sores wouldn't stay, wouldn't scar. But alone in that room, Dorothy was still scared. She wanted Joe to tell her it was all right, but Joe was tied up. In time, Dorothy would come to see this as a pattern. The baby was a feather in Joe's cap, and her problem to deal with. When the baby was fussy, Joe would get annoyed at her. Mostly he'd stay out of the apartment. At Toots Shores, he'd always find his crowd, men who knew how to keep him company. Joe was funny that way. He was such a solitary person, fundamentally alone no matter who was around. But he always wanted somebody with him. In part, it was a habit of self-protection. No one who meant to bother Joe could even get near. Toots and his staff would see to that. But those acceptable to the Clipper could stop by his table to pay respects. The writer who became Joe's hang-around buddy was the bard of the New York tenements, Jimmy Cannon. He was so quick-witted that talking to him in a bar room was just as good as reading him. For example, Toots Shores' food had suffered sallies from a lot of comedians. But the classic on the subject came from Cannon, who was eating at Shores when the lights flickered and went out for a moment. In the sudden silence, Cannon's voice echoed solemnly around the room. They electrocuted the cook. Joe's other new companion was a wit as well, though underappreciated by the world at large. George Solitaire was well known on Broadway as a ticket broker. For DiMaggio, Solitaire would do anything at all. Run out to get him a sandwich, pick up his suits at the tailor, sit with him all night. Georgie was always looking to pump up the excitement around DiMaggio. Didn't matter that Joe D. was the most famous man in the country, short maybe of FDR. Georgie was convinced that people didn't really know how great DiMaggio was. Toots was the same way, except he made Solitaire look subtle. Toots always argued that DiMaggio could be the biggest in history, bigger than Dempsey, bigger than Ruth. The only thing that held Dago back was he ran off to San Francisco every winter. Now with the baby, Joe was finally going to stay around town. So Toots showed him off, made it a program. Once Dorothy was up and around, Toots bought dinner every night for a month, every night a different joint. Joe and Dorothy, Toots and his wife. Joe said he made the rounds for Dorothy. She liked to get out. But Dorothy told her friends she wasn't having much fun. Toots was so loud. The way Joe saw it, sometimes Dorothy just got in the way, or talked too much, flirted too much, or was just too goddamn present. So he went out alone. If she got on him about that, he would walk away for days. He'd come home if he had to, for a magazine story on the baby, or an interview. She'd do the talking. Or photographers, anything like that. He would never embarrass her. The war bedeviled DiMaggio even before the start of the '42 season. The Yankee general manager, Ed Barrow, sent a contract without a raise, not even $10. Joe had carried the Yanks to a championship. He'd been named the most valuable player, player of the year, sportsman of the year, named everything except God incarnate. What did a guy have to do for a raise? But Barrow said, doesn't he know there's a war on? Why should DiMaggio get a raise on his salary, $37,500, when so many young men had put on uniforms of olive drab for 1/100th the pay? Of course that was a specious argument, immaterial, underhanded, insulting. It called into question DiMaggio's patriotism when Italian Americans were in a ticklish spot. The fact was DiMaggio knew plenty about the war. In the weeks after Pearl Harbor, he got word from his brother Tom that the restaurant on Fisherman's Wharf was dead. Might as well lock the doors. Tourism was a thing of the past. Local people stayed away from the wharf. A Japanese attack was expected any day now. Even men who'd spent their lives at the wharf were now restricted. They couldn't come near. The whole California coast was a military zone, off limits for alien Italians. Fishermen couldn't get to their boats, and old Giuseppe could no longer get to the family restaurant. Barrow's comments about the war hadn't wakened Joe's spirit of cooperation, but Barrow knew how to push a winning hand. Within days, he had traveled to Florida, went to Joe DiMaggio's house that same night, and signed his star for $42,000. In 1942, Joe started off in a slump, started worrying, and then things did get nasty. Even when he seemed to break out with a couple of homers against the A's, there was an invidious tone on the sports page. Dan Daniel, for example, wrote him up as Joe $42,000 DiMaggio, and could not fail to mention Joe's emaciated average of .213. Well into May, Joe was still struggling, convinced that he had to lead the club, but for some mystifying reason, unable to achieve any consistent hitting. DiMaggio was worse than teammates had ever seen him, mean as a snake. The stadium crowds got ugly too. DiMaggio was playing like a mutt, and the fans let him hear about it. They had no idea what was wrong with the Clipper, at least until June, when the papers reported cryptically that Mrs. Joe DiMaggio had returned home and had no intention of divorcing her husband. Only later would Ed Barrow confirm on the record that he had talked to Mrs. DiMaggio and persuaded her to come back home. Now 2 + 2 was starting to add up. There were even veiled hints in the press as to why Barrow had stepped in. If Joe got divorced, he'd lose his deferment. The precious center fielder might have to go to war. Well, then the fans climbed all over Joe's case and stayed on it. They booed him every time he stepped on the field. They wrote letters. Why didn't he go back to Italy with the rest of the coward wops? Dominic DiMaggio announced that he'd be going in, so what the hell was wrong with Joe? Dorothy was telling him every day, or every day they were talking, he ought to be signed up. The boos were never going to stop until he enlisted. Joe never did get back to the hero worship of '41. It wasn't the same country, after all. It was hard to care who won the batting crown when the U.S. had just lost 4 cruisers at Guadalcanal. The Yankees won the pennant going away and prepared to face a bunch of no-name kids who'd won the National League flag for St. Louis. But the young Cardinals won this championship 4-1. From start to finish, '42 wasn't Joe's year. And sad to say, it wasn't yet over. After the series, Joe, with Dorothy and little Joe, set out by train for San Francisco. Soon after Dorothy arrived, she grabbed up little Joe and hied herself over the mountains to Reno. This time she filed for residency, which she would need for a Nevada divorce. Reporters tracked Joe to Reno, where he was trying to patch things up with Dorothy. Not that he'd admit that, or anything else. The raffish columnist for the San Francisco Examiner, Joe's old pal Prescott Sullivan, wrote, "One theory, yet untested, is that Joe figures his prospects of effecting a reconciliation with the fair Dorothy might be materially enhanced by the appeal of a soldier or sailor suit, in either of which he'd be a dashing figure." Within hours, the wires launched the news of Joe's planned enlistment and retirement from baseball. Of course, that story was a surprise to Joe's draft board, which had closed off enlistments. It was more than surprising to Ed Barrow, who was mailing DiMaggio's contract for 1943. And it was something near to shock for Joe, who didn't know what he wanted to do at all. What should he do? Dorothy wanted him in the Army. She'd made that clear enough. Otherwise, it would be divorce. She had this all worked out. Joe wasn't going to get hurt, wasn't going to get near any war. Who was running the Army? Why, men. American men, of course. And everyone a baseball fan. They'd do anything for DiMaggio. They'd carry him around like a Maharaja. So the first thing he had to do was ask for an Army posting in L.A. That's where Dorothy wanted to live. She was going back to work. For the rest, well, you could follow the story from the news bulletins over the next few weeks, starting with a gorgeous photo of the fur-swaddled Dorothy Arnold planting a smooch on the cheek of her husband, the Patriot. New York, January 13. "I wish him Godspeed and good luck," said Ed Barrow, president of the New York Yankees. San Francisco, February 17. "Joe DiMaggio enlisted in the Army at the San Francisco Armed Services Induction Center and was given a week's furlough. Said DiMaggio, 'I've been planning this since last season.' Los Angeles, February 24th. "Joe DiMaggio reported for duty today at the Santa Ana Air Base. The announcement by the Army Air Force's West Coast Training Center headquarters did not disclose DiMaggio's immediate assignment. The only part of the story that couldn't be divined from the press was the saddest part. Only Dorothy spoke about it, and that was long after. It was how she felt her heart shutting, finally, against her husband Joe, when he concluded that he'd have to enlist, and he started to cry. The Army wasn't that bad, not at first. Joe never had a problem with discipline, and as for the job, he was good at that too. Joe DiMaggio slams first Army homer, Riverside, California, April 30th. His first circuit clout of the season came with two mates aboard and sailed over the 345-foot left field wall as he paced the Santa Ana Air Base team to a 14-8 win over March Field. It was almost like a regular season. It was still his job to win. Weekends, he could always get a pass to get off the airbase and check in with Dorothy. About 6 months into Joe's Army hitch, Dorothy filed for divorce in Los Angeles. In open court, she accused Joe of cruelty. She asked for custody of little Joe, with $650 a month to take care of her and the boy. Joe didn't bother to show up. He wasn't going to show the world his dirty laundry. Let her have the courtroom to herself and get it over with. By May 1944, she had the judge convinced. He granted Dorothy a lump sum of $14,000 in cash, plus $150 a month for the care of little Joe. The way DiMaggio saw it, he had to write out a check for $14,000, as much as he'd paid for his family's house, just for the privilege of paying more every month. And that money would come from his own pocket. He'd have no way to earn it back. There was only one piece of good news. What Dorothy had won in court was an interlocutory decree. It would run for a year, during which time Joe and Dorothy would still be legally married. The way Joe figured, that gave him one more year to talk to her, reason with her, promise her he could make things better. If she'd come back to him, that would end the money woes, and stop the churning in his stomach, too. DiMaggio vowed he would have her back. Then Dorothy moved back to New York. How the hell was he going to get back there and talk to her, see the boy? Or what if she met someone else? There'd be a million guys after her, the lucky ones, still at home. It was only a couple of months before Joe was checked into the hospital. an acute attack of the ulcers. In February of 1945, he prevailed on the brass to transfer him to the Special Services in Atlantic City, New Jersey. That just happened to be the wartime spring training home of the New York Yankees, who would gather there in a matter of weeks. And it wasn't too far from New York City, home to Miss Dorothy Arnold and the 3-year-old Joe DiMaggio, Jr. The phone would ring in the middle of the night, and Dorothy would grab it before the noise could wake Joey. Of course it would be him. "I can't sleep," Joe would say. And then he'd start in on her again, how they ought to be together now. She had to be his. She said she wanted to be friends, for Joey's sake. Of course they had to talk. They could see each other, take care of each other. But she wanted her own life. In August, they sent Joe to another hospital, this one in Sarasota, near the Florida beach where he and Dorothy used to live together for spring training. He called from Florida and said he might get mustered out, maybe next month. Joe said he'd move up to New York. They could have a real apartment again, like the old days. By September, the news was official. DiMaggio would get a medical discharge, owing to duodenal ulcers. And he would head straight for New York, though not to suit up for the Yankees. The club's new president, Larry MacPhail, said he'd counseled the slugger to attend to his health, sit out the season, and come back strong in 1946. But it was clear that the Clipper had another sort of comeback in mind. DiMaggio, the AP reported, attended the first game of a doubleheader between the Yankees and the St. Louis Browns with his former wife, Dorothy Arnold, and their 3-year-old son. Well, why shouldn't she go out with him? It was exciting. They went to the ballpark and everybody cheered them. Joe said he couldn't go on without her. And he needed a home, needed her, for the book. Joe was going to write a book. Well, he wouldn't write it all himself, but his story, Lucky to be a Yankee. And he wanted her to help. Dorothy often regretted that she'd never gone to college. "My God," she used to say, "what I could have done with 4 years of college." But she was always reading to improve herself. And now she gave one of her favorite books to Joe, How to Improve Your Word Power. It was a program, new words to learn every week. And the dear man was reading it all the time. And he did sign up to write his life story. And Tom Meany, the sports writer, came over, and they worked together in her new apartment. A wonderful place on the east side. Joey was so happy, and Dorothy too. They worked side by side with Tom every day. Joe put in Lucky to be a Yankee, the story of how Dorothy cured his slump. One night, they strolled out near 86th and Madison, and Joe said, the dear man, "Let's go to Longchamp's and get some of their insatiable food." Well, they didn't even laugh in front of him. He was trying so hard. Of course, he wasn't altogether different. Dorothy couldn't expect that. He'd still go out with Toots and the boys. He'd say he had to relax. And once, when her mother and sister were there, they were all going out for the evening, and Dorothy appeared in a new black dress with a scooping sweetheart neckline. She looked spectacular. "Take that off and put something decent on," Joe growled. "No wife of mine is going out like that. Take off that goddamn dress." Well, she stuck to her guns. She wore it. But Joe didn't say another word all night. By January, Tom Meany had the whole book written down. It would come out that summer as the new baseball season heated up. Joe's thoughts turned also to the season ahead, and he wanted Dorothy to come with him to Florida. "No, Joe," she said, "let me stay up here and work on the house. By the time you get back, everything will be ready." He wasn't upset. Maybe even relieved. He wouldn't want distractions down there. Hadn't he done exactly what he'd planned with Dorothy? Well, he would show the world now. 46 would be his year. Everybody talked about how he'd changed. Not the way he played, and not physically, though he was still 10 pounds underweight. It was the way he smiled, laughed out loud, and talked about anything. Daig was telling stories. For the first time, Joe would make the effort to connect with others. In fact, it was Dorothy's advice that had launched him on this charm campaign. As he told the writer Gene Shure, "I'm tired of being called a sourpuss. I want people to like me, and I try to like them. I guess maybe if I could relax and smile a little more, it would be better all around." He was working harder than anybody else, and hitting the ball harder too. It felt like the good old times were back. The Yankees were loaded with returning stars. DiMaggio, Keller, and Henrik in the outfield. Rizzuto and Gordon were a peerless middle infield. And somewhere they'd find a place for the wartime second baseman, little snuffy Sternweiss. All he'd done the year before was lead the league in hitting. At last, the Yankees came home to New York, where the real fest was supposed to begin. But instead, that's where the good times stopped. It turned out Dorothy hadn't finished making their family home. There wasn't going to be any home for DiMaggio, not with her. In fact, she was going to make her home in the Waldorf Astoria with a stockbroker named George Schubert. She and Schubert would be married that summer. Dorothy and Joe were Quitsville. It was a long season, but a short story. Joe went in the tank, and the Yankees with him. As the summer wore on, Joe talked less. He clamped down as if he could squeeze his life back together, if only he put on enough pressure. The Pinstripes would finish in third place, trailing the Red Sox by a humiliating 17 games. Joe would wind up his worst year ever, at .290 with 25 home runs. Doctors told DiMaggio he'd need an operation in the off-season to cut away a bone spur, a pain in his heel that was a jutting shard of calcium digging into flesh. Joe only found out later that one of the Yankees' new owners, Larry MacPhail, tried to shuck him off to the pitiful Washington Senators in a trade for last year's batting champ, Mickey Vernon, who was 3 years younger. And the Senators turned it down. That spring, 1947, DiMaggio showed up with a 5.5-inch gash around his heel, still raw and now infected, oozing fluids. Every day, team doctors would cut away more diseased flesh. The hole in his heel was growing. After 2 weeks, Joe was flown to Baltimore and the Johns Hopkins Hospital. The new wonder drug, penicillin, worked no magic upon the clipper. Maggots were sewn into his heel to eat away the dead skin. With opening day only a month away, the doctors at Johns Hopkins wheeled Joe in for a skin graft operation. Then he had to lie around for 2 more weeks, while doctors watched to see if the graft took. With writers who made pilgrimage to Baltimore, Joe put on his best Gary Cooper act, the quiet courage they expected from the successful author of Lucky to Be a Yankee. He joked about the skin graft. He hoped it wouldn't grow hair on his heel. But no one saw him awake in the wee hours, churning about his season, his money, his time. Almost as soon as he got back from the war, the IRS had come calling. What about his income from 1942? Dorothy had the records. Joe had to scrape up the cash. He even sold out of the restaurant at Fisherman's Wharf. Of course, they didn't give him what he should have gotten. His name made the place. So he fixed them good. He made his brother Tom take the Joe off the sign. Now it was just DiMaggio's Grotto. And he made them take off the neon baseball player at bat, even though it was Dommy who would buy out Joe's share. But hey, that was Joe's stance. 10 years after he got to the majors, and he felt like he was starting from zero. When the Johns Hopkins doctors released him to travel by train to St. Petersburg, they told the writers to expect Joe in center field by June or July. DiMaggio had other plans. 2 days after his train got to Florida, he'd ordered up a special padded shoe, and he was running. 5 days into the season, the Yanks were in Philadelphia for a twin bill when DiMaggio defied his doctors and announced to the Yankees' new manager, Bucky Harris, that he was going back into the lineup. But even a month after the Clipper came back, every day was a struggle. What he did was his job. If he worried, it was about the job. If he talked, it was about the job. The job was winning. The players understood first. DiMaggio would not let a game end with a loss. Over the next 2 weeks, he hit for an average of .468, with 6 home runs, 4 of them game winners. It wasn't just what he did at the plate. His perfection in the middle of the defense anchored the machinery. Suddenly, the Yanks were playing as a team. Spec Shea, the rookie pitcher, who would become an all-star that year, remembered DiMaggio in center field like faith in his own heart. Joe's pet thing was, make him hit the ball in the air, I'll catch him. That's just what Spec could do. It would be going over the shortstop's head. I'd say to myself, get going, Joe. And I'd turn around, and there'd be that big gazelle. Boy, he took them big strides, you know. And when he'd catch it just so easy. There was nothing to it. When Spec couldn't do it just right, Joe would sit him down for another little talk. You know, we had a meeting before the game, and you said you were going to pitch this guy inside, DiMaggio would scold him. You pitched him outside a couple of times, and you had the outfield in the wrong position, the infield in the wrong position, and therefore we let that ball get through us in the infield. We had to break our necks to get over to keep him from going to 2 bases, because you made the wrong kind of pitch. And I'd say, well, the ball got away from me. It shouldn't get away from you. You're in the major leagues now. You're here, and this is where you got to do these things perfect. The point that every player got was DiMaggio expected them to play like he did. Joe was the senior man on the field. He was the keeper of the old-time religion. Maybe he would make these kids winners, maybe not. But he'd sure as hell make them Yankees. No mistakes. If he gave the Yankees back their swagger, he also taught them how to back it up. Around the All-Star break, Joe hit safely in 25 of 27 games. The Yankees clinched by September 15th. They'd finished 12 games up on Detroit. One time Jimmy Cannon asked Joe why he was out there every day when the pennant was all locked up. The games didn't mean a thing. Why was he pushing himself so hard? As Cannon quoted Joe, I always think there might be someone out there in the stands who's never seen me play. Millions saw him for the first time that October, the first televised World Series. Joe DiMaggio was everywhere, in that little box. At the same time, he was in the Bronx playing the Dodgers. In East Harlem, a boy named Sonny Grosso was coming home from school when a guy from the corner tavern invited him in to see Game 1. It wasn't in nobody's house, as Grosso remembered, but this guy had like an experimental television. And I remember trying to figure out how I was seeing this game that was being played as I was seeing it. I could not comprehend that. When Sonny told his friends, no one believed him. But the doubters soon saw for themselves the new glowing engine of the hero machine. In New York, that series was a fever of excitement. The 1947 Brooklyn Dodgers were a formidable outfit, with their rookie star, Jackie Robinson, the most talked-about man in the nation. They had speed, defense, pitching, and they had something to prove. No Dodger team had ever been champs. But in Yankee Stadium, they would have to face a team without doubt. The Yanks won that World Series. For the second edition of Lucky to Be a Yankee, Joe brought Tom Meany back to make a few revisions. The first thing was to take out all that bullcrap about Dorothy telling him how to hit. But there was also an addition to the text, a new foreword by the popular New Deal Postmaster General, James A. Farley. Farley wrote that DiMaggio's book told the story of America. Because of his ability to play ball, Joe not only saved himself from the hard life of a fisherman, he enabled his father to stay off the boat and take it easy too. We were at peace, strong and rich. People didn't want to hear about hard times anymore. And right on cue, here was our hero, the exemplar of power, wealth, ease. America had found her first Broadway Joe. In New York, where everything big happened, every event was bigger, big time, when DiMaggio was there. It never mattered who else was there. Joe was the big name. One time Ernest Hemingway accompanied DiMaggio to the fights. Maybe Joe was hoping the novelist would protect him. Didn't work, of course. Fans were on Joe all night. One guy finished gushing on the jolter, and then he saw Hemingway. "You're somebody too, aren't you?" With a nod toward Joe, Hemingway said, "Yeah, I'm his doctor." Now the nation's readers were just as likely to get the latest on DiMaggio from the nightlife columns as they were from the sports page. One of the men who looked out for those columns was the road secretary of the Yankees, Frank Scott. He had an eager affability that smoothed out situations. There was, for example, the night in St. Pete, spring training 1948, when Joe got trapped in his room at the team hotel. Joe had been properly jolting a showgirl named Greg Sherwood on and off for some time. Pretty girl, no big deal. Joe was friendly with a lot of girls. He might even have had one in his room that night. That wasn't the problem. The problem was Greg Sherwood was not in the room. She was in the hall outside Joe's door, slamming off the walls drunk and yelling at the top of her lungs. "God damn it, Joe, I'll do anything you want. Joe, let me in." Well, if Frank Scott hadn't had those manners, he could have got maimed by Miss Sherwood's fingernails as he pried her, yowling, off the door and cleaned up the mess outside of Joe's room. See, it was Frank's job to take care of the big guy in all things. Things went even smoother for DiMaggio once the team moved up to New York, where a network of helpers and protectors was on alert full-time for the Clipper. In those days, the network coordinator was Georgie Solitaire. By 1948, Gentleman George had moved Joe out of the Edison Hotel, and talk about full-time, into his own suite at the Elysee. That way Georgie could take care of things more efficiently, pick up the jolter's suits from the tailor, or bring him a nice sandwich from the stage delicatessen, or make sure that no one who was out to take advantage could get close to DiMaggio. See, Solitaire knew more people than Joe would ever meet in his life. George got along with almost all, but he could always tell who wanted what. In their sitting room at the Elysee, Georgie and Joe would talk into the wee hours. In a casual way, they were refining their list. Who was an asshole? Naturally, there were times Georgie was tied up. At night, Joe could always take his ease at Toots's, or he'd ask Jimmy Cannon to go along to some other joints. To be in the network, you could put nothing ahead of the Dago. The part Joe didn't like about pals was no matter who the guy was, sooner or later he'd want something. Like trying to get Joe in on some junket to Florida, charity for sick kids, whatever. People acted like Joe owed them. The thing they couldn't seem to keep in mind, an appearance by DiMaggio was valuable. Money in the bank. By 1948, it was literally money in the Bowery Bank, where Joe's mob friends had established a trust account for his benefit. Here's how the system worked. Say Joe did end up with some photogenic broad on his arm at El Morocco for the Late Show, or at the Copacabana, the Stork Club, or the Cotton Club. That was promotion. It gave the place class. Of course, he was never going to see a tab. That went without saying. But shouldn't Joe get something for lending the glamour of his presence? Sure he should. So all the managers of all the clubs knew, if the Clipper made an appearance, they should put a little something, say a couple $100, into the trust account. All the money for Joe would be at his disposal after his retirement from the great game. Until then, he could say, and truthfully, he never had a dime from unsavory elements, those other big names who were news for all the wrong reasons. Joe understood the bargain perfectly. Or to put it another way, he understood the bargain with perfection. He could have honor, our adulation, the glory of the big name. He could have men to sit with him, take him around, buy for him, do for him. He could have any woman he fancied, fresh or famous, and no questions asked. He could have all the money he needed, and a tidy pile left over, growing in a dark place. He understood. We would give him anything if he would always be the hero we required. Another operation before the 1948 season took loose chips of calcium out of Joe's elbow. Maybe his throwing arm would finally be right again. DiMaggio told an AP writer that Ted Williams had better watch out for his batting crown. A .350 average should capture that title. Joe DiMaggio's .350. For the public, DiMaggio, that was about as near as he'd ever get to thumping his chest. But Joe's ambition was astonishing. He wanted to be perfect, not at something, but at everything. To abide, in other words, as a god. And more amazing was how close he came. That was the springtime when the New York press elevated DiMaggio off the ball field to hover in the pantheon of general genius. A Cézanne with a finger mitt, a Van Gogh with a Louisville slugger, the World Telegram columnist Joe Williams called him. That was also the time when the elegant Red Smith of the Herald Tribune received his only reprimand from the sports editor, Stanley Woodward. "Walter," said Woodward, peering over Smith's copy and freezing him, "you are not writing about deities. Stop godding up the athletes." The operation on DiMaggio's elbow went fine, but the shoulder was still lame and always would be. DiMaggio might get off one good throw in a game. After that, he'd lob the ball in if he could, and hope nobody noticed. And then, a week and a half into the season, he felt a pain in his right heel, the other heel. A new spur was growing there, and stabbing him with every step. DiMaggio went back to the padded shoes. Meantime, the world champs were hanging on by their fingernails. Never out of the race, but never on top. The problem was, Joe couldn't hit as he expected to, as he was supposed to, all the time. It took him 2 months of grinding will just to push his average up from a pathetic .268 in May to the barely respectable .300 at the end of June. Joe had no idea what his trouble was about. Was it over for him at 33 years old? The everyday toll on DiMaggio was frightening. He confessed to friends back in New York that his right heel felt like an ice pick was stabbing me. The only respite from the pennant race was sorrow. On August 19th, 6,000 mourners filled St. Patrick's Cathedral, and 75,000 who could not enter stood out on Fifth Avenue in soaking rain to pay respect and mark their bereavement at the passing of Babe Ruth. Cancer had taken the great Bambino at the age of 53. Baseball had lost the greatest icon of the game's joy. For the Yankees, it felt like even the glory of their past was under attack and being worn away. The team was represented at the final rites by DiMaggio, but even that occasion betokened for him no pause. At the close of the funeral, he borrowed a limousine and raced to LaGuardia. A plane flew him through the storm to Washington, D.C., where he took the field in the bottom of the third. His Yankees had a game to win, and the Senators led 1-0. Joe soon took care of that. He came up in the top of the fourth and stroked a single that ignited the Yanks. Day goes back. After that, he went on a hellacious tear, and the Yanks would win 20 of their next 23. It was the same old story. The Yanks were alive, as long as Joe was there. There never had been a pennant race like that one. 1 week before the season's end, Cleveland, Boston, and New York were tied. In the end, the Yankees were 1 game behind their rivals when they arrived in Boston for the last 2 games of the season. If the Yankees won both, they had a chance for the pennant. If they lost even one, they were finished. Ted Williams made the end short and sweet, at least for him and the Red Sox. In the first inning, he hit a 2-run bomb that gave the Bostons a lead they'd never lose. That might also have ended DiMaggio's season. There was no reason for him to play the last game, except Boston had to win 1 more to get a share of the pennant, and Joe meant to stop them. He didn't just suit up. He personally kept the Yankees in that last game. 2 singles, 2 doubles. One of his shots hit the monster so hard, His brother Dommy thought the ball would go through it. With his single in the ninth, Joe would finish at 4 for 5, but the game was beyond reach. 10-5 Boston, the scoreboard said. And the skipper, Harris, sent out a pinch runner to take Joe's place on first base. Head down, DiMaggio limped across the grass back to the dugout. And the Boston fans startled even themselves by standing, 35,000 in that packed Fenway Park, on their feet to cheer their greatest opponent. As Dominic told his co-writer, Al Hirschberg, for the memoir Real Grass, Real Heroes, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Out in center field, I listened, thrilled, fascinated, and astonished. My glasses clouded up, and as Joe reached the top step, I did something that to me was as involuntary as breathing. I reached up and took off my cap. The day after the 1948 World Series, the Yankees once again became the talk of the baseball nation. The gentlemanly Bucky Harris was fired. A manager who couldn't win with DiMaggio must not be tough enough. The Yankees gathered the sporting press at the 21 Club, the famous speakeasy turned rich man's restaurant, to introduce their new skipper, Charles Dillon Stengel. It was an inexplicable choice. At 58 years of age, Casey Stengel had experience, but mostly of the wrong sort. He'd played outfield with middling success for 5 teams, all in the National League. He'd managed 2 National League clubs, Brooklyn and the Boston Braves, for a total of 9 years, but never finished better than 5th place. His combined percentage as a big league skipper was .439. The last time the Yankees had finished that badly, Babe Ruth was still pitching for an orphanage in Baltimore, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire owned half of Europe. What fame Stengel had garnered in the great game came mostly from his clowning. As a player, his most memorable act occurred when he caught a bird in left field and tucked it under his hat. Then when he made a nice running catch, he acknowledged the cheers with a tip of his cap, and the bird took wing, to the crowd's delight. He entered briefly into Yankee lore when, as a member of the New York Giants, he hit a home run against the Yanks in the 1923 World Series and trotted the bases, thumbing his nose and then blowing kisses toward the Yankee dugout. Now this old Yankee hater, strike. This entertainer, strike 2. This loser, you're out, was revealed as the Bombers' new commandant. No wonder the club management asked DiMaggio to take the stage at Stengel's side. The presence of the Yankee Clipper would dignify the proceedings and forestall any speculation that the players might revolt. Alas, it also guaranteed that Casey would be asked how he felt to be managing an all-time great like DiMaggio. I can't tell you much about that, Stengel replied, being as since I have not been in the American League, so I ain't seen the gentleman play except once in a very great while. That answer, and DiMaggio's scowl, indicated 2 truths about Stengel. First, he would talk quotably and at any length, even if the answer boiled down to I don't know. Second, and more important, he had no idea how to get along with his star. The Yankee owners, Dan Topping and Del Webb, had a pretty good idea how to get along. They were going to make DiMaggio the highest paid player in baseball. It was Toots who cornered Topping and Webb in his saloon one day and convinced them to make it an even 6 figures. The first $100,000 man. That would be history. That was promotion. Wasn't that worth an extra 10 large? Sure it was. Now the only lingering question was whether the big guy could play. DiMaggio did his part. By November, he showed up in Baltimore for another operation at Johns Hopkins. The surgeons had no trouble with the spur on his right heel. Joe said he would answer the bell March 1, when the Yankees convened in St. Petersburg. So he did. He reported on time without fuss. No one would get a chance to say he was undermining the new regime. But Stengel had to show how tough that regime was. He ordered double workouts, even the first day. By March 2, DiMaggio could barely walk. And suddenly, Casey wasn't quite so tough. He told Joe to get in shape at his own pace, in his own style. Whatever you commence to want to do, Mr. DiMaggio. That suited Joe to a T. That sojourn in Florida would be exactly his style. That year, Joe wasn't joined in St. Pete by Jimmy Series. Peanuts was off the list. Solitaire had convinced Joe that didn't look right. Joe needed someone with class. So Gentleman George went south with DiMaggio. In the mornings, Solitaire would drive Joe to Miller Huggins Field and come with him into the locker room to make sure the Dago had everything he needed. Georgie would hang around the clubhouse at the grandstand while DiMaggio did some light work in the AM session. Joe would take all his hitting, and more. No one else got into the cage until Dago'd had enough. He'd take a few grounders in the infield, maybe a few fly balls just for timing. But no running, no slides, no sudden stops or starts. He was wearing sponge insoles, designed by his doctors to keep his weight from landing on his heels. But the insoles caused blisters on his toes. The newspaper stories from St. Pete read like a primer on podiatry. Oftentimes in the afternoon, Solitaire would show up at the clubhouse alone. All the fellas knew that meant Joe was tied up with female company back at their rooms. George went ahead as a lookout to make sure no one remarked too much about the Dago's training schedule. One time the phone in the clubhouse rang, a call for Solitaire. George listened briefly and hung up with the glad news. Dag was on his way. Of course, Georgie said it in his own famous rhyming couplet style. I just got the flash. He's done with the gash. At night, George would take Joe out to the dog track, not to sit in the car on the backstretch. They'd walk right in, and take along some of the other players, too. Hell, Stengel said Joe should run his own camp, and DiMaggio took him at his word. When Stengel was confronted with the news that his players were at the dog track gambling, he had to crack down. He ruled that every man had to live with the team in the hotel. There was a new midnight curfew and a 7:30 morning call. But on the subject of DiMaggio, Casey was mild. I'll handle this situation in my own way. That meant a friendly chat with the Clipper. Stengel imposed no penalties and no fine. DiMaggio admits he feels badly about it. What worried Stengel wasn't Joe's betting, but the way he was playing ball. He still couldn't dig in at the plate, couldn't turn on the ball, couldn't play a full game, and couldn't or didn't run. And Dago was only the biggest hole in the cheese. The all-star outfield that Casey was supposed to inherit turned out not to exist. Keller had a banged-up leg, and his back had never fully healed from a disc operation 2 years before. Henrik, the old pro in right field, was trying to learn to play first base. And the best of the backup kids, Hank Bauer, had an injured ankle. Yogi was going to catch full-time, but he got in a car wreck and screwed up a knee. Rizzuto, the shortstop, was underweight. Casey would likely have a rookie and a shortstop, Jerry Coleman, starting at second base. And at third, another untested kid, the bonus baby and med school student, Bobby Brown, would share time with last year's regular, Billy Johnson. And first base, well, if Henrik didn't work out, there were only rookies and retreads. One of the young writers, Len Coppett, remarked to Stengel, I see you got 4 first basemen, said Stengel with the terseness that marked him when he had something to say. When you got 4 first basemen, you got no first baseman. The worst news was confirmed when the Yankees broke camp to barnstorm through Dixie. On April 9th at Beaumont, Texas, DiMaggio singled, and when the next Yankee batter stroked another single, DiMaggio kicked it into high gear and raced for third. From there he hobbled straight to the dugout. The pain in his heel was back, and big time. Next day he couldn't make it to the 3rd inning before he sat down. Then the real nightmare began. The doctors at Johns Hopkins couldn't tell him why the heel had become inflamed now. or why the pain wouldn't go away, or why he ought to stay there. The pain would stop, they promised him. But when? They were stumped on that one, too. April finally dragged into May, and at last Joe got news. Bad news. His father had died in San Francisco. Then it was planes across the country, the brothers, the family, old friends, and every damn one asking, "How's the heel, Joe? When you think you'll be back?" He couldn't even be a pallbearer for the old man. His mama kept looking at him like, what had he done to bring the evil eye? And the hometown writers with their sympathy, like he was the one who died. He couldn't wait to get back to New York. And May went on, like the war, forever. The few friends who got into the Elysee Hotel to see him reported that Joe was on edge and snappish. He didn't want to be seen. He tried watching Yankee games on TV, but the camera distorted everything. Things got so bad he even called Dorothy to ask if she'd let little Joe come over. She'd split up with that Schubert guy. Lost all her money with him, too. She wasn't even cold to Joe and sent the boy right over in a cab. That was good for a few afternoons. May 23rd, 37,000 fans filled the grandstand for a game with the hopeless St. Louis Browns. But their roar when they saw DiMaggio in uniform only embarrassed Joe. He took a few swings in batting practice, got blisters on his hands, and limped off to disappear again. And after another year, May turned to June. The Yankees were doing fine. Stengel was being acclaimed as a genius for the way he juggled the lineup each day. All those platoons with those kids in and out. But what really kept the Yanks on top was pitching. Still, the Red Sox were in the race, 5 games back, and the Yankees had to come to them in Boston for 3 games at the end of June. That was where Boston planned to make its move. But that was when it happened. Just a few days before that Fenway series, DiMaggio swung his legs out of bed, brushed the floor gingerly with his heel, and nothing. He stood up, he walked around the suite, nothing, no pain, gone. He felt the heel with his hand. It was cool. When the Yankees came back from their road trip, there was DiMaggio in uniform at the stadium. No one asked how he felt or what he was doing there. They could see it on him like the glow around a light tower at night. Dago was back. But when the Yankees left for Boston, Joe said he didn't think he could make it. By lunchtime, Toots was working on the Dago. "You ought to go, Dag. You know you wanna." "Oh, maybe." "Why not? You look better striking out than any of those crumb bums hitting the ball." DiMaggio caught a plane to Boston. Maybe he'd suit up. At least he could be with the guys. But when he walked into the locker room at Fenway, Stengel stopped writing down the lineup. He was waiting for a nod from DiMaggio. And finally, just before game time, he got it. The first inning was scoreless. Reynolds for the Yankees, and the young Sox fireballer Mickey McDermott both had their good stuff. DiMaggio led off to second. McDermott tried to throw the ball by him, and he almost did. With 2 strikes, McDermott kept firing at the outside corner, and Joe couldn't get around. He hadn't faced a real fastball since April. But he wasn't going to give in to any snot-nose either. With 2 strikes, he kept fouling balls off to the right. Late every time. Foul ball. Foul ball. 6 pitches spoiled. Until McDermott fired one that caught more of the plate and DiMaggio lined it over short for a single. They were on their feet clapping in the Yankee dugout, and not just for sentiment's sake. Lindell walked, Bauer hit a home run, the Yanks led 3-0. Next inning, Rizzuto led off with a single. DiMaggio came up again. This time McDermott dispensed with trying to get the ball past Joe on the outer edge. He tried to come in, and DiMaggio turned on the pitch and launched it over the wall. A home run into the screen atop the green monster. As Joe rounded third base, Rizzuto waited at the plate, jumping up and down like a kid at Christmas. Game 1 to the Yanks, 5-4. The next day, Joe took over in earnest. No one could stop him when he was right, and he knew he was right now. The Red Sox were determined to avenge Game 1. They jumped all over Tommy Byrne. He never made it through the first inning. By the fifth, the Sox led 7-1 behind the cocky and talented Ellis Kinder. But then Kinder got sloppy and walked Rizzuto and Henrik. Then DiMaggio drove the first good pitch he saw out of the park in left center field. The Yankees were back in the game 7-4. In the eighth, DiMaggio came up with a man on. The relief pitcher Earl Johnson tried to fool him with a low inside curveball, at least make him hit it on the ground. But DiMaggio golfed it over the monster, his second homer of the day, third of the series. He had now driven home 6 runs, and he'd put Game 2 away for good. As Joe touched home plate and turned toward the dugout, Stengel emerged, hands high in the air. Then he backed away as Joe approached, bowing and salaaming to the potentate. In Game 3, 7th inning, 2 men on and DiMaggio up, once again with the game on the line. DiMaggio hit the ball so hard, so high, so far, it didn't just clear the monster. It didn't just sail over the screen on top. Whang! It smashed with the sound of hammered steel off the top of the light stanchion that loomed above everything. 3 runs, end of contest. Yankees win 6-2. Later, Joe would deal with Life magazine and its offer to pay him more than a working man made in a year, $6,000, for his picture on the cover and a ghost-written story, My Greatest Comeback. But that day, for the first time in months, Joe wasn't worried at all, and he had nothing to say about the greatest comeback. On that train out of Boston, he was leaning back in a corner of the dining car, half a dozen Yankee kids jabbering around him, his hand around a bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon, his face around a small smile. Joe knew what was back. As one of the rookies, Jerry Coleman, remembered, all Joe said was, "Can't beat this life, kid." That season came down to 2 final games, Yanks against Boston for all the marbles. The Red Sox had finally picked themselves up off the canvas and started punching out wins. Still, the Yankees could not be overtaken, not while they had DiMaggio. Until September 18th, with the Yankees still 2.5 games ahead, Joe's summer cold turned into the flu, and then pneumonia. Then he was in the hospital, shot full of penicillin, while the Yankees lost the next 2 out of 3. DiMaggio disappeared again into the Elysee Hotel. He lost 18 pounds. He'd walk around the suite and then have to sit down. If he had to say more than 10 words, he was out of breath. Still, the day of that first game with Boston, Joe was going to the stadium. Maybe he would play a few innings, maybe not, but he'd be there. After the greatest comeback, Weiss had scheduled this day, October 1, as Joe DiMaggio Day. Toots Shor was frantic with worry for the Dago. He was on the phone to the Yankee offices. "He's too sick. That'll take all the strength away from him." But there was no choice. His mother had come across the country to be there. The mayor was there, the cardinal, and 70,000 fans. At length, Joe's mother was introduced, and the crowd gasped as she came onto the field and walked right past Joe to the Boston dugout. She'd seen Joe, but she hadn't said hello to Tommy. Then Dominic came out too and stood next to Joe. Joe put his arm on his brother's shoulder, and Dom could feel Joe's weight. He always worried that Joe would think he was bathing in Joe's starlight, so he whispered, "Do you want me to leave now?" Joe rasped out one word, "No." Dom was the only thing holding him up, and still there were more gifts. A car, 2 cars, free taxi service, a Chris Craft boat, the Yankee Clipper, a college scholarship for Joe Jr. They said it was $50,000 worth of stuff. Joe only wanted to sit down. It turned out Joe's remarks would be brief. He got to the line, "I'd like to thank the good Lord for making me a Yankee." Then he burst into tears. He'd told Stengel he would play 3 innings, but he struck out the first time up. It couldn't end that way for Joe DiMaggio. He would play through at least 5. He came up in the 4th. He lashed a ball on the outer half on a line into right field. DiMaggio jogged into second base. Bauer singled DiMaggio home with a line single to left. The Yanks would win 5-4, and then they were celebrating again. In the clubhouse, they were singing and splattering beer. Joe had only one thing to say: let's win tomorrow. And that calmed down the celebration. The Yankees and Red Sox were tied again with 1 game to go. The next day, Joe looked even worse, but who could tell the Dago to sit? He couldn't hit. He could barely trot to his post in center field. But with DiMaggio out there, the Yankees built a 5-0 lead. Once again, one last time, the Red Sox tried to come back. The Yankee ace, Vic Raschi, was tired. With 1 out, he walked Ted Williams in the 9th. Then Stevens singled to center. DiMaggio had to come in on the run to keep Williams at second base. The next man, Dorr, hit a long fly to center field. It was well hit, but there was room out there. Just the kind of long fly that DiMaggio would be waiting for as the ball dropped into his glove. But this time he turned, his legs wouldn't go. He stumbled, and the ball went by him for a triple. Boston had 2 runs, a man on third. DiMaggio held up a hand and called time. He waved to Stengel in the dugout. He was taking himself out of the game. He trotted in to a standing ovation. That was Yankee baseball. Joe was not going to be the one to lose this game. Mapes moved into center field and promptly caught a fly ball from Zarilla. Goodman singled for 1 more Boston run, 5-3. Bertie Tebbetts, the catcher, was coming up for the Red Sox. From first base, Henrik walked the ball to the mound to buck up Raschi. You only need 1 more out. But Raschi turned to him and snarled, "Get the hell out of here and give me the ball." Henrik walked back to first base grinning. No way Tebbetts was going to hit Raschi. Tebbetts managed only a pop-up to the right side. Henrik called everybody off and squeezed it. The Yankees had the pennant again. In the World Series, Joe played by force of will and nothing else. Pneumonia was still plaguing him. He played through 5 straight games, 4 of them wins. After the series, he took his mama out to LaGuardia Field and put her on an airplane for San Francisco. And he promised her he would follow soon. She didn't like the way he looked, nor did he. He'd just take care of a few business things: appearances, paid magazine stories, endorsement ads. The money was too good to ignore. He would spend the next 2 weeks in New York, but they were quiet weeks. Joe was tired. First time in years, he just wanted to go home. So he went home to San Francisco, where the local fans met him with a parade. Doubt and DiMaggio had seldom kept company, but after that season they were seldom apart. Joe talked to Yankee owner Dan Topping about retirement. "Take some time off," Topping insisted. "Relax, go home, rest up, you'll feel different." In San Francisco, Joe did feel different, stronger for one thing, week by week. His mama was cooking every night, and he lost the hollows in his cheeks and ribs. His legs came back. He could go all day, never think about his legs. When DiMaggio boarded a plane for New York to appear at the Yankees' Midtown office and pose for pictures with Topping, Joe had his signing pen in his hand and a big grin on his mug. He looked great. In St. Petersburg, for spring training 1950, Joe had to look around to find anybody he knew. A real Yankee, one of his guys. The only player from before the war who still had a spot was the shortstop, Phil Rizzuto. And then there was Joe. Everywhere else there was someone new. Stengel had the bit in his teeth now, and he was going to prove true all that stuff his writers put into the papers about his uncanny handling of kids, the masterful juggling, the brilliant platoons. The truth was, he was better with kids. They were so anxious to be Yankees and stay Yankees. They were so grateful if he gave them a chance, they'd overachieve and make him look like a genius. And then there was Joe. Fact was, the big fella was screwing up Stengel's Genius Act. Visiting writers would come in flocks to the spring camp of the world champs, and the old professor, as they had dubbed Stengel, would hold court all day. Then the writers would go off for a couple of minutes with DiMaggio, who'd tell him this year he planned to play every game. And what would they write? Yank hopes on DiMaggio. Worse still for Stengel, his New York writers would come and tell him DiMaggio wasn't going to play today. He had a blister. Or Dago's left shoulder popped. He was going to sit out. Who was running this club? Joe started in at a lather, and the Yankees with him. Opening day, April 18, Fenway Park. It was just like last year, all in one game. At the plate, Joe smashed a triple over Brother Dommy's head, and then threw in a single and a double, as the Yankees scored 9 runs in the 8th, and a win, 15-10. But after that, he cooled off just as fast. Twice in those early weeks, he suffered droughts of 0 for 13. By the time the season was 6 weeks old, the Yanks were struggling for first place with the Tigers, and DiMaggio was just struggling, at an average of 243. There were few men anywhere around the Yanks who knew what was eating at DiMaggio. The fellas in Joe's network knew, and Toots, of course. They'd sit up with the Dago into the wee hours, sympathizing. How could the broad do this to him? Sure, he went in the tank the minute the Yankees came home from Boston. That's when Dorothy gave him the word. She wasn't moving back in with him. She wasn't even going to stay in New York. She was tired of New York. And what about her career? She was singing with a band again. Now she wanted to be in pictures. She was going to take the kid, soon as school was out, and move to L.A. And not a damn thing Joe could do about it. What about moving to San Francisco? She laughed at him. In June, the Yankees had fallen out of first place. They went to Detroit and lost 3 out of 4. Stengel was frantic. But how was Casey supposed to be a genius with his center fielder batting .250 and at cleanup? Casey had kids who could hit, or they might hit. But all outfielders, how could he play them? But if Stengel put DiMaggio at first base, he'd get Bauer, Woodling, Mapes in the outfield, with the bonus baby Jensen to fill in. Then he'd have bats in the lineup, fresh legs in the field, and he'd have kids. Casey had commenced to think the unthinkable. So Dan Topping had to tell the Dago, beginning of July, why don't we have lunch? Topping signed Joe's checks. If you counted meal money, that was $8,000 and change every 2 weeks. So what could Joe do but agree? He played first base, and the papers said he did fine. He handled 13 putouts without an error, and looked as comfortable as a veteran first sacker. The players knew different. Tom Farrick pitched that day. There was a swinging bunt down the first base line. Farrick hustled over and Joe raced in, but Farrick yelled, "I got it!" And DiMaggio put on the brakes, tried to scramble back. He fell near the bag, on his hands and knees. He almost got stepped on. He almost got hurt, as Farrick remembered. But I knew it was shame. He was so furious to look clumsy. He was enraged. He's worried all over, Henrik said. He's afraid of making a dumb play because he's not familiar with first base. It would have killed him to make a stupid play. The other thing Henrik remembered was Joe's exhaustion after that game. You could always sweat in Washington, but in the locker room, Joe was wet. His T-shirt was soaked, and that gray road flannel must have weighed 5 pounds. Just as Joe feared, the following day, all the papers carried pictures of the Yankee Clipper crawling around in the dirt. Even so, fortune smiled on DiMaggio that day. Bauer had sprained an ankle sliding into second base. He'd be out of the lineup indefinitely. So the next day, Joe was back in center field, but Stengel was still thinking. 1 week later, Joe played in the 1950 All-Star game, his 12th straight selection. The Nationals tied it in the 9th, and the two leagues matched zeros till the 14th, when at last the Nationals pushed across another run. The American League had one more chance, and they got a man on. Then DiMaggio came up. He grounded into a double play, and that was the game. Joe was the GOAT. This was the chance for the national press to tee off on the great man's slump. The brutal truth, wrote the AP's sports feature writer Whitney Martin, is that the Yankee Clipper hasn't much wind at his back as he sails toward the end of his career. Joe suddenly has been taken old. By the time Joe got back to New York, the Yankee writers had the news that DiMaggio had aggravated a pulled muscle trying to beat out that double play grounder. The old professor said a few days' rest should put him right. So DiMaggio was sitting in the Yankee dugout. For 4 games he sat. And when he came back, Stengel had dropped him from the cleanup spot in the lineup. DiMaggio essayed a silence so total and fearsome that it chilled the whole Yankee clubhouse. He would not acknowledge Stengel by word or deed. If Joe was in the dugout and Casey started talking, DiMaggio would turn on his heel and walk away. But if Joe thought he could make Stengel buckle with the icy stare, the evil eye, well, he was about 30 years too late. So what if he doesn't talk to me, said Stengel with the clear concision that always signaled his bottom line. DiMaggio doesn't get paid to talk, and I don't either. He gets paid to play ball. I get paid to manage. If what I'm doing is wrong, my bosses will fire me. I've been fired lots of places before. The real bottom line with Stengel was that all the clowning, the eagerness to entertain, the monologues and mispronunciations, the practiced old stories, and you could look it up, were all accreted and deployed for decades to disguise a leathery survivor's soul. He'd seen ball players come and go for 40 years, but Stengel was still there. It would take more than DiMaggio's evil eye to run Stengel out of his game. So Joe DiMaggio, along with the rest of the startled baseball nation, got the picture that August 11, 1950, when for the first time in his career, the Yankee Clipper was benched. This time there wasn't even the fig leaf of a pulled muscle. Joe wasn't hitting, simple as that, and he was on the pine. So Joe sat for 6 more games in silence, and he burned. And while he sat, the Yankees fell 4 games behind. God bless Bauer. He got hurt again. The next night, August 18th, DiMaggio started in center field and batting cleanup against the A's. The game stayed tight into the 9th, a 2-2 squeaker, until DiMaggio caught a pitch from Lou Brissy and drove it into the left field seats, upper deck. The Yankees won 3-2, and DiMaggio was back. The Yanks would win 10 of their next 11 games. They would take over first place from the Tigers. But there was no joy for DiMaggio. The Yanks weren't winning consistently, winning every game they had to win, like Yankees. And no matter how tough Stengel was, no boss was tougher on Joe than Joe. He'd get to the locker room early, take off his pants, hang them in his locker, light a smoke, accept his half a cup of coffee from Pete Sheehy, the clubhouse boy, and then just sit there for hours until he had to get taped. After games, he'd sit for hours again, sip a couple of beers, and stare at the floor. He stayed out of Toots Shores. Any other joint was out of the question. It seemed like Joe was in a fight that no one could help him with. If the Yankees didn't win, he'd lost that game. If he'd got 2 hits, he should have had 3. If he couldn't hit 300, it was over for him. September 14th, still a half game back, the Yankees went to Detroit for the showdown series. 3 games for first place. In the first game, Joe hit his 29th home run, and the Yankees won 7-5. The next day, they lost and fell behind the Tigers once more. So on the 3rd day, the Yanks would have one last chance to take over first place. In the 8th, Detroit was even at 1-1. In the 9th, DiMaggio came up with the bases loaded. This time, Joe didn't try to knock down walls, but lined the first pitch he could reach for a single into left for 2 runs and the game. The Yankees would clinch another pennant without any more trouble. The Yankees would face the whiz-kid Phillies in a World Series that was over in a blink. DiMaggio would beat their ace, Robin Roberts, with a home run in the 10th, and that was all she wrote. In the end, it was 4 straight. Now that Stengel's Yankees were in the record books as champions 2 years in a row, the old man went to DiMaggio's stool in the Yankee clubhouse to tell him, "Joe, we couldn't have done it without you." And the record books would also show DiMaggio had finished his 50th season with an average of .301. Now Doubt and DiMaggio would spend the off-season together. Before he left New York, he told the writers he didn't know if he'd be back to play next year. He said he'd see how his knees felt. They'd tell him whether or not to come back. The odd fact was it was only because he'd had a bad season that he wanted to come back. He didn't want the fans to remember him struggling. He wanted at least one more good year. He had the rest of his life to consider, and he was still counting cards. By that time, he'd tucked away a few aces for the long game. During that year, he'd signed up with CBS Radio for $50,000 a year. He'd only done a weekly 15-minute show, answers for kids who wrote in with sports questions. Joe had more endorsement offers than he could handle. He was already doing cereal and cigarettes, a line of toiletries, T-shirts, sports shirts, rubber balls with his autograph stamped on, baseballs, baseball gloves, and bats. And he was holding MGM's feet to the fire on terms for the Joe DiMaggio story. He didn't mind being flown to L.A. for meetings with the movie bigs. That's where little Joe was in boarding school, and where Dorothy Arnold lived. DiMaggio hadn't given up on making them part of his future, too. In sum, he was fully involved in the business of being DiMaggio. He thought he'd have a couple of months of golf with O'Doul, nights with his San Francisco pals, easy living with his mama cooking, at home in the marina. Then he could decide what he wanted to do. But things had changed while he was gone. Rosalie DiMaggio had taken sick. Doctors said it was cancer. Not much they could do. Dominic came out for a while before Christmas, but he couldn't stay. He had his own home and family now in Boston. For that matter, Vince, too, had a happy marriage and a family of his own in the East Bay. He was still out of the marina picture. The oldest brothers, Tom and Mike, had their lives at Fisherman's Wharf. Tom was still running DiMaggio's grotto. Mike was still fishing, going after salmon. Sometimes he'd be away for months. If Joe stayed, he'd be the only one with nothing to do but watch his mother die. When the Yankee owner Dan Topping called to wish Joe a Happy New Year, they came to an understanding in minutes. George Weiss would send a contract a few days later, the standard $100,000. Joe was going back to his life at Yankee Stadium. He reassumed his accustomed place as the jewel in the Yankee crown. But it soon came clear there would be little else familiar or comfortable that spring of '51. By the time the Yankee camp opened officially on March 1, Mickey Charles Mantle was the story. Here was the replacement for Joe DiMaggio. Mantle, for his part, was cooperatively spectacular. He'd step into the cage, righty, lefty didn't seem to matter, pull his cap down over his blonde brush cut, take a stance that was natural, balanced, relaxed, and then just crush the ball. Over the field, over the stands, off the training ground. They disappeared. Here was the baseball star for the age of tail fins and the V8. DiMaggio, he hadn't hit a solid line drive yet. He was also heartily sick of the stink about Mantle from the moment he arrived. Seemed like that was all he heard from the writers. "Hey, Joe, what about the kid? You think Mickey could play center field?" Actually, they all seemed to have 3 questions, not one of which Joe cared to discuss. What about Mickey? Does anything hurt Joe? And hey, Joe, how you doing with the wife? That's what they mostly wrote about DiMaggio. It turned out Dorothy Arnold wasn't all that busy in Hollywood. She turned up in Phoenix to watch the Yankees train. No wonder Joe decided he was news for all the wrong reasons, and he ought to make some news of his own. He did it at night, after a couple of belts. In fact, he made more news than he meant to. This, said DiMaggio, will be my last year. Stengel was pinned at breakfast, and he knew nothing from no one. What am I supposed to do? Get a gun and make him play? I don't own him. But Stengel wasn't altogether displeased. He was tired of playing hostage to the big fella's moods. And he'd seen a center fielder, his center fielder, under that blonde brush cut. In April, the Yankees broke camp and went barnstorming, for the first time west of the Rockies. They packed the Pacific Coast League parks, but there was only one glorious story with the Yankees that year. As the other prime rookie on that club, Gil McDougald, remembered, Mickey hit one out of Seal Stadium, over the bleachers, off the property. Stengel would tell a new flock of writers, I have my outfielder, Mr. Mantle, who hits balls over buildings. Joe? Well, they wrote history about him. They wrote about him and his wife. There were pictures when he visited Black Fox Institute and posed showing Joe Jr. how to hold a bat. But mostly, no matter what he said, they wrote that he was quitting. It would not be a happy summer for either of the Yankees' big stories. Mantle got to the Grand Bronx Ball Yard, took a look at the towering tiers of seats, the monuments to Huggins, Gehrig, Ruth, and the vastness of center field. The pennants and World Series flags fluttering in rows atop the scalloped balustrade, and he stopped hitting atomic home runs. Mick was also green as the grass in right field. He'd never seen these batters, had no idea how they hit, where to play. Joe had problems of his own, and unlike Mantle's, these could not be cured by experience. His big comeback, his grand finale, was passing in a bad blur. He wasn't even out of April before his shoulder and neck went stiff and started aching. He could barely swing, couldn't throw without pain, and had to sit out. He came back in mid-May, played for about 3 weeks, until a pulled muscle put him out of the lineup again. He was still riding the pine June 16th, when Dorothy arrived in New York with Joe Jr. To the waiting press at LaGuardia Field, she called it a Father's Day visit. Joe clearly hoped it would be more. But the next day, he got word from San Francisco. Rosalie DiMaggio had slipped into a coma, and he went back to LaGuardia to catch a plane alone. Joe got there while his mother was still breathing, but that was all. She never regained consciousness and died that morning, June 18th, 1951. Joe flew back to New York to take his place again at Yankee Stadium. He hadn't hit worth a damn yet that year. It hurt even to bend over, to scoop up a ground ball, but he wanted to play. July 6th at the stadium, a big crowd, a big game with Boston. The Yanks weren't playing well. In the first inning, DiMaggio had misplayed a ball in the field, and the Yanks had fallen behind 6-1. Now, as the second inning began, Johnny Hopp emerged from the dugout and trotted toward the outfield to tell DiMaggio he was out of the game. Stengel wasn't even waiting till the end of the inning. In the most visible and humiliating way, he was going to yank the Clipper right off the field. Joe's face darkened in fury, and he waved Hopp back to the dugout. I'll tell Casey when I want to come out. As Phil Rizzuto remembered, when that inning was over, DiMaggio came back to the bench and went right past Stengel into the clubhouse without a word. I don't think they ever talked again. From then on, things just got worse. Casey couldn't wait until DiMaggio quit. There was an uproar in the sporting press. Jimmy Cannon fulminated in his column. There has only been one truly great baseball player in this generation, Someone should remind Casey Stengel the man's name is Joe DiMaggio. The Yankees had to issue a statement denying all intent to insult the great DiMaggio. The lead Yankee writer for the Post, Milton Gross, told his readers, "I did recognize a profound difference in the personal climate which surrounds DiMaggio and the Yankees this season. It is a frigid one, all because Joe, who was always a strange man, difficult to understand, is now living in a shell that is virtually impenetrable." After that, the Cold War extended to most of the writers, too. If they were headed across the locker room toward his stool, Joe would get up, turn his back, and leave. Home was still George Solitaire's suite at the Elysee. When sleep wouldn't come, when Joe sat and smoked and sat, he'd play his song over and over. It was an old Gershwin tune, sung simply over mournful strings by Frank Sinatra, or Sinat as he was known to all the pals at Toots Shores. "Won't you tell her, please, to put on some speed, follow my lead, oh how I need someone to watch over me." There were days when Joe seemed like his old self. You could see it at the stadium, the way he hit the ball. Or maybe it was the other way around. He'd get a few hits, maybe smack one over the wall, and he'd feel like himself again. Then next day he'd show up, same as always, and all he could do was pop up a fat pitch. DiMaggio didn't expect sympathy. No, he said his swing would come back. He was going to make it come back. One day, batting practice, he came out of the cage. Dake still got first licks in batting practice. And Bauer was waiting there. DiMaggio sidled up. "What am I doing, Hank? What am I doing wrong?" Bauer thought, "Why's he asking me?" But Bauer wasn't one to mince words. "I think you can't get around anymore." "Bullshit," DiMaggio barked. He walked away stiff with indignation. "Load up bullshit." At least Stengel was playing him steady and batting him cleanup. Maybe he had to. Someone upstairs may have sat on old Case. So the Yanks played on toward autumn with DiMaggio at cleanup, batting .260, leaving his teammates to wither on base. And he felt like he was a weight on their backs. September 16th, the Indians arrived in New York for 2 games. The Yankees were now 1 behind. They'd have to win both. And the first game they'd be up against Bob Feller, best in the league with 22 wins. It was 3-1 when the Yanks came up in the 5th, and then Feller made a mistake. Mantle got on with a drag bunt down the first base line. He was bunted over to second base. McDougal took a good shot at driving Mantle home, but the Indians' Sam Chapman robbed him at the left field wall. So Berra, that day's cleanup batter, stepped in with 2 outs and Mantle on second base. That's when Feller started thinking and walked Yogi intentionally to get to DiMaggio. Joe walked to the plate, scooped a handful of dirt, and spent perhaps 1 extra moment rubbing it into his palms. He was staring at nothing. His face was expressionless. You had to be a Dago watcher to note the veins, like cords on his neck, and the ominous darkness around his eyes. Feller had pitched against DiMaggio since 1936, and DiMaggio had hammered him plenty of times. But Feller figured he wasn't facing that DiMaggio, just a .260 hitter who couldn't get around. Feller got 1 quick strike with the heater. Then he threw 1 ball. He came back with the heater and Joe hesitated. It ticked off his bat for a lousy check swing foul, and Feller had him set up 1-2. He only had to blow 1 more by him. So Rapid Robert reared back and fired. And DiMaggio did what no one thought he could do anymore. He pulled Feller's best, hammered it on a line into the deepest reach of the stadium. Mantle and Berra trotted home. DiMaggio pulled up at third base and bowed his head slightly under waves of frantic fan roar. Cleveland was finished for that day. The Yankees won 5-1. They were tied for first. Next day, another tough customer. Bob Lemon took the mound for the Indians. With a 1-1 tie in the ninth, Lemon fired the hard stuff that had got him past DiMaggio all day. But this time Joe was ready. He turned in the box, his bat a blur, and smashed a shot down the line. Joe was on first base with the winning run, and the Yankees were up in the dugout yelling. Woodling stepped in and stroked a single into right. DiMaggio turned it on around second base and slid into third as the ball came back to the infield. Lemon walked Bobby Brown to load the bases, and then little Phil Rizzuto stepped in. As Lemon wound up, DiMaggio streaked for home, a suicide squeeze. Lemon was no dummy. He fired that ball high and tight, a pitch that was all but impossible to bunt. But Rizzuto was the best bunter in baseball. He yanked the bat up with the barrel at his cheek and dropped the ball down the first base line. DiMaggio blew past the catcher standing up with the run that made the difference, and the Yankees stood alone in first place. That finished Cleveland, but once again the Yanks would have to clinch against Boston. Game 1, the Yanks won 8-0. In Game 2, it was 7-3 by the fifth, with the Red Sox hanging on, trying to stay in the game, but they'd have no chance. 2 on and 2 out, DiMaggio faced the lefty Chuck Stobbs, who was careful. He worked the count full, 3-2. Then he had to come in, and DiMaggio put him away. Home run over the left field wall. 3 runs, end of contest. And the Yankees had their third straight pennant. In the clubhouse there was a big celebration, but DiMaggio sat quietly on his stool. He was holding a ball. Brother Dom had hit it to Gene Woodling for the final out, and Woodling ran in with it to give it to the Dago. Joe said he'd keep that one. My 10th pennant. In the history of baseball, only Babe Ruth could ever say those words. But Ruth had won 3 of his with the Red Sox. For the Yankees, only DiMaggio had 10. For that World Series, for the first time, the Yanks would have to face an opposing team of destiny, a club that knew it couldn't lose, the Giants, who'd won the pennant on Bobby Thompson's shot heard round the world. In the first game of the series, the Giants made the Yanks look slow and stupid and beat them 5-1. DiMaggio flied out 4 straight times. In the second game, disaster struck in inning 5 when the Giants' phenom Willie Mays lifted a pop fly to short right center. Mantle came racing across from right field in full jet car mode. As Mantle described it to his co-writer Mickey Hershkowitz for the memoir All My Octobers, I knew there was no way DiMaggio could get to it, so I hauled ass. Just as I arrived, I heard Joe say, "I got it." I looked over and he was camped under the ball. I put on the brakes and the spikes of my right shoe caught the rubber cover of a sprinkler head. There was a sound like a tire blowing out, and my right knee collapsed. I fell to the ground and stayed there, motionless. A bone was sticking out the side of my leg. In that series, the loss of Mantle put the Yanks in real trouble. DiMaggio went hitless for the 3rd straight game. Game 4, the Giants had their best, Sal Maglie, ready to shove the Yanks into the hole for good. But a day of rain intervened. Joe spent the day with Lefty O'Doul, who'd come to New York for the series. And O'Doul told Joe to try an even lighter bat and swing easy. Joe was lunging at the ball. Game 4 was tied 1-1 in inning 3 when DiMaggio stroked a single to left, his first hit for 12 at-bats in the series. But he died on first. By inning 5, the Yanks had scratched out another run and led 2-1 when Berra singled to right. Now the scowling Sal Maglie had to put away DiMaggio. The count went to 3-1, and Maglie came in with a low curveball. DiMaggio flattened that ball, but good. It shot on a line between third and short out to left field, where it cleared the wall and slammed into the left field seats. When Joe trotted home, Berra was bouncing up and down at the plate. He almost jumped into Dago's arms. Yanks had lost Mantle, but they had the big guy back. And that was the game, and the series, as it turned out. The Yanks won in 6 games. The clubhouse was just like old times, packed with happy hangers-on, wet with spray, and loud with song. One by one, they came to say congratulations and shake Joe's hand. But it was much later. The crowd was gone, the clubhouse was quiet, when the pitcher, Spec Shea, sat down next to DiMaggio and softly brought up the big question. "What about it, Joe?" Just as quietly, DiMaggio said, "I've played my last game." Then all the players came back to him. They came out of the showers, came over from their lockers. A few brought balls, then some brought bats, and hats, T-shirts, their own gloves. They clustered around him like boys and asked for his autograph. There was still hope, at least in the papers. Topping said Joe might change his mind if he got a good rest in the off-season. And then hope faded when the new Life magazine hit the newsstands 1 week after the series. The magazine had obtained the Brooklyn Dodgers scouting report about DiMaggio. He can't stop quickly and throw hard. You can take the extra base on him. He can't run and won't bunt. His reflexes are very slow, and he can't pull a good fastball at all. It was a brutal assessment, and damn near true. The only thing they missed was how DiMaggio could still beat you somehow. In early December, Joe flew east, and Topping was ready with his last-ditch offers. Joe answered, "I'm never putting on that monkey suit again." The Yankees scheduled a press conference the following day at the club's Midtown office. This story was too big for one press conference. So many writers, radio men with microphones, television cameras, and newsreel crews packed into the club's Fifth Avenue suite that it took 4 rooms to stage the Clippers' final bow. His writer pals had typed out his statement. "I told you fellas last spring I thought this would be my last year. I only wish I could have had a better year. But even if I had hit 350, this would have been the last year for me. You all know I've had more than my share of physical injuries and setbacks during my career. In recent years, these have been much too frequent to laugh off. When baseball is no longer fun, it's no longer a game. And so, I've played my last game of ball." Joe thanked the Yankees, the game, and its fans. He answered questions from the writers for an hour. He posed for pictures till the newsreel spotlights blew a fuse and plunged the Yankees' suite into darkness. When the lights went back on, DiMaggio was gone. So he turned his back on $100,000 and abruptly walked away, Arthur Daly wrote for the next day's column, Sports of the Times. For fans, the story was Joe's money. How could a guy turn his back on $100,000? Actually, DiMaggio and Topping already had an agreement. The club would pay Joe his 100 G's to move into the broadcast booth, to do the interview show after every Yankee game on TV. But the real story was never announced. Nobody ever wrote about the money in that Bowery Bank trust account. Money Joe would have in his hands when he retired from the game. Joe DiMaggio didn't walk away from $100,000. He was walking into more than $1 million in cash. He didn't stay around his old San Francisco haunts. He flew 2 or 3 times to L.A. The official story was business meetings. That and Joe Jr. was down there in school. But it soon got around among his San Francisco pals Joe had some girlfriend down there. Still, no one knew much. Till one day that spring, as Dario Lodigiani remembered. Dario had played golf in a charity tournament at the Merced Country Club. After that, all the guys went out to a bar. Dominic DiMaggio was partners in that bar. And Reno Barsacchini, one of their pals, was serving drinks, just to help out. "Hey, Dario," Barsacchini called out. "Go down that hall and turn left, first door you come to. There's a guy down there wants to say hello to you." So I walked down there, Loaded Johnny remembered. And I turned left, walked in, and there in a chair, there was Joe DiMaggio. And there on his lap, I said, "Good night. Talk about a beautiful gal." And of course, that was Marilyn Monroe. You could say they met for the sake of her fame. It was one of her press agents who set up Marilyn's blind date with Joe. And fame was so tied up in this love story. Her fame and his and theirs, such a mess of fame. It was both a joy and the sorrow from the start. By that spring of 1952, Marilyn Monroe had appeared in 5 films and would make 5 more that year. At 25, she was Hollywood's hottest young honeypot. In fact, a few million American men had seen her picture before they ever knew her name. In 1949, when she was still unfamous, out of work and poor, 2 studios had signed her and dumped her already. She'd posed nude for $50 for calendar photos. It was precisely her photographs, these were the clean sort, studio sanctioned, that drew Joe in that spring. The publicity mill at 20th Century Fox had borrowed the Philadelphia A's handsome young slugger Gus Zernial to make some photos with their rising star. Zernial was told to wrap his arms around Marilyn and show her how to hold a bat. It was a winsome photo, made all the LA papers, and pissed Joe off right away. How come that fucking busher gets to meet a beautiful girl like that? DiMaggio was in town for a charity game, a team of retired California stars against the A's, and soon the date was set up for 2 days later. For propriety's sake, it was a double date, with her business manager and another actress. It was dinner, 7 p.m., at the Villanova, a dark Dago joint on the Sunset Strip. Marilyn was 2 hours late when she floated in. When the writer Ben Hecht was attempting to compile her memoirs, she told him, "I found myself staring at a reserved gentleman in a gray suit, with a gray tie and a sprinkle of gray in his hair. There were a few blue polka dots on his tie. If I hadn't been told he was some sort of ball player, I would have guessed he was either a steel magnate or a congressman." He said, "I'm glad to meet you," and then fell silent for the whole rest of the evening. Acting mysterious and far away while in company was my own sort of specialty. I didn't see how it was going to work with somebody who was busy being mysterious and far away himself. All the talk at the table was about the movie business, and all excluded Joe, until Mickey Rooney spotted the great DiMaggio across the dining room and pulled up a chair at the table. Rooney was an ardent fan and started asking Joe about his famous feats. As Marilyn remembered, I became aware of something odd. The men at the table weren't showing off for me or telling their stories for my attention. It was Mr. DiMaggio they were wooing. Sitting next to Mr. DiMaggio was like sitting next to a peacock with its tail spread. That's how noticeable you were. Near 11 p.m., she rose and said she had an early call. She startled herself by offering him a ride home, but they didn't go to his hotel. "I don't feel like turning in," he said. "Would you mind driving around a little while?" We rode around for 3 hours. After the first hour, I began to find out things about Joe DiMaggio. Joe told her that he'd seen her photos in the paper. That's why he wanted to meet her. She said she couldn't understand why. He must have met so many more famous people. Joe thought for a moment and said, well, he'd met Ethel Barrymore and Douglas MacArthur. Then he added shyly, "But you're prettier than them." It never occurred to him to ask why she'd wanted to meet him. He didn't know how she'd talked it over with her friend and advisor, the gossip columnist Sidney Skolsky, who would reveal to the world Joe and Marilyn's liaison in the column he'd write the following day. It was Skolsky who'd told her how Joe was a hero, just what she needed for her problem. See, the news was out that Marilyn Monroe was the naked girl on those scandalous calendars. the way Skolsky and Miss Monroe had it figured. If the most admired hero in the country thought her a nice, decent girl, well, what more did anybody need to know? Still, that couldn't explain why she went out with him just about every night, until he had to go east that April to take up his job in the Yankee Stadium broadcast booth. He was so different from all the chattery men who buzzed around her in Hollywood. He wasn't mad about those calendars, or about the next crisis, when the papers found out she wasn't a little orphan girl. Her mother was very much alive and just released from a state mental hospital. Joe knew all about making up your own life story. He wooed her sweetly. He was just as happy to spend an evening on a couch in a darkened room with an old movie on TV, while she resumed the habits of her girlhood and curled up next to him to dream while some celluloid fantasy played out on screen. Withal, he bound her to him with the only cords that could ever keep her, those of her own ambition. She wanted to learn to be like him. Marilyn and Ben Heck tried to put it into words. I was always able to tell what it was about a man that attracted me, except this time with Mr. DiMaggio. My feelings for this silent, smiling man began to disturb me. What was the use of buzzing all over for a man who was like somebody sitting alone in the observation car? I thought, you learn to be silent and smiling like that from having millions of people look at you with love and excitement while you stand alone getting ready to do something. I only wished I knew what Mr. DiMaggio did. What Joe knew was, here was the most beautiful creature he'd ever seen. He knew a lot of broads, beauty, sure, but no one, nothing like this girl. It wasn't even the same category. He'd been around the block a few times in Hollywood, and not just with Dorothy, but big stars. Marlene Dietrich, for instance. He didn't like her. She had bad breath. But Marilyn put them all in the shade. This girl had beauty shining out from inside. And it pleased Joe that everything Dorothy hungered for, strove for, dumped him for, Marilyn already had all that, effortlessly as he imagined. And by age 25, she was just a kid. When they'd get to her place and she'd drop that dress on the floor, there was never anything on underneath, and scrub all that makeup off her face and drop the towel coming out of the bathroom, lit perhaps by the one bulb behind her, or the blue of the TV he'd flicked on. And there she was, his girl, so pale, past vanilla, and perfect, tiny-boned, delicate, like a 12-year-old virgin, childlike as her giggle when he grabbed her then, covered her with him. God, he never wanted to jolt anybody like this girl. By the time April came, Joe didn't want his job on TV and didn't want to leave for New York. He felt like his real life, his aliveness, was with Marilyn. He'd known her 3 weeks. Still, what he wanted was to leave with her, take her away to San Francisco. He didn't want to scare her, but he had to ask, did she ever want, a real family, kids? Oh, yes, more than anything. Marilyn always said that. But he had to leave. She told him she was going to come east that summer to film on location in Niagara Falls. She could come to New York then. He could show her his town. What happened when he left was a bellyache of the worst sort. Marilyn was hospitalized with acute appendicitis. Every day he sent flowers, roses always. Marilyn had told him she loved roses. If she died, she wanted him to put roses on her grave every week, just as William Powell did for the great Jean Harlow. In her own way, Marilyn, too, tried to be true to what she'd told him. When the operating room staff lifted her hospital gown to reveal her belly, where incision would be made, they found a note taped to her skin. Most important to read before operation. Dear doctor, cut as little as possible. I know it seems vain, but that doesn't really enter into it. The fact that I'm a woman is important and means much to me. Save, please. Can't ask you enough. what you can. I'm in your hands. You have children, and you must know what it means. Please, doctor. I know somehow you will. Thank you, for God's sake. Dear doctor, no ovaries removed. Please again do whatever you can to prevent large scars. Thanking you with all my heart, Marilyn Monroe. A week later, she was back on the set to finish Monkey Business. Her makeup man, Alan Whitey Snyder, promised he would make her the picture of good health. Anyway, he said, if she keeled over and died, he'd make her look great in her coffin. Marilyn laughed and made him promise to that, too. In New York, Joe was delighted with her good news. The way he figured, as soon as she finished that picture, she'd be coming east to start on Niagara. He called every night. She's a plain kid, Joe told his pal Jimmy Cannon. She'd give up the business if I asked her. She'd quit the movies in a minute. It means nothing to her. Last week in May, she arrived in New York, and it was like life came back to him. An appetite, excitement, fun. Even within his network of pals, nobody had ever seen Joe like this. Geez, Dag was grinning all the time. He'd had such a rotten month with that little pissy job. There was a pre-game warm-up show, 5 minutes at most. And then after the games, 15 minutes more. It should have been a walk in the park. But it ate him up. He knew he looked bad. But when Marilyn came, she told him he looked wonderful. And he was so cow-eyed. From her, he half believed it. After all, this was the kind of thing she did know about. She told him about the tricks she'd learned, the breathing lessons she'd received from her coach, Natasha. Oh, she was brilliant. Joe even said he'd try those too. He would have stood on his head if she'd told him to. He took her around to his New York haunts. Everywhere they went, they stopped the show. The papers fell into the love fest too. Couldn't get enough of the dream couple. Marilyn, who was always thrilled by publicity, reveled in the excitement. She couldn't understand why Joe was so suspicious. He warned her repeatedly to watch out for the writers. There was in New York's glee an element of civic gratification. They are folk idols, Jimmy Cannon announced. Marilyn and Joe, a whole country's pets. Weekends all through June and July, she'd fly down from Buffalo Friday night when shooting was done. But DiMaggio steadfastly refused to discuss Miss M in print, except to deny they were married. He'd settle for the blandly suggestive demurral, "No, we're just good friends." He took her happily to Yankee Stadium. Before the game, she'd wander down to the box seats, and all the young Yankees would flock to the railing to meet her and get her autograph. That part Joe wasn't happy about. Did they have to crowd her like that? Jesus, why didn't they just climb in her lap? And the surest sign of his newfound ease, after dinner, they'd show up at Toots Shore's saloon. When they walked in, the place went electric. But Marilyn loved it. It was funny. All these strange, loud, adoring men clapping Joe on the back like he'd just won the big game. He'd shrug and say through his grin, "I'm just with her." Maybe he would always be a stiff on TV. Maybe center field now belonged to Mantle. But with this girl on his arm, Joe was once again the big guy in the hero game. The clincher was he knew he could help her. Here was someone he could watch over. By August, when she was back in L.A., he was on the phone every night with advice, encouragement, warnings, like a long-distance manager. See now, she had 3 pictures out that summer. Clash by Night in June, We're Not Married in July, and now in August, Don't Bother to Knock. Now she was going to have Monkey Business and Niagara in the can. How was she ever going to get more money, put the studio over a barrel, if she already gave them everything they wanted? They had a backlog on her. They were using her, see? So she'd never be able to hold out against them. She was making real money for them, and they were treating her like a piece of meat. He would take care of her. He'd be out there right after the season. Don't sign anything. For Marilyn, this was an accustomed role. In her marriage, into which she'd been placed at age 16, more or less like another foster home. The best thing about her husband, Jimmy Doherty, was he was 5 years older and had a mustache. She called him Daddy. After she divorced him in 1946, all her serious relationships had been with older men, strong and shrewd men. She played waif to their protector. Now her slugger signed his letters, Pa. But sometimes she wished he wouldn't watch over her so constantly. There was that time that September when she came east for the premiere of Monkey Business and to serve as Grand Marshal for the Miss America pageant. She dressed for the occasion in a gown of black chiffon with a neckline. Well, no, it never got near her neck. Instead, 2 orphan folds of chiffon were borne apart somewhere near her shoulders and made acquaintance with each other down the road near her navel. It was an entirely decent dress. Marilyn was still protesting to Ben Hecht years later. You could ride in a streetcar in it without disturbing the passengers. But there was one bright-minded photographer who figured he would get a more striking picture if he photographed me shooting down. I didn't notice him pointing his camera from a balcony. Well, gosh, a girl can't keep track of everything. The scandal erupted predictably with the next day's papers. In short, it worked out just like she wanted, except for Joe. Joe was awful. He was screaming at her like she'd done the whole thing to embarrass him. She tried to explain it was publicity. It was part of her job. She had to show herself. Show 'em nothing, Joe just shouted her down. But that was the dress she got from the studio. Wear your own goddamn clothes. But she didn't have any clothes. He was hateful. He was so unfair. He said they made her look like a whore, and she was in tears on the phone. So Joe had to fly to L.A., come to her, middle of September with the season still on. What else could he do? He was so contrite. He wanted her so. And that was the pattern. She'd shy from the pressure of his grasp, and he'd come on to woo her, care for her, convince her. Then his hold would get so tight she wanted to scream, had to do something. And Joe would be hurt, offended, enraged. But she wouldn't, or couldn't, shrink from Joe forever either. He was so lonely without her. Joe came straight to Hollywood to take care of her. And the first thing was he took her shopping to buy some clothes of her own. Of course, every outfit had a neckline right up under her chin, but they were darling, and so was he. After that, he dived into the rest of her life like a busy superintendent. How come she didn't have any money? Marilyn didn't have any idea. But there was rent and her car, and she had to eat something, and books and singing lessons and acting lessons. Marilyn paid her acting coach, Natasha Leites, hundreds of dollars every week for private lessons. Joe couldn't figure that. Wasn't Natasha the studio coach? Why, yes. Marilyn had even made the studio give Natasha a raise. She would never do a picture without Natasha. Well then, Joe said, let the studio pay her. Next time Natasha called Marilyn at home, it was Joe who picked up the phone. If you want to talk to Miss Monroe, said DiMaggio, you'd better call her agent. Of course, that sent Natasha right up the wall, and Marilyn couldn't or wouldn't go on without her. So she had to make the studio promote Miss Leites to chief drama coach, with another raise. There were a lot of things about Marilyn's life that Joe couldn't figure. Publicity, for instance. What was in it for her? As she recalled for Ben Hecht, Joe would sneer at her excitement when some magazine was giving her a big picture spread. Yeah, but where's the money, he asks. It's the publicity, I yell back. Money is better, he says, in the quiet way men use when they think they've won an argument. There was the subject of punctuality. Why was she always late? She'd say something like her hair was a wreck and she had to comb it out, or she had nothing to wear. That was another thing. She wasn't shooting on a film that day. What was she doing at the studio? And who was she with? That voice coach who ate her up with his eyes? That greasy designer who made her dress like a whore? She was always at the goddamn studio. She'd have plenty to wear if her clothes weren't in a dirty ball where she dropped them. Mess was one of the reasons Joe always paid for a room of his own at the slightly less than top-of-the-line Knickerbocker Hotel. That wasn't much of a place to entertain Marilyn. Sometimes his pal Bernie Camber would come out to the coast. Bernie's on the cuff, of course, so he's staying at some nice hotel. Plus, Bernie had to have a TV. So Joe would say, "Hey, Bernie, you got a TV, right? I got a date with Marilyn tonight. Can we use your place?" Still, a lot of nights Joe would end up at Marilyn's place. She liked that. She was lovely about that. But Joe could only take it so long. She'd have to get up in the morning. So by midnight, she's alone in the bed, with her face greased like a wheel bearing in a half-inch of Vaseline, while Joe's wandering around in the mess. No wonder every week or two he discovered that some business required his presence in San Francisco or New York. He'd grouse sometimes, why did she always have to be working? It was like Marilyn didn't even hear him. She was working on Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, her biggest film ever. The times she hated were holidays, when there was no work. Christmas was always the worst. Everybody else had someone, and Joe wasn't even in town. Marilyn had to appear at the studio Christmas party, but that only made her feel more empty. She left early and went home alone. Home in those days was a suite at the Beverly Hills Hotel. She was a star now and ought to live like one. But what was the good of that on Christmas? She unlocked the door, and there, on a table across the room, was a little Christmas tree with a card propped up against the bottom of it. She ripped open the envelope and read, "Merry Christmas, Marilyn. Joe." There were tears in her eyes as she looked up, and there he was, sitting silent in a corner of the room. She ran to him. "Nobody ever gave me a Christmas tree before," she said. "Joe, I love you." There was dinner he had ordered in, and champagne. They got a little tight and danced to an Ella Fitzgerald record before they left it all and went together into the next room. The times Joe liked were weekends, when she didn't have to get up and they could lounge around all day. Or they'd ride in the country in his blue Cadillac with the license plate Joe D. No, he wasn't hiding anymore. Why should he? Best of all, they could ride out to the Black Fox Institute, Joe Jr.'s school, and take him out for a day, show the boy a big time. Then Joe felt like he had everything taken care of. All the eggs were back in his carton. Of course, little Butchie was thrilled. Well, he wasn't so little now, almost 11 years old, and every boy in his class knew very well who Marilyn Monroe was. She was so nice. She'd just talk like a regular person. No, she doesn't have that whispery voice he'd assure his schoolmates in days to come. That's not her, really. Not with friends. And Big Joe was nicer than Butch had ever seen him. For once, he didn't ask about the teams, Junior's marks, his clothes, his friends. Joe Jr. was usually so scared of putting his father in a bad mood, failing to live up to what he never did quite know. It was like any visit started with a quiz, and the price of failure was an ice bath for the day. But with Marilyn, it was just nice. Until he told his mom about it, and she went nuts. Dorothy Arnold got a lawyer and went to court in Los Angeles. She filed a petition to limit DiMaggio's visitation rights. It was entirely inappropriate to take little Butchie to adult places. The newspapers played it big, of course, and wrote it as a catfight over the great man, the ex-bride of Clipper against the future Mrs. Joe. Dorothy told her sister maybe Marilyn was a sweet, darling person, but they'd put Butchie in the pool, and then they'd go shack up in a bedroom somewhere. In the end, Judge Elmer Doyle called Joe Jr. into his chambers for a 2-minute conversation, and then came out to give Dorothy the bad news. Her petition was denied. Joe DiMaggio would have visitation rights every other weekend, and she would get no more money. In the aftermath, it came clear who was the big loser in court. Joe said it had been torture, lawyers and a judge and the papers picking through his life. That would never happen again. So there weren't going to be any more lazy days with Marilyn and Butchie around the pool. And Joe Jr. knew he'd ruined everything again. What Big Joe liked best was to take Marilyn out of her town, north to San Francisco. They could make up each day as it came. There were afternoons when Joe would tell her to put a scarf around her head, put on some slacks, and he'd take her to the shore. He'd teach her how to surf cast. She liked to watch him. He was beautiful the way he moved, and so strong. Joe asked his friend Dario Lodigiani to go out fishing with him on Joe's boat, the Yankee Clipper that he got on Joe DiMaggio Day, 1949. Marilyn hooked a big one, a striper, that grabbed her line and took off with it. Dario said to Joe, "You better help her, Joe. She's having a hell of a time with that." Joe said, "She hooked it. Let her bring it in." Marilyn couldn't hold on with her hands, so she'd hug the pole to her body with her left arm while she tried to reel in with her right hand. She had the pole mashed up against her ample breasts, which were pretty well mashed up by some half-bra already. To Dario, it looked like a near overload. "Joe, you better help her out. She's gonna pop one of them things." Joe got such a boot out of that he threw his head back and laughed. But she did bring in that fish. She was a gamer. It was a beautiful striped bass. But then Marilyn dropped that pole and wouldn't pick it up again. She wanted no part of it anymore. Upstairs in the old house in the marina, sometimes Marilyn would wake up and Joe would be standing with his coffee in the doorway, just watching her with a little smile. Joe's sister Marie lived downstairs and took care of everything in the house. For Marilyn, the feel of family around her was half the joy in San Francisco. It was like Marie's food, strange, spicy, delicious. In June 1953, when Joe's big brother Mike was found dead, floating between a dock and his fishing boat in the waters of Bodega Bay, Marilyn rushed north with Joe and stayed with him upstairs in the old house on Beach Street. The house was filled with sadness, mourning cousins, crying aunts. It went on for days. They were even hugging her and laughing when she blushed, as they said she and Joe ought to make some babies. When she got back to L.A., she told her confidant Sidney Skolsky that visit had opened her heart to Joe. After that, San Francisco, the Marina House, became her refuge too. Every day in San Francisco felt like hiding out. And for the first time in years, Marilyn embraced that. That year, 1953, she was truly, finally, at the crest of the great wave. She and Jane Russell had been such a hit in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, the studio put Marilyn right away into another girl buddy comedy, How to Marry a Millionaire. After Gentlemen, Marilyn was getting 25,000 fan letters a week. Marilyn hired her old guardian, Grace Goddard, to file or try to answer some mail. It was Grace who'd first told the wide-eyed girl that she would be a star. And who else did Marilyn have? Who else would be loyal to her? Natasha, her acting coach, by that time was only feeding Marilyn's uncertainties about her own worth. On the set of How to Marry a Millionaire, Marilyn would finish a take, then instantly shield her eyes from the lights and squint through the darkness beyond for Natasha. Until she got the nod from her coach, Marilyn would demand retake after retake. The agent, Charlie Feldman, summed up the problem of Marilyn and her coach. "First of all, Monroe cannot do a picture without her. I'm convinced of this. Incidentally, like Tess wants a hell of a lot of dough." Feldman tried earnestly throughout that year to act on Marilyn's behalf, though he had no contract with her and no guarantee he would ever see a dime for himself or his company, Famous Artists. Like other men of his age and attainment, Feldman cast himself as Marilyn's protector. But as Feldman gradually learned, That role was taken. Joe DiMaggio had particular and definite ideas about Marilyn's business. They were giving her lousy parts. They just wanted her on screen to wiggle her ass in front of the whole country. They dressed her like a slut and gave her come-on lines to say, and made her act like she didn't know what she was saying. She was making millions for them, and where was hers? She wanted respect. Money was respect. She ought to marry him and quit the goddamn business. But if she didn't, she had to stop being a chump. Little by little, Joe's contempt for the business, steady as the drip of an old faucet, wore the shine off her pride in all her achievements. By the summer of 1953, his certainties had become her anguished fears. If Charlie Feldman wondered why Marilyn wouldn't sign on as his client, he need only have asked what her slugger advised. Why should that guy make a buck off your life? By the end of that summer, Feldman had figured out that the best way to get the girl to consider an idea was to tell it to her lawyer, Lloyd Wright. But Wright was, in point of fact, DiMaggio's lawyer. When Wright and Feldman cooked up a deal for Marilyn to buy the screen rights to a novel, have a script written from it, and then make the studio buy it at a profit, it was Feldman who'd have to put up the money for the rights and the writer. But the man who would select Marilyn's first screen property was that noted judge of literature, Joe DiMaggio. Maybe he read the book, Horns of the Devil. More likely he got Georgie to read it, or Jimmy Cannon. In August, Marilyn was on location in the Canadian Rockies for her third picture of that year, River of No Return. When she ran afoul of her director, it was actually the Marilyn-Natasha drama that pushed Otto Preminger to ugly rage. Marilyn fell back on her oldest trick. Oh, darn, she'd hurt her leg. It might be broken. She'd have to wear a cast. She couldn't work. So the Yankee Clipper showed up in Jasper, Alberta, to make sure Miss Monroe wasn't bothered. The studio boss, Daryl Zanuck, wanted to put her right away into another musical. The Girl in Pink Tights was the title this time. Marilyn would be a prim school teacher who needs money to launch her boyfriend's career. So, gosh, she ends up singing torch songs as a cabaret artiste. Joe was adamant. They were just going to put her out there half naked, make her look stupid again. If she would only marry him, she could tell him to shove pink tights up their ass. In Hollywood, famous artists sent word to 20th Century Fox that Miss Monroe would have to see a script before she could consent to do the picture. And that sent Daryl Zanuck marching around his office, swinging his polo mallet in fury. Why show her a script? He'd pick the scripts that made her a star. She couldn't refuse an assignment. They had a contract. But Joe had his lawyer, Lloyd Wright, working with Feldman to rewrite Marilyn's contract entirely. Marilyn wanted control of her scripts, directors, cinematographers. But DiMaggio wanted money for the girl. Big league dough. In the meantime, there would be no pink tights, no pictures at all. Marilyn agreed with everything Joe said, while he said it. But it scared her, too. No pictures? In November, Marilyn had to go to L.A. for the premiere of How to Marry a Millionaire. The longer she was there, the more she wavered. Maybe she could do pink tights, if the studio would get Gene Kelly for her co-star. Strange to say, it was the holidays that rescued Marilyn from the griddle. She had to fly to San Francisco for a real family Thanksgiving. Marie was cooking for a house full of DiMaggios. And 3 days later, when Marilyn flew south again, she brought back to L.A. her own cleanup hitter. When the studio ordered Marilyn to report for rehearsals on The Girl in Pink Tights, Joe told Marilyn to ignore the call. The next day, Zanuck tried another tack. He ordered Marilyn in to redub a song for River of No Return. That was a serious matter, a film she had agreed to do, that had to be completed. But Joe said it was only a trick, and Marilyn stayed home. The standoff continued through most of December. By the time it was over, there were legal documents ordering Miss Monroe back to work. But all of Zanuck's splenetic tantrums could not fetch Marilyn back to the fold. By the end of December 1953, she'd made her escape, flying north incognito as Miss Norma Doherty to the safety of the house on Beach Street, San Francisco. Right after Christmas, the agents called and said production was scheduled on Pink Tights. On Monday, January 4th, they'd be on the set shooting. Joe said, what could they do without her? And Marilyn stayed in San Francisco. That Monday, the phone on Beach Street was ringing off the hook. All reporters, and Marie relayed their news. An announcement from 20th Century Fox. Marilyn Monroe had breached her contract. Miss Monroe, her pay and privileges, and all her movie projects were suspended. In the days after that, she was quiet, fearful. What if they wouldn't make a new contract? They could keep her out of work forever. And Joe, he didn't want her to be her. He did love her, but he only wanted to marry her, bury her. He didn't understand. But he did understand. And he told her about a time 15 years ago in that same house, when he thought that everything he wanted, everything he had, all he had worked for, could be gone. They would take it away. Because he said he wouldn't go to play ball unless they gave him what he deserved. She asked him, what happened? And he laughed and said he lost. But he didn't lose for long. He came back bigger than ever, and they did pay him, more than he ever dreamed he could have. And in the end, when he walked away, they were begging him to stay and take more. He got what he wanted, and so would she. And then he asked her again to marry him, and she said yes. In the long years afterward, it was fashionable, even among Joe's pals, to maintain they were always ill-suited. How could that old-world Italian, so conservative, shy, and inward, get along with a wife who didn't wear underpants? But they missed the point. Joe and Marilyn had one big thing in common. Both were living inside the vast personages that the hero machine had created for them. And inside those personages, those enormous idols for the nation, Marilyn and Joe were only small and struggling, fearful to be seen. And alone always. They were like kids left in a giant house, who must not be discovered, or it would all come crashing down. In their loneliness, they might have been brother and sister. It was Joe's insistence made them husband and wife. Day and a half after she said yes, they were at City Hall, San Francisco. It was January 14th, 1954. Of course, there were about 100 reporters and photographers, too. See, an hour before Marilyn went to City Hall, she'd called the studio, the publicity department. Marilyn understood publicity and its power. Within hours, 20th Century Fox had issued a statement to wish the newlyweds well and to announce that the suspension of Marilyn Monroe was now revoked. At the Tokyo airport, Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe could not leave the plane on which they'd arrived for their honeymoon. In the early winter darkness, 5,000 Japanese fans, mostly youngsters, blew past the Japanese cops, stormed onto the tarmac, and besieged the Pan American Stratoclipper. U.S. Air Force MPs were called in to reinforce the police lines, but Mr. and Mrs. America were still pinned in the plane for 45 minutes, and thereafter could only debark through the rear baggage hatch. At a press conference, the big question from American reporters was whether Marilyn would visit the troops in Korea. She seemed torn and tentative. I'd love to go to Korea, and have been waiting to go for a long time, but I don't know if we'll have time on this trip. People said that trip marked the first time Joe realized what a big star his wife had become. She put him in the shade, and that's when he turned surly. His mood did not improve when a U.S. Army officer came to visit at the suite day after the press conference to press upon Miss Monroe an invitation to Korea. "Go if you want to," DiMaggio said. "It's your honeymoon." Within days, she was on her way to Korea with a piano player. By that time, her excitement was almost wild. From Seoul, she was choppered to her first appearance, a remote and primitive mountainside tent camp. The Marines there were in a fever for her. She sang "Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend," and the boys went crazy. To the consternation of the general in command, who feared a riot, she followed up with an old Gershwin tune, "Do It Again." For 4 days, the Marilyn Monroe show traveled by helicopter, airplane, and jeep. At 10 camps she saw, by Army estimate, 100,000 American men, and she loved them all. It was the boys in uniform, thousands of letters from Korea to the studio, who convinced 20th Century Fox to give her a chance, her first good parts. Now she could return the favor. She would call it the greatest experience of her life. As she told one crowd of frenzied men, "I'll never forget my honeymoon with the 45th Division." By the time she got back to Joe in Japan, she had what doctors would call pneumonia, but she was still exuberant. "Joe, you never heard such cheering." "Yes, I have," he said. She and Joe flew back to America, where she'd spend 4 days in Marie's care on Beach Street. When they flew to L.A., Marilyn phoned her friend Sidney Skolsky to come visit. She wanted to tell Sidney about the honeymoon. As Skolsky wrote in his memoir, "Don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood." After a while, Joe excused himself and went downstairs to have a drink with one of his baseball cronies in the Polo Lounge. As soon as Marilyn and I were alone, she dropped a bombshell. "Sidney?" "Yes." "Do you know who I'm going to marry?" "Marry? What are you talking about?" "I'm going to marry Arthur Miller," Marilyn said. I looked at her as though she were crazy. "Arthur Miller? You just got home from a honeymoon. You told me how wonderful Joe was, how happy he made you, and what a great time you had. Now you tell me you're going to marry Arthur Miller? I don't understand." "You wait," Marilyn said. "You'll see." Despite all Joe's brave assertions about San Francisco being headquarters, he was a Hollywood householder within a month of the honeymoon. For both her and Joe, there was very little time for anything except her career. Charlie Feldman had opened negotiations with the studio. He said the news was good. Zanuck would drop pink tights. He wanted Marilyn to sing and dance in the Irving Berlin musical, "There's No Business Like Show Business." And after that, Feldman himself was going to produce a movie version of The 7-Year Itch, with the great Billy Wilder directing. Fox would buy Horns of the Devil, whether or not Miss Monroe did the film, for $225,000, and they were close to capitulation on the target price for any new picture, $100,000. As a gesture of her goodwill, Marilyn signed on as a client with famous artists. So when a new contract came into force, Feldman would finally make some money too. Marilyn was back in business, and her business was being a great star. Show business was scheduled to start filming at the end of May, but Marilyn's second honeymoon at Fox would not last that long. On May 5th, Feldman sent to Palm Drive the studio draft of her new contract. All the money was there, the limits on pictures. But Marilyn ripped through the document, looking for her guarantees on creative control. There wasn't a word. They were not going to give her anything. No Natasha, no choreographer, not even a nod of respect. And then Feldman made a mistake. He recommended she sign it. But the worst mistake was Joe's. He also said she ought to sign up. Joe simply said the money was right, and for the rest, what the hell was the difference? For Marilyn, that was confirmation of everything she'd feared. Joe had no respect for who she was. She knew there was no future for her with Joe. Suddenly, she was spending all her time at the studio, with her handsome, dark-eyed voice coach, Hal Schaefer. When the filming started, things were even worse. Wardrobe assistants coming to the house, and hairdressers, publicity men, and Joe's pet peeve, Natasha Lytess, who'd sit all night in the house on Palm Drive, ordering Marilyn around, like she was the husband. After Natasha left late at night, Joe would be seething. Sometimes he'd get up and storm out, go into town just to get the hell away. If he didn't, he'd start yelling, and Marilyn would run upstairs to cry and hide. She was scared of Joe when he got like that. She'd lock herself in a bedroom and phone Natasha. And after that, Marilyn would gulp down pills to get some sleep before her early call. By late June, she had collapsed on the set. She felt trapped in her marriage, at that studio, and in that stupid movie. No, she wouldn't sign her contract, not even if she had to sit idle for 4 years. She found solace in the coaching and company of Hal Schaefer, who was gentle with her and thought she was wonderful. Joe seemed to resent anybody she was with. Marilyn kept herself going with the thought that soon she would fly to New York for location shooting on her next picture, The 7-Year Itch. And New York, this was the most secret part, was also home to a man Marilyn had met more than 4 years before, but had never forgotten. America's most celebrated playwright, Arthur Miller. She couldn't let anybody know what she was dreaming. Skolsky was the one exception. He wanted to produce The Life of Jean Harlow as the first film for Marilyn Monroe Productions. On July 27th, Hal Schaefer was found unconscious on the floor of his bungalow at Fox, with his stomach full of sleeping pills and Benzedrine, all washed down with a draft of typewriter cleaning fluid. He would barely survive. He would never regain his health entirely. And while he lingered in the hospital, his most frequent visitor was Marilyn Monroe. She didn't make any secret of that. Joe's impotent jealousy was discussed around Hollywood and richly enjoyed. By August, several industry columnists had mentioned Marilyn's visits to Hal Schaefer in the hospital, and some pointed out that Joe DiMaggio had never even paid one visit to his wife on the set during the entire production of There's No Business Like Show Business. So just before the film was wrapped up, on August 27th, Joe paid a visit to the soundstage. That was the day for shooting Marilyn's big production number, Heat Wave. Over and over, Marilyn writhed through the number. DiMaggio refused to be photographed with her. She wasn't properly dressed. When show business was finally finished, at the end of August, it turned out Marilyn wouldn't have any time for vacation between films. She had to fly to New York right away to begin The 7-Year Itch. Alas, DiMaggio would follow her across the country 4 days later, and that would be a big mistake. Why did he come? He had to see her, simple as that, to be with her. He told her he loved her. He'd promised to be better, to make it better. Maybe he'd go see the head shrinkers like she did. In New York, amid the columns of newsprint under the daily photographs of her, there were hints that her marriage with DiMaggio had fallen on hard times. Marilyn's standard rejoinder, "No, everything's fine. A happy marriage comes before anything," did nothing to put the rumor to rest. It was the need of the columnists that brought Joe out to watch Marilyn work. The studio had publicized the night scene with Marilyn. Walter Winchell wanted Joe to come with him to watch Marilyn strut her stuff. Joe didn't think it was a good idea. It'd make her nervous, and it'd make me nervous too. But Winchell insisted. "Oh, come on, Joe, I have to be there. It might make some copy for me." The scene they went to witness would produce one of the most famous screen images in history. Marilyn Monroe, in simple summer white, standing on a subway grating, cooling herself with the wind from a train below. But what sent Joe DiMaggio into a fury was the scene around the scene. Fans were yelling and shoving at police barricades as the train blew Marilyn's skirt around her ears. Actually, it was a wind machine, manned beneath the street by the special effects crew. Each time it blew, the crowd would yell, "Higher! More!" Her legs were bare from her high heels to her thin white panties. Photographers were stretched out on the pavement, with their lenses pointed up at his wife's crotch, the glare of their flashbulbs clearly outlining the shadow of her pubic hair. Joe turned and bowled his way through the crowd, on his way back to a bar, with the delighted Winchell trotting at his heels. That night, there was a famous fight in Marilyn and Joe's suite on the 7th floor of the St. Regis Hotel. It was famous because none of the guests on that floor could sleep, and famous because Natasha Light-Tess was so alarmed by Marilyn's cries that she went next door to intervene. Joe answered the door and told her to get lost. It was famous because the following morning, Marilyn told her hairdresser and wardrobe mistress that she had screamed for them in the night. Her hairdresser, Gladys Whitten, said her husband got very, very mad with her, and he beat her up a little bit. It was on her shoulders, but we covered it up, you know. And that fight would stay famous, as the end of Joe and Marilyn's famous marriage. Years later, Marilyn would tell another hairdresser, Sidney Gilleroff, that she'd warned Joe clearly the first time he beat her up. "Don't ever do that again. I was abused as a child, and I'm not going to stand for it." But as Gilleroff would write in his memoir, nevertheless, after watching her film a sexy scene for 7-Year Itch, Marilyn said, "Joe slapped me around the hotel room until I screamed. That's it. You know, Sidney, the first time a man beats you up, it makes you angry. When it happens a second time, you have to be crazy to stay. So I left him." She would file for divorce in Los Angeles 3 weeks later. And even then the pattern held. Joe was so sorry after that fight, he pleaded with her for another chance. After Joe went back east for the World Series, he had a broadcasting contract. Marilyn called Jerry Giesler, L.A.'s attorney to the stars, who was famous for stage managing dramas of this sort like a veteran film director. When Joe came back early, hairdressers, makeup, and wardrobe assistants were scrambled to North Palm Drive. This would be, for Miss Monroe, for the studio and the industry, a crucial scene. Joe DiMaggio was still a hero. One wrong move could gravely injure Miss Monroe's career. October 6, 1954, Joe did his bit, or fell right into it. At 10 a.m., when his pal from San Francisco, Reno Barsacchini, arrived to help the Clipper get his things out of the house. Reno loaded up Joe's Cadillac, a couple of suitcases, a bag of golf clubs, and then the great DiMaggio himself. "Where are you going?" Newsmen on the lawn were shouting. Joe was trying to push through the crowd without any rough stuff that would make news. "I'm going to San Francisco." "Are you coming home again?" "San Francisco's my home," Joe said, and he darted for the car. "It's always been my home. I'll never come back here." 45 minutes later, the star made her exit. Marilyn made her way on Giesler's arm to a stand of microphones in front of the house, but she wept. Instantly, Sidney Skolsky emerged from the crowd and ran to her side to comfort her. Then he turned to announce, "There is no other man." Giesler shot him an angry look and stepped in to take over. "Miss Monroe will have nothing to say this morning. As her attorney, I am speaking for her, and can say only that the conflict of careers has brought about this regrettable necessity." Then he steered Marilyn through the shouting horde. "I can't say anything," she sniffed to her hanky. She stumbled, and if Giesler hadn't been there to catch her in her collapse, well, it was so sad. "I'm sorry," Marilyn sobbed, and patted her eyes with the hanky. "I'm so sorry." Then she was driven away. She was back at the house within a couple of hours, and next morning appeared, right on time and quite cheerful, for a good day's work on the 7-Year Itch. And even then Joe was so sorry. He stayed in San Francisco long enough to have his picture taken, and sent out nationwide on the wire. And then he sneaked back to Los Angeles. He thought if he could just talk to her, she would give him another chance. Sidney Skolsky was terrified to receive a summons to Joe's room at the Knickerbocker Hotel. But as Skolsky wrote in his memoir, Joe didn't have any rage left in him. It was about noon when I entered Joe's room. He pointed toward the bed and asked me to sit down on the edge of it. He drew his chair up close to me. "You know everything. There's one thing I must know," he said as softly as a torch singer, squeezing the pathos out of every note. "Is there another man? Why did Marilyn divorce me?" I felt awful. No man should be confronted by an idol on his knees, begging to have his clay feet examined, and I had no balm for them. How could I tell him he'd bored her? How could I tell a man his ex-wife became ex because she found him dull? A couple of days before the court date, Marilyn's friend Brad Dexter walked into a restaurant called the Villa Capri for dinner with Frank Sinatra. Sinatra was already at a table with a private detective named Barney Ruditsky and Joe DiMaggio. Sinatra said to Dexter, "You gotta help Joe out." He explained that Marilyn was sleeping in her dressing room on the Fox lot, and Joe couldn't even get a call through to her. Joe was pleading, almost in tears. "I'd just like to talk to her." So Dexter called the Fox lot. He got Marilyn on the phone right away. I said, "Marilyn, I'm here at the Villa Capri with Sinatra and Joe, and he's a pretty unhappy guy. He'd like very much to talk to you." And she said, "Brad, I really don't care to talk to him." Dexter went back to the table and told DiMaggio he couldn't help. Marilyn told a Santa Monica court and the world that Joe DiMaggio's cruel indifference had driven her to divorce. She told the court she'd offered to give up her work, but even that didn't help. "I hoped to have out of my marriage love, warmth, affection, and understanding, but the relationship was mostly one of coldness and indifference." Judge Orlando H. Rhodes granted Marilyn her interlocutory decree. Her divorce would be final in 1 year. From San Francisco City Hall to that courtroom in Santa Monica, the famous marriage had lasted 286 days. And then, strangely, things got easier, at least for her. She knew she could always call on Joe when she needed something, or someone. 10 days after her appearance in divorce court, Marilyn was admitted to the Cedars of Lebanon Hospital for a gynecological operation. Her problem was called endometriosis. Joe DiMaggio drove her to the hospital, sat and held her hand, filled her room with roses, and at her request, talked to the newsmen who had invaded the lobby. 8 months after her date in divorce court, on her 29th birthday, June 1, 1955, Marilyn had no one to squire her to the New York premiere of The 7-Year Itch. So Joe DiMaggio put on a headwaiter's suit and bravely walked her up the red carpet into the Lowe's State Theater in New York, where, of course, he'd be treated to a replay of the subway grating scene. Joe also knew that after a premiere there should be a party, so he took her to Toots Shores, where the boys at the bar sang a rousing chorus of Happy Birthday to You. But it was never easy for Joe, not when he was with her, and never when he wasn't. And when he thought she was with someone else, well, watch out for DiMaggio. Just a few days after the divorce, for example, Joe was in the Villa Capri with Sinatra and some of Frank's cronies, when Barney Ruditsky, the detective, called to say his man who was tailing Marilyn had tracked her to an apartment house in West Hollywood. About 11:15 p.m., everybody in that building heard a splintering crash as Sinatra's men broke down the door to one apartment. The noise was most fearsome for Mrs. Florence Cotts, a 50-year-old woman who was asleep alone in that apartment. Through a door just a few yards away, Marilyn Monroe and Hal Schaefer left the apartment of the actress Sheila Stewart, another of Schaefer's clients, and they got away clean. After that, DiMaggio spent a lot of time overseas. When he came to New York, he'd slip in quietly, and he'd never stay for long. By that time, New York was Marilyn's town. She had made her great escape, and announced that New York would be her home ever after. With her friend Milton Green, she had formed Marilyn Monroe Productions, and she had brought 20th Century Fox to its knees. Marilyn had been adopted by New York as she never had been in Los Angeles. She had taken up studies with Lee Strasberg at the famous Actors Studio. She'd become Strasberg's most celebrated pupil, his personal project, his frequent house guest, and a favorite among his circle of acquaintances, actors, directors, and playwrights, one playwright in particular. By that time, late 1956, Joe had watched with the rest of the nation as the great dramatist Arthur Miller blew up the latest congressional commie hunt by asking for the return of his passport so he could travel to London with Marilyn Monroe, to be with the woman who will by then be my wife. He stumbled, and the ball went by him for a triple. Boston had 2 runs, a man on third. DiMaggio held up a hand and called time. He waved to Stengel in the dugout. He was taking himself out of the game. He trotted in to a standing ovation. That was Yankee baseball. Joe was not going to be the one to lose this game. Mapes moved into center field and promptly caught a fly ball from Zarilla. Goodman singled for one more Boston run, 5-3. Bertie Tebbetts, the catcher, was coming up for the Red Sox. From first base, Henrik walked the ball to the mound to buck up Rashi. You only need one more out. But Rashi turned to him and snarled, "Get the hell out of here and give me the ball." Henrik walked back to first base grinning. No way Tebbetts was going to hit Rashi. Tebbetts managed only a pop-up to the right side. Henrik called everybody off and squeezed it. The Yankees had the pennant again. In the World Series, Joe played by force of will and nothing else. Pneumonia was still plaguing him. He played through 5 straight games, 4 of them wins. After the series, he took his mama out to LaGuardia Field and put her on an airplane for San Francisco. And he promised her he would follow soon. She didn't like the way he looked, nor did he. He'd just take care of a few business things, appearances, paid magazine stories, endorsement ads. The money was too good to ignore. He would spend the next 2 weeks in New York, but they were quiet weeks. Joe was tired. First time in years, he just wanted to go home. So he went home to San Francisco, where the local fans met him with a parade. Doubt and DiMaggio had seldom kept company, but after that season they were seldom apart. Joe talked to Yankee owner Dan Topping about retirement. "Take some time off," Topping insisted. "Relax, go home, rest up, you'll feel different." In San Francisco, Joe did feel different, stronger for one thing, week by week. His mama was cooking every night, and he lost the hollows in his cheeks and ribs. His legs came back. He could go all day, never think about his legs. When DiMaggio boarded a plane for New York to appear at the Yankees' Midtown office and pose for pictures with Topping, Joe had his signing pen in his hand and a big grin on his mug. He looked great. In St. Petersburg, for spring training 1950, Joe had to look around to find anybody he knew, a real Yankee, one of his guys. The only player from before the war who still had a spot was the shortstop, Phil Rizzuto, and then there was Joe. Everywhere else there was someone new. Stengel had the bit in his teeth now, and he was going to prove true all that stuff his writers put into the papers about his uncanny handling of kids, the masterful juggling, the brilliant platoons. The truth was, he was better with kids. They were so anxious to be Yankees and stay Yankees. They were so grateful if he gave them a chance, they'd overachieve and make him look like a genius. And then there was Joe. Fact was, the big fella was screwing up Stengel's Genius Act. Visiting writers would come in flocks to the spring camp of the world champs, and the old professor, as they had dubbed Stengel, would hold court all day. Then the writers would go off for a couple of minutes with DiMaggio, who'd tell them this year he planned to play every game. And what would they write? Yank hopes on DiMaggio. Worse still for Stengel, his New York writers would come and tell him DiMaggio wasn't going to play today. He had a blister. Or Dago's left shoulder popped. He was going to sit out. Who was running this club? Everybody in the network knew you couldn't bring her name up, or the Clipper would be gone. Maybe gone for good. It wasn't just her name you couldn't mention, but things about her. Roses, for example, could set Joe off. One time a pal told the Clipper, "Joe, sometimes you ought to just smell the roses." And DiMaggio got nasty. His face went dark. He said, "What the fuck do you know about roses?" Movie stars. It was better not to talk about them. You never knew when you'd step on a mine. Clark Gable, for instance. How are you supposed to know Marilyn loved Clark Gable? Part of the problem was she was always in the papers. Marilyn turns Jewish to marry Arthur Miller. That's in the papers. They go to England. They're back from England. They get an apartment. She shows up at his play. There was always something. It wasn't like Joe didn't have honor. Nobody wrote bad about him now. Anything but. When they put him into the Hall of Fame, the papers wrote about him as the all-time great, maybe the best ever. He was a legend. He'd show up once a year for Old Timers Day at the stadium, and people treated him like God. He could have been in the papers any day he chose. A lot of times he got into the papers with some girl. In those years, that was his reputation, the big lover, like something sexy from Marilyn had rubbed onto him. For instance, there was one girl, Lola Mason. She wasn't half Joe's age. She was at that time one of many girls in New York who wanted to get into show business. But she wasn't really tough enough to make it in that racket. So she ended up working in nightclubs and publicity. She was just a beautiful 19-year-old girl with soft blonde hair and a soft, sweet voice. She was dancing one night at El Morocco, and the friend who took her, a male friend but not a boyfriend, was asking why a lovely girl like her didn't have a steady man in her life. And she told him, she remembers, that the only man she really wanted to date was Joe DiMaggio, though she'd never met him. He was just the ideal man. Anyway, they finished the dance, sat down at their table, and who was at the next table? DiMaggio. And he was just as she'd imagined, so distinguished, with a bit of gray in his hair. Handsome and quiet, courtly and perfect. He was there with the former Miss America, Lee Merriweather. But he wasn't with Lee for long. Lola he was with on and off whenever he cared to call, for the next 5 years. Of course, that didn't make much hay in the papers. Lola wasn't in it for her own publicity. And Joe never stuck with the ones who made the papers. Even with the Miss Americas, a lot of Joe's dates were business. There were a number of nights, for instance, when he was out on a date at the Stork Club with some former Miss America. But both of them had been paid to show up, to lend the place a little glamour. They'd appear on TV. The Stork Club had its own show. And they were both good names for ink in the papers the following day. There was one Miss America whom Joe actually approached on his own. That was Marion McKnight, the 5'5" blonde Miss South Carolina. Joe happened to be in attendance at the Atlantic City Convention Hall when she was crowned Miss America 1957, after she wowed the talent competition with her impersonation of Marilyn Monroe. That was another pattern. There were a lot of Marilyn Monroe acts in those years, and if he could do so without making news, Joe took them all in. Here, for example, is the recollection of the burlesque artist, Liz Renee, From her memoir, My First 2,000 Men, Joe made the chapter called Celebrities. There were wild bed scenes with Joe DiMaggio. I'd won the Marilyn Monroe lookalike contest for 20th Century Fox. He and Marilyn were no longer together, and so his friends said he kept trying to get glimpses of his Marilyn by looking at me. In those years, business was about the only thing that held Joe's attention. Or you could put it another way. Once Marilyn threw him out, the only way he'd beat Joe DiMaggio was for the business of being DiMaggio. And that's where Skinny D'Amato came in. Skinny ran the 500 Club, the mob's headquarters in Atlantic City, and its hyper-profitable backroom gambling. Skinny curried favor with the biggest players by offering them a chance to meet, to chat with, or sit with, or say they hung around with that legend in the flesh, the Yankee Clipper. If Joe went down to Florida with Skinny for a big race, Joe might lose $20 at the track. He was a $2 bettor. But Skinny would give him a couple of grand just for sitting with some pals. One thing the mob guys loved about Joe, he didn't talk. And no one was ever going to make him talk. Why would the cops be bothering a hero? That's what convinced Longy Zwillman that Joe was such a good safe bet. See, Longy, the boss of Newark, couldn't explain all his money in a nice federal way. So what Longy used to do was put some money in a suitcase, say a couple of $100 G's, and he'd show up at your home with his suitcase and explain in his quiet way, "This is my money. When I need it, I'll be back for it." Of course, no one touched Longy's boxes because bad things could happen. After a while, Longy had 13 boxes out with friends, and 3 of the boxes had been placed with the Yankee Clipper in San Francisco. It was that sort of favor for friends that convinced Joe he ought to have a real job. Joe found employment with the V.H. Manette Company of Smithfield, Virginia. The Manette Company was the #1 supplier of merchandise for post-exchange stores at U.S. bases all over the world. Joe and the boss, Val Manette, would turn up in Frankfurt, Germany, or wherever the contracts were coming up, to play a round of golf with the general in command of the U.S. base there, and maybe the colonel who ran the PX. The generals and colonels were thrilled. They'd be talking about it for months. And Val Manette was thrilled. Business had never been better. Joe would stay with the company for almost 3 years, and even when he left, that was pretty good publicity, because Manette told everybody that DiMaggio resigned to go back with Marilyn Monroe. And that may well have been what Joe told him. But it was also true that Joe didn't need to work anymore, because of a lamentable event in New Jersey. Longy Zwillman was found, alas dead, hanging from the chandelier in his house. Meanwhile, there was Joe DiMaggio with 3 of Longy's boxes. Joe kept the money in his storeroom at the Marina House and never said a word about it for years. In 1959, Marilyn's film Some Like It Hot would set box office records, but Marilyn was in trouble with herself, in herself. Her studies to become a stage actress had led precisely nowhere. She'd broken up her partnership with Milton Green, and Marilyn Monroe Productions was now nothing more than a shell. 2 miscarriages had convinced her that she could never be the wife and mother that Arthur Miller wanted. Desperately, to show his love, Miller started writing a screenplay for her, The Misfits, that would finally give scope to her dramatic talents. But in practice, all that meant was Miller was squirreled away in his writing studio, all day, every day, and Marilyn was left alone. Now most of her days began around noon, in a lingering barbiturate haze. And even when she woke, she would stay in her darkened room, drinking, first a stiff Bloody Mary, and then champagne all afternoon, until she mustered the courage to leave her bed. Her maids and attendants would hear Frank Sinatra on Marilyn's record player, as Marilyn made the trip across the room to her closet, where, inside the door, there was a full-length picture of Joe DiMaggio. Now Marilyn's lifeline was the telephone, and according to her New York maid, There were two callers who could always cheer Marilyn up. Two men she loved and left, Frank Sinatra and Joe DiMaggio. She hadn't told anybody when she started calling Joe again. She used to say, "I guess everybody I've ever loved I still love a little bit." And there was another unintended hint to her change of attitude. Once when a friend asked her how she could be so bitchy to Arthur Miller, she'd berate him and order him around in public. Fetch her purse, get her mink. Marilyn shrugged and blamed it on him. Why didn't he slap me? He should have slapped me. Joe didn't talk about her calls either, except to mention them happily to two or three fellas in the network. In fact, all through 1960, when Joe and Marilyn's conversations were more and more fond and frequent, the papers were nattering on about the new love of Marilyn's life, Yves Montand. In private, she told friends he reminded her of Joe DiMaggio. Sinatra's calls had to be secret too, not only from Mr. Miller, but from Joe. He would have hit the roof. Sinatra, for his part, didn't take DiMaggio that seriously. He didn't even take Marilyn that seriously. That was one thing she liked about Frankie. He didn't want to change her, fix her, rescue her. Frankie knew how to have a good time. In that, he was the perfect antidote to Mr. Miller. Marilyn's faithful reverence for her playwright husband was a thing of the past. And when he showed her the pages of his great love offering, The Misfits, she found her character Rosalind to be passive, preachy, and in spots, just lousy. By the time The Misfits started filming in the summer of 1960, Marilyn humiliated Miller at every turn, and at length exiled him from her hotel suite. She slept instead with her coach, Paula Strasberg. 1 week after production, the news got worse. There came the announcement that her marriage to Arthur Miller was over. This time she'd get a quickie divorce in Mexico. A week after that, her co-star Clark Gable died of a heart attack. Marilyn and her maddening troubles were blamed for imposing too much stress on the king. By January 1961, the film had premiered and was adjudged to be a dud. Marilyn was back in New York in the East 57th Street apartment that she and Mr. Miller used to share. Now he was gone to their country house in Connecticut. Marilyn was alone with her staff, her pills, her splits of champagne. She wasn't sleeping well or eating well. She wasn't well in any way. So on February 5th, 1961, her psychiatrist, Dr. Marianne Criss, drove her to the Cornell University Medical Center on New York's East Side, where Marilyn checked herself in for arrest. Immediately, she was taken to the Payne Whitney Psychiatric Division, where she was locked into a cell on the ward for truly psychotic patients. Her screams of protest, her demands to be released, were ignored or taken as evidence of her sickness. When she broke the pane of glass in her locked bathroom door, she was threatened with restraint and watched day and night. For Marilyn, this was the worst fear of her life come true. She was locked away like her mother, a prisoner in a loony bin. After 3 days, when she was finally permitted one call, she phoned to Florida. She called Joe DiMaggio. He was there the next day at the Payne Whitney reception desk, 6 feet 1.5 inches tall, wide at the shoulders, glowering darkly, and in no mood for talk. "I want my wife," DiMaggio said. No one pointed out to him that he and Marilyn Monroe hadn't been married for the last 6 years. Instead, they tried to tell him they had no authority to release Miss Monroe, to him or to anyone else. "I want my wife," Joe DiMaggio said with menacing precision. His large hands gripped the reception desk. "And if you do not release her to me, I will take this place apart, piece of wood by piece of wood." Suddenly, the Payne Whitney staff discovered that Miss Monroe was free to go. Joe had Marilyn transferred cross town to another hospital, Columbia Presbyterian, where she could have a real rest in a normal private room, which he would visit daily and which he would fill with roses. When Marilyn emerged from her hospital rest in March 1961, Joe flew her to St. Petersburg, where he was coaching at the Yankee spring training camp. That was the first year Casey Stengel was gone, and the first time Joe had been paid the respect of an invitation. His exile was over. He was back in pinstripes. But it wasn't just the old moves. Joe was different, calmer. With Marilyn, he showed no swagger of possession. In his years of exile, he'd learned a few things. He told her that she'd saved him by sending him to a psychiatrist. He hadn't stuck with the therapy long, but it was long enough to convince him that the rage inside him could ruin lives, his first and foremost. Now, at the age of 46, Joe very seldom took a drink, maybe one beer with dinner. With a rueful laugh, he told Marilyn that if he'd been married to that guy he was 7 years ago, well, he would have divorced him too. The years since their marriage had changed Marilyn too. Now, as she neared her 35th birthday, she could still turn it on when she took the time and trouble. But that was an act of will on her part. That's what she didn't have energy for. Not often, anyway. In Florida, Joe and Marilyn hid away and took care of each other like an old married couple. She liked to do for him. She made his tea and listened to his troubles. Joe Jr. had made it out of private school and was enrolled at Yale. But the boy wasn't happy, wasn't doing well, wasn't fitting in. He was drinking, and that made Big Joe angry. The boy had wrecked the car Joe bought for him. Now he wanted another. Did he think they grew on trees? Joe tried to guard Marilyn's sleep, made sure she ate, and listened to her troubles. Her stomach was hurting her, and sometimes she had awful pain and cramps below. She didn't know how she could find a psychiatrist in New York. She would never talk to Dr. Chris again. She liked her psychiatrist in L.A., Ralph Greenson, but she wouldn't move there just to talk to him. There was no one to talk to at night no matter where she was, and sleep was impossible. That's why those pills were so important. She gave Joe not a whit of trouble. When the Yankees went north in April, Joe and Marilyn broke camp too. They would be at the stadium for opening day, honored guests in the press box. In fact, they were together almost every day and night, at the suite Joe used in the Hotel Lexington, or a few blocks away, at her apartment on East 57th, the place she used to share with Arthur Miller. Joe didn't like to leave Marilyn alone in that apartment. The way he figured, someone had to watch over her, and he was the man. It was like he told her when he made his first gingerly push back into her life. That was a few months back on Christmas night. As Marilyn recalled in a letter to Ralph Greenson, her L.A. psychiatrist, she was in the apartment when a forest of poinsettia plants arrived. The card only read, Best Joe. Because it was Christmas night, as she wrote to Dr. Greenson, I called him up and asked him why he'd sent me the flowers. He said, first of all, because I thought you'd call me to thank me. And then he said, besides, who in the hell else do you have in the world? Mostly she had her staff for companions. Lena Pepitone, the curly-haired Neapolitan seamstress and ladies' maid, fought a losing battle for cleanliness in Marilyn's bedroom and closet. Marilyn could rip 30 blouses off their hangers before she found one that was not altogether terrible. Now that Joe was around, Marilyn often asked Lena to stay and cook supper. Spaghetti with sausage, veal piccata. DiMaggio was Lena's idea of the perfect man. He may have been famous, as Lena remembered in her memoir, but he was very sympathetic and easy to be with. Lena got him alone in the kitchen one night, and in Italian, for secrecy's sake, she brought up the big question on her mind. Why don't you marry Marilyn again? She loves you. It would be wonderful for her. Joe just shook his head sadly. He said that he loved her more than any other woman, that he'd do anything for her. But marriage, they had too many differences that just didn't work. He felt, as always, that her career was what was killing her. Then Joe's rusty Italian ran out as he brought up the word Hollywood, and he made a face like he had a terrible pain held his stomach with both hands. But Joe couldn't bring up that pain with Marilyn, not anymore. The other subject Joe tried to avoid was Ralph Roberts, Marilyn's closest companion, confidant, and masseur. Ralph was a handsome, soft-spoken actor from North Carolina. He'd made a second career as masseur to the stars, but in those days, his career was Marilyn. Ralph would do anything for her. Joe didn't understand, or thought he understood too well. But it wasn't like he imagined. It was more innocent and intimate. Marilyn could talk to Ralph about anything, almost everything. One evening that spring, Marilyn was telling Ralph about Joe's body. It was beautiful, rippled with muscle, but not bulky, every part in perfect form. Like that statue, she said, Michelangelo's David. Then she asked Ralph to walk with her to Joe's hotel. She got all dressed up, or dressed down, with her headscarf and shades, and they went to the Hotel Lexington. And there was Joe, who'd just come back from some dinner where Italian Americans had honored him as Man of the Year, or Man of the Age, or something. And they'd given him, as Joe said, a trophy for it, which he showed to Marilyn and Ralph, a copy of Michelangelo's David. Joe started blushing and got mad when they burst out laughing. In May, it was Ralph whom Marilyn took along to L.A. for meetings at the studio and another procedure by her gynecologist, again for those cramps, her chronic endometriosis. Once again, Joe had roses delivered to her hospital room, and he sent letters, one of which was later found among her papers. Those 3 handwritten pages on Hotel Lexington stationery reveal a man who was trying to find common ground without taking up too much ground himself. Dearest, had an early dinner at the Colony with George. Was able to relax and enjoy our boiled chicken, as we were the only 2 people in the place. It's always nice to hear your voice, and I well realize your phone bill runs into astronomical figures. I'd like to be able to tear mine up without opening the envelope this month, as I've talked to Joe Jr. quite a bit this month, trying to help resolve some of his present problems. You've been quite a help to me in so much as discussing Joe's affairs. And dear, I want to thank you beyond words for helping relieve my mind. I'm sure you're not interested about my everyday activity, so I'll dispense of the boring details. However, I'm always interested in your activities. It was nice to hear you say you're gaining weight and are slowly but surely rounding into form. Wow. Now I hope that the happiness we all seek comes to you soon, so that friends who give a damn will relish right along with you. I better wrap this up, as I feel mushiness coming on. And so, my dearest, good night. My love, Joe. But how could he help himself when Marilyn needed him? He had to take care of her. That was the role she cast him in. As she told one Danish journalist, to know that Joe is there is like having a lifeguard, and Marilyn always seemed near drowning. That summer back in New York, she'd be wheeled into the Manhattan Polyclinic for another emergency operation, gallbladder surgery this time. And once again, Joe stood by as her protector in the hospital. Marilyn wouldn't work at all in 1961, except one way or another on her health. As soon as Joe went on the road for the Manette Company in August 1961, Marilyn flew out to L.A. Her scar from the operation had healed. Her strength was returning. She looked wonderful. She was happy to be back in Sinatra's town. Frankie won't let me be lonely, she said. And even happier to be back with her psychiatrist, Ralph Greenson. But she fell into the embrace of Sinatra and drugs with equal abandon. For quick action, Marilyn preferred to have her L.A. physician, Hyman Engelberg, administer a hypodermic cocktail of sedatives. Or some days, it was a shot of tranquilizers mixed with speed to revive Marilyn's energy. Those were referred to as vitamin shots. Or if Engelberg wasn't around, there was always Greenson, the psychiatrist, to offer more pills. Marilyn would poke the capsules with a pin to hasten the onset of oblivion. Her relationship with Greenson had taken a turn away from standard Freudian therapy to something closer, messier, and more dependent. She saw him every day in his home. For Marilyn, this was the caboose on the long train of older men who took her in and cast themselves as protectors. Greenson was the most dangerous of all, a trained psychological manipulator whom Marilyn obeyed as a patient and revered for his degrees, his mastery of jargon, and his ready prescription pad. By autumn 1961, Greenson had taken over her life. Friends, staff, colleagues were all bad influences. Within months, he would force her to buy a house near his, where she would live with a companion of Greenson's choosing. In fact, with the woman who'd sold Greenson his house, a spooky, gray-haired duenna and spy named Eunice Murray. Of course, Greenson had science-y jargon to cover all of these moves. He was weaning Marilyn from destructive, sadomasochistic relationships. But as Greenson wrote in one letter to a colleague, "This is the kind of planning you do with an adolescent girl who needs guidance, friendliness, and firmness, and she seems to take it very well. Of course, this does not prevent her from canceling several hours to go to Palm Springs with Mr. F.S. She is unfaithful to me as one is to a parent." By autumn, even Mr. F.S. had concluded that Marilyn was too much to handle. Sinatra backed away from their love affair. Soon he would announce his engagement to the actress and dancer, Juliette Prowse. But Marilyn was still a favorite with the members of Sinatra's clan and with a couple of adjunct members, the Kennedy boys from Washington, D.C. At the start of October, she was invited to dine with Robert Kennedy at Peter Lawford's house. Lawford was married to Bobby's sister, Patricia. Marilyn had too much champagne that night, so the Attorney General thoughtfully saw her home in his car. Later that month, Marilyn went again to the Lawford's house for dinner with her Commander-in-Chief, John F. Kennedy. For 4 decades after, there would be speculation and debate about Marilyn's relationships with the Kennedy brothers. One of them? Both of them? Both at the same time? But in that season of Marilyn's dissolution, there wasn't much debate. Her affair with President Kennedy had to be the country's worst-kept secret. In Robert Kennedy's case, it's tempting to think there was much more smoke than fire. Marilyn denied the affair to Ralph Roberts, to whom she told almost everything. She asked Ralph one day whether he'd heard rumors about Bobby and her. Ralph said, "You can't not hear. It's the talk of Hollywood." Marilyn said indignantly, "Well, it's not true. Anyway, he's too puny for me." But by the spring or summer of 1962, Marilyn confirmed her relationship with RFK to her psychiatrist, Ralph Greenson, to whom she did tell everything, and in a matter so private and matter-of-fact that it is incontrovertible. By that time, Greenson was tape-recording Marilyn's free associations. Marilyn was speaking, as she said on the tapes, from her own bed, dressed only in a brassiere. She was reverent toward Greenson. "Doctor, you're the greatest psychiatrist in the world." She was so grateful that he'd helped her to achieve, at last, a true orgasm. She said if they really gave Oscars for the best acting in Hollywood, she would have won for faking it all those years. Now, as she said, she wished Joe were with her, so she could give him a real one. Toward the president, she was devoted, not just as a lover, but as a political adherent and patriot. Near the end of the tapes, she spoke of herself in the third person. Marilyn Monroe is a soldier. Her commander-in-chief is the greatest and most powerful man in the world. The first duty of a soldier is to obey her commander-in-chief. But about Bobby Kennedy, Marilyn was worried, because she didn't know how to tell poor Bobby that they were, well, Splitsville. "I guess I don't have the moral courage to face up to it and hurt him. I want someone else to tell him it's over. I tried to get the president to do it, but I couldn't reach him. Now I'm glad I couldn't. He's too important to ask." She said that with Greenson's help, she would find the moral courage to tell Bobby the bad news herself. DiMaggio visited in Hollywood from time to time, whenever he wasn't working for Manette, and he didn't like what he saw. Joe told his L.A. pal Harry Hall, who'd known DiMaggio since the early war years, Marilyn was drifting back to a life among people who didn't respect her. Joe knew all about Sinatra and Marilyn. He'd also heard about the Kennedy boys, and he hated them worse than Sinatra. As Hall remembered, Joe's attitude was, they didn't care about her. She was a toy for them. At that time, DiMaggio was a pal in over his head. He didn't have a clue what to do about Marilyn. One time, Harry Hall gave Joe a ride to Marilyn's place. She slammed the door in his face. Joe just took it and tried to shrug off his embarrassment. Well, he said to Harry, one of those days. DiMaggio never knew where he stood with her from day to day or hour to hour. Joe showed up for Christmas, 1961. He may have been summoned by Greenson. And that went great. Marilyn loved it and seemed to love him. The next time Joe arrived, February 1962, she stiffed him altogether. 2 weeks later, Joe took her to the airport in Miami. She left for a shopping trip in Mexico. She wanted furniture for the new house Greenson had helped her pick out. But she came home from Mexico with a handsome young Mexican screenwriter named Jose Bolaños. Marilyn showed up, tipsy as the papers phrased it, wearing Bolaños and not much else, to receive an award as the world's favorite female star from the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. DiMaggio flew into L.A. the next day. The day after that awards dinner, she went to Greenson's house, and the shrink put her in a bedroom upstairs, under sedation and under his control. That's where Joe tracked her. Joe got Marilyn out of Greenson's home and got her back to the apartment on Doheny. 2 days later, he helped her move into her new house in Brentwood, on 5th Helena Drive, near the Greenson residence. Joe hired LA's celebrity detective of the moment, Fred Otash, to do reports on Marilyn. If Marilyn was running around with the wrong crowd, Otash would be the guy to find out. It was a roller coaster ride, and Joe was hanging on. He'd fly into L.A. and visit at the new house, and Marilyn would settle into his arms like a kitten. They'd curl up on the living room floor. There was still no furniture, just white wall-to-wall, now stained by her poodle. And Marilyn would dream aloud about adopting a Mexican child. Then, without pause, she'd be furious about her new picture. She hated it. But Dr. Greenson said she had to make the picture, and she was trapped. It was horrible. And she was broke. The house, why had she bought it? But she felt better now that Joe was here. What she wanted was champagne. She always felt better when Joe was there. Told him she did. She told Joe Jr. he shouldn't get married. He'd left Yale now. He'd joined the Marines. And he'd call from Camp Pendleton whenever he was allowed to phone. He talked about proposing to his girlfriend, Pamela. But Marilyn was always against that. She told him sometimes getting married just makes things harder, which in a way was the same thing she told Big Joe. But she loved him for asking, her slugger. Then, before he left town, Joe would meet with Otash, who'd give him his reports. Marilyn in meetings with the Kennedys at the Lawfords Beach House. Bing Crosby's house with JFK. A weekend with Sinatra's friends at Frankie's new casino resort, the Cal Neva Lodge, on the border at Lake Tahoe. In May, the newspapers were reporting trouble on the set of Marilyn's new picture, Something's Got to Give. Filming was delayed, as Marilyn Monroe failed to show. She was ill. Then Marilyn was back at the Cal Neva Lodge, where Sinatra kept her hidden away in the private bungalows. Then, big news from New York. On May 19th, 15,000 cheering Democrats filled Madison Square Garden, as Americans from coast to coast tuned in on TV, to celebrate the 45th birthday of Jack Kennedy. And for the finale, to sing Happy Birthday to You, Peter Lawford introduced on stage Miss Marilyn Monroe. Joe saw that even in Europe. Couldn't get away from those film clips anywhere. There she was, in a skin-colored, skin-tight gown, rhinestones shining from strategic spots. Just skin and beads, in the words of Adlai Stevenson, and rubbing her hands up her thighs, across her belly, as she woozily breathed out her song, making love to the president, as Dorothy Kilgallen wrote, in the direct view of 40 million Americans. That's when Joe's thrill ride hit bottom. In his view, she might as well have told him to his face he was only in line for sloppy seconds. As it was, she'd told the whole rest of the world, treat her as a toy and she'd put on a show for you. But love her all your life, like Joe DiMaggio did, and she played him for a chump. In late May, on his last stop in Europe, Joe talked to screenwriter Nunnally Johnson in London. Johnson's script for Something's Got to Give had by then been entirely rewritten. But his friends on the picture still fed him all the news. And Johnson said that Marilyn was in trouble. Most days she didn't show up on the set. And when she did, she looked like she was walking underwater. Her shrink had left town, and she was sick, depressed, stoned all the time. If Joe didn't go to Hollywood to help her, Fox was going to shut that picture down, and Marilyn was going to be fired. But Joe said he couldn't help. It wouldn't do any good for him to go to Hollywood. He'd try to phone. That was all he could do. I can't help the girl, he said. I've tried. But it wasn't that simple. He couldn't just will it to stop. If he could have walled away his heart just by decision, it would have ended years before. But it never would end for Joe. Marilyn did a scene naked for her movie. Of course, that made the papers worldwide. But it didn't help her. She got fired anyway. Hedda Hopper had the quotes from Marilyn's director. "The poor dear has finally gone round the bend," said George Cukor. "The sad thing is the little work she did was no good. I think it's the end of her career." No one would bankroll or insure a picture for her now. Marilyn Monroe was finished. When Joe read those quotes in London, he caught a cab for the airport. He got on a plane. He flew straight to L.A. That was his chance. She was out of motion pictures. Joe went to Marilyn's house. She wasn't home. He waited, and when she came back, he told her he would take her away. They'd get married again. They could make a life. Now that the movies were over for her, they could be happy. And she looked at him like he was from Mars. What was he talking about? No one was going to sink her. And then it turned into a terrible fight. Marilyn would appear at her plastic surgeon's office the following day. She feared she had a broken nose. And Joe left town as soon as he could. By the next day, he'd ended up in New York. He went to work on the ache in his heart like he did in the old days. He went to Toots Shor's. And as the regulars remembered that night, Joe wasn't drinking tea. Joe and Marilyn hadn't talked since that fight. He couldn't even get her on the phone. She might be off with the Kennedys. How would he know? And the hell of it was, he wouldn't even care. He only wanted to tell her he was sorry. But Jesus, she made him crazy. Joe said to Toots, "What can you do with a girl like that?" And before he thought, Toots said to his drink, "What do you do with any whore?" Before Toots had drawn another breath, Joe was up and on his way out the door. Toots ran after him, calling his name, calling, "Joe, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, Joe." But Toots would stay sorry. DiMaggio would never come back. It was almost 2 weeks before Joe and Marilyn did talk. But then it was like a miracle for Joe. He apologized. He asked her forgiveness for his anger, his failure of control. He hadn't understood. And he promised to do better, if he could, if she'd give him the chance, if she didn't hate him. But she didn't hate him. It wasn't in her to hate him. She forgave him for the reason she always forgave him, and always came back to him. He cared so much and never hid it. He couldn't hide it. He was so real. She understood he'd been mad, and God knows she'd done some things to make him mad. It was like her answer to her friend Ralph Roberts when he'd asked her once if Joe had ever hit her. Yes, she'd replied, but not without cause. And in that summer of 1962, she thought Joe was right about so many things. To Joe, she said maybe it was time to start over again. He flew across the country to visit in her new house, and that was wonderful. That July, Joe did what he'd never done with her, what he never could do before in his life. He told her it didn't matter what she wanted to do, about the pictures, or where they lived, or the shrink, or the pills, or the bills, or the anything. He was her guy, and he would stay with her. He gambled with his life. He gave it to her, and he asked her to marry him again and never leave him. And she said yes. Joe flew back east the last week of July. He saw Val Monette in Virginia and told him the news. He was quitting the business as of July 31st. Joe was headed back to California. He and Marilyn were going to be married again. Marilyn flew into preparation for a new life. She was talking about a new movie, a musical with the songs of Jules Stein. Joe had to fly back to New York and get his things from the Hotel Lexington suite. Then he made preparations to fly west through San Francisco. He'd drop his stuff at the Marina House, and he had to make a charity ball game appearance on August 4th with Dom and Vince, a reunion of the famous baseball brothers. Marilyn called the atelier of her designer, Jean-Louis. He had famously dressed her some 3 months before, with the skin-tight, skin-toned, naked save for sequins gown of scandal in which she'd sung Happy Birthday to JFK. Now Marilyn had ordered a new gown, but this one would be for Joe, her wedding dress. Marilyn scheduled the final fitting for Monday, August 6th. Joe called every night from the East Coast, and they planned the wedding for Wednesday, August 8th. A true DiMaggionic affair, maybe 15 guests in Marilyn's backyard, just the real friends, and not a word in advance to anyone who might talk. When Big Joe showed up in San Francisco for that Saturday old-timers game, he told Marilyn they'd get together on Monday. He'd fly into Los Angeles on Sunday night. After the game, he and Lefty O'Doul, with O'Doul's stepson Jimmy and a couple of Lefty's pals, went out for dinner and then turned up at Bimbo's 365 Club, where they made a night of it amongst the showgirls on Columbus Avenue, just like old times. Maybe Joe thought of that as his bachelor party. He could sleep in the next day and still make the airport in plenty of time. But before 8 a.m., his phone was ringing in the house on Beach Street. He woke, stiff and sour, grabbed the phone on the fourth ring. He could already feel in his back that the day would be gray, cold, and damp. Mr. DiMaggio? The voice was not familiar. This is Dr. Hyman Engelberg. Then he told Joe he was calling from Marilyn's house. There had been a terrible accident, and the rest Joe heard in fragments as his world fell apart. Pronounced her dead this morning, the voice was saying. Overdose, toxicology. Claim the body, formalities, when you arrive. I'm sorry. Engelberg had pronounced Marilyn dead many hours before. Her lifeless, naked body had been discovered before midnight. But after that, no one knew what to do. The cops weren't even called until 4:25 a.m. Meanwhile, Engelberg consulted with her lawyer, Mickey Rudin. But Rudin had never talked to Marilyn about arrangements. Rudin consulted with her other attorney, the New Yorker, Aaron Frosch. But Frosch also had no idea what to do. The mother was no help, locked away in an asylum. The sister lived, where was it, Georgia, Florida? Who in the hell else did Marilyn have in the world? As Rudin recalled, we took the coward's way out. We called Joe DiMaggio. United Airlines agreed to hold the 9 a.m. plane, but Joe made the airport on time, and as the papers reported, stooped by grief, ashen and silent. Let's go, he said on the steps to the plane, and then he didn't make another sound till landing in Los Angeles near 11 a.m. He would have to identify the body at the morgue. They slid her out of a drawer. She was nothing like his girl anymore. Her hair was thin and lank like an old woman's. Her face was flattened, bloated, sagging, after a pathologist had snipped the facial muscles to remove her brain. DiMaggio made a noise in the back of his throat and turned away. She was gone. Everything he'd feared had come true. They'd made her into a piece of meat. They had killed his girl. Tight-lipped, Joe nodded. He signed a form for the body to be released to the Westwood Memorial Park. His words were quiet, to the point, contained. Harry Hall drove him to the Miramar Motel, where Joe rented a room, locked the door behind them, sat down on the bed. Then the noise came out of Joe, like a roar from inside him. Animal pain. It wasn't words at all. And he doubled over in tears. They had killed her, and Joe told Harry who they were. The fucking Kennedys, as Harry quoted him. Bobby Kennedy was the one Joe talked about. He hated him. And Sinatra. Joe cursed Sinatra right that day in the Miramar. There would never even be a coroner's inquest into the circumstances of Marilyn's death. And the mysteries would fester for 40 years. Joe knew there was something wrong with that investigation within hours of his arrival in L.A. On that same Sunday, in the late afternoon, Joe and Harry Hall went to Marilyn's house on Fifth Helena Drive. The cops let DiMaggio in. He marched straight into Marilyn's bedroom and went to her personal papers. Later he would complain to Harry that her book was missing. It was all her personal notes, as Hall remembered. And Joe searched also in vain for her pearls. He had given them to Marilyn in Japan. They were his wedding gift. Now he'd lost them too. Stolen, he concluded. But Joe did get a gift of his own from that futile search in Marilyn's house. It was a paper, folded once at its midpoint, and inserted amid the pages of her address book. Police had found it that morning while they searched for a suicide note. It was a letter to Joe. It would be her last gift to him. Dear Joe, if I can only succeed in making you happy, I will have succeeded in the biggest and most difficult thing there is. That is, to make one person completely happy. Your happiness means my happiness, but that was all Marilyn had time to write. When Marilyn's sister Bernice arrived on Monday, Joe quickly won her approval to make the funeral a strictly private affair. Apart from Bernice, Marilyn's business manager Inez Melson, and Joe, who'd bring along Joe Jr. and George Solitaire. There would be only 24 mourners, mostly people who'd served Marilyn, including her loyal makeup man, Alan Whitey Snyder. That Tuesday, Whitey was at the mortuary to restore the world's most beloved face, while his fiancée Marjorie Pletcher, Marilyn's wardrobe assistant, tried to coax and pad Marilyn's embalmed body back to its famous form. When they finished, late Tuesday, she lay in repose in the bronze casket that Joe had bought, and she was as beautiful as ever. Joe sat and stared at the face of his girl as Whitey and Marjorie left the mortuary. When they came back Wednesday morning to touch up their work, Joe was still there, in the same seat. He'd spent all night gazing at her face and talking to her, praying for her, crying. The funeral was scheduled for 1 o'clock that afternoon, Wednesday, August 8, 1962, the day Joe and Marilyn would have been remarried. Joe and Joe Jr. rode to the chapel at the Westwood Memorial Park in a mortuary limousine. Jr. was in his marine dress uniform. Joe was in a charcoal gray suit. In the limo, Big Joe started crying again, and without a word he reached out, took Junior's hand, and held it all the way to the chapel. Joe Jr. would later say that was the closest he ever got to his dad. Many in the crowd outside the gates were angry as the hour of the funeral approached. Joe had excluded everyone in Hollywood, all the big wheels who wanted to say goodbye to Marilyn. Tell them, Joe growled. If it wasn't for them, she'd still be here. In the chapel, a non-denominational minister from the neighborhood conducted the service. The funeral director's wife played the organ, one of Marilyn's favorite songs from The Wizard of Oz, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. At Joe's request, Lee Strasberg, Marilyn's teacher, delivered the eulogy. Strasberg spoke for 5 minutes. His text was her talent, which he assured them was not a mirage. Now, Strasberg said, it is all at an end. I cannot say goodbye. Marilyn never liked goodbyes. But in that peculiar way she had of turning things around so that they face reality, I will say au revoir. For the country to which she's gone, we must all someday visit. At the close, the mourners stood, and most turned toward the door for the walk to the crypt where she would be entombed, about 200 yards away. But Joe DiMaggio lingered until the others who wanted to say goodbye had passed her coffin. And then, before the casket was closed, he bent over her and placed 3 roses in her hands. And sobbing aloud with his last kiss, he told her, I love you, I love you, I love you. He stayed in L.A. for a couple of days, and the papers were full of her. By the end of the week, Joe felt he had to get away. So that Friday, 2 days after the funeral, he stopped by the cemetery office just once more to look over the cards and leaf through hundreds of telegrams and see the piles of flowers that had been delivered. Joe had already arranged for his own flower deliveries, roses for Marilyn's crypt, twice a week and forever, just as Marilyn had asked so many years ago. When Joe was ready to leave, he wanted to stop by the crypt to say goodbye or tell her he'd be back. But the cemetery gates were wide open now, and fans had been streaming in, hundreds every day, and they'd kneel by her crypt or feel her plaque and leave notes or flowers. They were around her all the time. There were 20 or 30 of them over there now. Maybe that's the way it would be from now on. She belonged to them, after all. With an air of dejection, Joe told the cemetery manager, Guy Hackett, well, I guess I can say goodbye now. Hackett looked over toward Marilyn's tomb and told Joe, just wait a moment. Then he went to the fans and explained that Mr. DiMaggio would like to have a moment with with Miss Monroe. And an extraordinary thing happened. All the faithful around Marilyn parted and stepped back as Joe DiMaggio approached. Because they all knew he was her worshiper. He was the one who had burned for her. He was the one who would come to her, to help her, to carry her, or bury her, to the very end. And so, in the end, she was his. That first time, it surprised him, pleased him, and he was grateful. But in time, he would come to see this as his destiny, and do. And he would hold on to Marilyn Monroe, as he would hold on to everything that was his, for the next 40 years. Because in death, he did possess her, as he never quite could in life. In October 1989, San Francisco was packed for the Bay Bridge World Series. The Giants against the local rival Oakland A's. First time in history, the town was in its glory. And then, just as Game 3 was supposed to start, the earthquake hit, and all the newsmen jumped on it. In the Marina District of San Francisco, people ran out to the street. Everybody was helping everybody, because, as they told the news crews, they were all in the same boat. But they didn't know Joe DiMaggio, though he was a neighbor too. They might have seen him, that famous, dapper 74-year-old who took his walks on the marina streets. They might have thought they knew him or knew things about him. A very quiet gentleman, so private since he'd left baseball. And didn't he still send roses to Marilyn Monroe's grave? But no one really knew what it meant to have spent a half-century being precisely and distinctly DiMaggio, what we required Joe DiMaggio to be. No one knew as he did what it cost to live the hero's life, and no one knew, as precisely as he, exactly what it was worth. As the quake struck, he was sitting on the field of Candlestick Park in the special seats that had been installed for the World Series. He was sitting next to the Oakland A's dugout, which was proper because he was, as ever, an American leaguer. He was sitting in company with Bobby Brown, third baseman for the Yanks in the 1940s. Joe had his seat at Dr. Brown's invitation. Bobby was the president of the American League, and Bobby gave him the ticket. Of course, DiMaggio got tickets too, and he gave me wanted, but he sold those. Like all his Super Bowl tickets. Joe gave them to Ben Langella, who was a banker in a suburb south of San Francisco, and Ben would turn those tickets into cash. And you couldn't say Joe wasn't grateful. Ben Langella had a seat on the Candlestick field too, same row as Joe. That was still how Joe paid off. His company was currency, sufficient to any cost. By 1989, he was commanding $40,000 to $50,000 a day for autograph shows and memorabilia sales. Langella had become a man of all work for Joe. He would drive Joe's car, his Acura, to San Jose every 6 months, take Joe to the dealership, where Joe would sign balls for everybody who'd bought cars since his last visit. Then the dealer would give Joe a brand new Acura. Joe would move his tape of Hemingway's The Old Man in the Sea from the 6-month-old Acura into the new Acura. It was Spencer Tracy's voice. I would like to fish with the great DiMaggio. They say his father was a fisherman. Then Ben would drive Joe home again. That sort of service had earned Ben his ticket to the series. At first, Joe didn't even know it was an earthquake. He was on the field, didn't feel a thing. But word from radios was sweeping the stands. This was a bad one. So DiMaggio walked out to the Giants players' parking lot, where his limo waited. And Joe was on his way home before most of the fans even got to firm ground. The old house on Beach Street was the only home Joe had ever bought. What griped him was he had to buy it twice. First time was for his parents, after his second year in the bigs. But when Giuseppe and Rosalie DiMaggio died, they left the house to all the kids. Joe had to buy out his siblings, and the second purchase cost more than the first. His sister Marie still lived downstairs. Now she was more than 80 years old, but she still took care of the place. When the earthquake hit, Marie had run out the door, didn't even stop to grab clothes. By the time Joe got to the marina, the streets were a horror show. Buckled pavement, crumbling houses. And amid the chaotic destruction, Joe's house was, well, fine. Joe took a minute to go upstairs to his private quarters and came back with his big right hand around the neck of a garbage bag. Then policemen and firemen led DiMaggio back out of the neighborhood, out to the space near the yacht basin that the neighborhood folk called Marina Green. There the news crews flocked to DiMaggio, and for once he didn't duck. There he was, full frame in their cameras, standing so humbly, like all the other dispossessed. And look, the great DiMaggio was dragging out a garbage bag, uncomplaining. No, he didn't want help. He was fine, he said to the cameras, but he'd like to get in touch with his sister. Of course, Marie got the news right away. She called in to say she was all right. And Joe would be comfortable that night, too, at the Presidio Club. He was an honorary member, didn't have to pay dues. But he knew they kept a few quiet guest rooms upstairs. And he'd sleep well there, with the garbage bag, which held $600,000 cash. The funny part was, the firemen, the police brass, the newsmen, everybody in Marina Green, when they talked about the earthquake, what they brought up was, they saw DiMaggio. Of course, when they saw him, they thought they knew him. For DiMaggio, that was the worst, the presumption of intimacy. The real problem was, we all did know him somehow. He came along just as we found the means to peer into our heroes' lives. There were moments when he tried to protest, to tell the country and the world to back off. What we were looking for, he couldn't give. Like the day in the 1960s, when a brilliant young writer named Gay Talese, on assignment for Esquire, tracked DiMaggio to the family restaurant at Fisherman's Wharf. Talese wrote how he tried to tell Joe he'd come as a friend. "I don't want to cause trouble. I think you're a great man, and..." "I'm not great," DiMaggio cut in. "I'm not great," he repeated softly. "I'm just a man trying to get along." But Joe couldn't walk away from the hero game, not forever. What else did he have? He took a chance in the 1970s on TV ads for the Bowery Bank in New York, then for Mr. Coffee nationwide. Joe still wasn't comfortable on TV, but the money was good, and those were scripted spots. He could do each ad 100 times if he chose. And it worked out better than anyone imagined. Joe became bigger than ever and more distant. He hadn't just climbed back to the top of the pile. It was beyond fame to veneration. We put him in the Pantheon, which by his 8th decade was his real home address. See, the way Joe looked at it, the guys who did everything for him, put their lives on call for him, they were all in it for their own reasons. Even if they just loved the guy, the man was their hero. Well then, that was their reason. You might have gotten along for years that way, and then one day, maybe you decided you had to get back some money you'd laid out. Not a profit, just expenses. Whack, you were gone. Writers were the worst. Joe looked at a writer, interviewer, biographer, and thought, why should this guy make a buck off my life? As a matter of fact, it was the same for everyone. Family was not accepted. When one of the older sisters, Mamie, got too sick to take care of herself, Joe was sitting in San Francisco, and he didn't lift a finger. So Dominic had to fly across the country from his home in Boston to put her into a nursing home. And that shamed Joe. Shame was what he hated worst. In the end, it was shame that finished Joe and his son. Shame and money, a deadly combination with DiMaggio. Joe Jr. never did stop drifting or drinking. One night, late 1960s, he was out of the Marines now. Joey was hanging around Miami Beach and wandered onto a houseboat from which a nighttime radio show was being broadcast. It was a popular show, made a big name for the host, a guy named Larry King, who of course put Joe Jr. on the air straight away. King was shocked when Jr. started to speak about growing up at DiMaggio. "I never knew my father," Joe Jr. said. "My parents were divorced when I was little, and I was sent away to private school. And my father was totally missing from my childhood. When they needed a picture of father and son, I'd get picked up in a limo and have my picture taken. My father and I didn't say 2 words. I cursed the name Joe DiMaggio Jr." As King recalled in his memoir, DiMaggio Jr. said the closest he'd ever been to his father was in the car on the way to Marilyn Monroe's funeral. He said his father had always gone on loving Monroe and that he'd loved her too. Of course, Big Joe was furious when Jr. told the world all that. As Joe saw it, whatever he gave, Jr. pissed away. All the Clippers' pals knew Joe Jr. was like Marilyn, a name you couldn't bring up. Jr. was a loss, and DiMaggio didn't talk about loss. By that time, Joe had cut away everything that did not fit the picture. Our picture of the great DiMaggio. You could call that his bargain with the hero's life. And no matter what else was going on, even in the middle of an earthquake, it was his destiny to stand alone. It was only a few months after the earthquake, turn of the year 1990, when Joe pulled a sweet little holdout on a baseball card company called Score. DiMaggio signed their baseball cards, 2,500 signatures. Took him a day, maybe day and a half, and fetched a nice check, $100,000. Naturally, Joe's price for an autograph had to be higher than anyone else's. Personal appearances, endorsements, licenses to use his image or name, all had to be the highest, regardless of circumstance. For example, in the mid-1990s, Ted Williams decided to price himself out of autograph shows. For one thing, Ted had suffered a stroke, and signing was difficult. So Ted opted out with one simple rule. He set his price at $350 per signature, and no one called him for shows. Then Joe had a problem. He was raking in plenty from autograph shows, selling thousands of signatures at $125 or even $150 per. But he couldn't let Ted's price be higher. So if you had a picture of DiMaggio with Ted Williams, Joe's signature would cost $375. Joe also signed a deal to autograph a limited edition of bats. There would be 1,941 bats. See, get it? 1941, the year of the streak. It took 10 hours of signing. Then Joe was on his way, with more than $3 million for his labor. When DiMaggio hit the autograph circuit in 1994, baseball had been truly wiped out by money. The big leagues were on strike. In the long lines that wound toward his signing table, Joe was held up as the embodiment of the golden age. The Clippers' desire, his dignity, his ethics, were a living reproach to the bratty players of the modern day. And even in those long autograph lines, there was only dim recognition of what Joe was doing now. All those fans knew they'd paid $150 or $175 for Joe's signature. Still, most of those fans seemed shocked to hear that weekend would net DiMaggio a cool $250,000. And many just refused to believe that the highest paid major leaguer that year wasn't the $6 million man, Bobby Bonilla. The highest, at age 79, was Joltin' Joe DiMaggio. Which brought up the strangest thing about Joe in business, and that was, why? With tens of millions already socked away, it wasn't that Joe needed the money. Anyway, he wouldn't spend it. So what was it about? Everything is for the grandkids, Joe liked to say. The grandkids were Paula and Kathy, whom Joe Jr. had adopted when he married their mother when he was in his late 20s. They were grown up now, both married with children of their own. They were the only family Joe dealt with, the ones he called when he was alone at night. Especially Paula, the blonde one. That was a connection. She called him Big Joe, and they'd fight like a couple of lovers. But Paula's life wouldn't be much different if the trust that Joe bequeathed in the end was $20 million, or 30, or 50. What would change? The short answer was not much for Paula, nor for Kathy, nor for their kids. Every year they would get the interest from their portion of the trust. They'd be well off, but they wouldn't be able to touch the big pile, unless Joe's lawyer, Morris Engelberg, allowed them to. That was how Morris drew up Joe's will. He, or his firm, would be the personal representative, trustee, and lawyer for the estate. In other words, the big pile would be in his hands. In the business of being DiMaggio, Joe preferred to obtain all requisite goods and services for free. Joe had found himself Mr. Engelberg, a small-time Florida lawyer, who would do his contracts, taxes, and estate work without charging a fee. Joe called the lawyer my accountant, or sometimes my friend. That ought to be payment enough. Engelberg called himself not only Joe's friend, but his confidant, and then, too, the son Joe never had. So it wasn't Paula who was whipping Joe on to rack up the millions. Morris was Joe's business buddy, and they talked about the money every day. If Joe ever strayed from the path of business, Morris was there to set him straight. People used to cringe when Joe and Morris sat around in Florida talking about the estate. Morris would tell Joe he had to keep a diary every day, even if he only wrote down what he ate, and sign every page, because every one of those pages would be worth hundreds when Joe was dead. How could Morris talk that way? Joe liked it, because it proved to him that DiMaggio would go on, even after his lousy ticker gave out. But in the latter years, the 1990s, Joe came more and more to New York and left Morris at his home in Florida. Joe was building a life in New York that only a few people knew about, and there was no business in it. New York was where Joe came to have a good time. It was like Joe had two New Yorks to visit. Both had their joys and both their bitterness. There was the New York that was alive now, and Joe wanted to see that. He was hungry for it. He never wanted to be in bed, but he got so tired now. Sometimes he couldn't even keep going. He couldn't walk 4 blocks. That was hard to take. But for him, that live New York stood shoulder to shoulder with the shadow town Joe knew. That was his New York, which had come and gone, leaving shadows everywhere. The Waldorf Towers, for instance. Marilyn had an apartment there. Joe had almost broken his hands one night, beating on the door of that apartment, trying to break it down. No, not all the shadows were fond. A lot of them were whispers of loss. 52nd Street, that was Toots's, used to be. Toots got to be an old drunk at the end and lost his place. All the guys sent money. Joe wouldn't. Then Toots had a stroke. He was walking on canes. Joe saw him the last time in the locker room at the stadium, Old Timers Day, and Toots stumped in. Everybody made a fuss. Mantle, Martin, Barra, Ford, they were all hugging him. But Toots only wanted Joe. Joe was in his corner, and Toots came across the room on his canes, or tried to come. Joe turned his back and walked away into the trainer's room. Sometimes Joe wished the shadows would go away, the bad ones, or he wished he could pick and choose. When Time magazine brought together the people who had graced its cover to celebrate the magazine's 75th year, it was damn near all the greatest living at supper for 1,200 in Radio City Music Hall. Joe was radiant in his Pierre Cardin tuxedo, and among the hundreds of movers and shakers, heads of state and movie stars, DiMaggio was the star of the show. And they sat all night. Everybody stayed. Nobody wanted the party to end. Then Kevin Costner got up and made his toast to Joe. There are certain people's names that, when spoken out loud, are reminders of what men can be like, Costner said. To this day, when I hear the name Joe DiMaggio, it is so much more than a man's name. It reminds me to play whatever game I'm in with more grace and pride and dignity. He's a man who speaks to us about the things men don't speak of, about how to walk through life and how to receive the admiration that only the famous can know is half deserved, and about how to wear defeat and disappointment as if it were just a passing storm. So I'd like you to raise a glass to Joe DiMaggio for showing us the way. That set off the loudest and longest ovation of the night, 1,000 stars on their feet to cheer. It was Joe who wanted to schedule a Joe DiMaggio Day in Yankee Stadium before the '98 season ended. Or to be precise, the pressure came from Yankee Clipper Enterprises of Hollywood, Florida, YCE, as it was called by Morris Engelberg Esquire, who ran it. Joe told Morris DiMaggio Day had to be this year or never, and Morris jumped on the case big time. Joe didn't tell Morris why it had to happen now. Joe didn't tell anyone when he started coughing up blood. What Morris knew was he had to come through. No mistakes. This was the biggest payday he'd ever attempted for DiMaggio. But the most important part of this deal for Morris was not Joe DiMaggio Day, nor the World Series rings for Joe, not even the 15,000 Yankee Clipper balls that Joe could sign and market for $3 million or more. That would be Joe's $3 million. It would add to the estate, sure, and Morris was counting on a piece of that estate. But when? Morris could not wait. So the crucial part of the deal for Morris was the 2,000 balls that he would buy secretly. Though Morris would maintain always that Joe consulted with him daily on all aspects of his memorabilia business. And then Engelberg could mix his balls in while Joe was signing. Joe DiMaggio Day was a 1:30 start with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. The '98 Yanks had long since clinched. They were on cruise control and waiting for the playoffs. The big TV screen in right center frizzled to life, and there were video and film clips of Joe hitting, Joe sliding, Joe running, Joe waving. And then the gate at the old bullpen swung open, and there he was, riding in a white '56 T-Bird convertible, around the outfield track and down the third base line, both hands lifted in the Pope wave to acknowledge the cheers that swelled to a roar as the fans caught on to what was happening. Joe DiMaggio Day had begun. As the T-Bird drew to a stop at the Yankee dugout, Joe could barely get out of the car and almost killed himself when he stumbled on the dugout steps. But not many people could see how bad Joe looked. Only the ones who got close, like Joe Torre, the Yankee skipper, who walked Joe out from the dugout to the microphone behind home plate. "He has been called baseball's greatest living player," said the voice of the public address man, Bob Shepard. "Please welcome." Joe was carrying a sheet of paper, a speech that Morris had written for him. But the microphone didn't work, so all that was left was to bring out an officer of Major League Baseball, Paul Beeston, who presented Joe with a boxy frame, inside which was mounted one authorized and genuine American League Baseball, with a blue number 5 printed on, with a picture of Joe swinging his bat in front of the NY logo, and with Yankee blue stitching, the official Joe DiMaggio ball to be used in that day's game. Joe took his ball and started back to the dugout. But wait! Phil Rizzuto climbed out of the dugout and stopped Joe, brought him back to home plate. And while the scoreboard flashed, one after the other, Joe's World Series wins. 1936, 1937, 1938, 1939, 1941, 1947, 1949, 1950, 1951. Phil handed Joe the box of replica World Series rings, and Joe lifted it as if to show it to the crowd. He would never wear any of them. He had his ring from 1936, but the great-grandchildren might enjoy seeing these. And then Joe tottered off the field for good. DiMaggio's day was done. By Thursday of that following week, when Joe got back to Florida, he'd seen a doctor, and the news wasn't good. 10 days later, Joe was in the hospital. 2 days after Joe was admitted, doctors operated to remove a cancerous tumor in his right lung. And Joe never recovered. Infection set in. Then pneumonia beset Joe's other lung. X-rays showed Joe's lungs all whited out. He couldn't breathe on his own. A respirator pushed air into him through a tube in the base of his neck. He was fed through a tube in his stomach. He couldn't eat. He couldn't talk. And he often didn't know who else was in the room. Dominic DiMaggio arrived to see his brother, but Morris wouldn't tell Dom anything. Then he tried to keep Dom out of Joe's room. The 59-year-old Morris and the 81-year-old Dommy had a push and shove fight in the hospital hallway. As Christmas neared, Joe woke up from a coma that his doctors had feared was fatal. He sat up more. He knew who came into his room. He made signals with his hands. Morris, for one, noticed Joe's hands were fine. Later, Engelberg would sell 68 Yankee Clipper balls with pen marks upon them. which were Joe's attempted signatures on the balls Morris gave him in the hospital. After 99 days in intensive care, Joe DiMaggio was released from Memorial Hospital, January 18, 1999. A statement from his spokesman and closest friend, Morris Engelberg, said, "Mr. DiMaggio is looking forward to opening day in Yankee Stadium." But 90% of the time, Joe was in his bed, a hospital bed installed in the Florida room of his house on the ground floor. People wanted to visit. Morris kept almost all of them out. Joe had signed a paper making Morris his medical surrogate under Florida law. But truly, Joe didn't want anybody to see him, not like this. Mostly, Joe was alone, save for staff and a huge TV. That was how he could see his son, who did an interview with Inside Edition for $15,000. Joe Jr. said there were no problems between him and his dad. They just hadn't talked for a few years. But Jr. was glad the old man was better. The granddaughters, Paula and Kathy, shuttled back and forth from the West Coast several times. If Morris allowed somebody to visit Joe, he'd arrive with the guest in the afternoon, and he'd hang around to make sure nothing untoward was said. "I don't want to be like this anymore," Joe told the nurse one night. Monday, March 1st, Morris brought in a nurse from hospice care of Broward County. Once hospice care began, either the respirator or the feeding tube had to be disconnected. In Joe's case, they pulled the feeding tube. Morris put the plan in place to let Joe go Saturday night, March 7th. The doctors had prescribed morphine suppositories every other hour. The medical staff gave Joe one suppository, and he slept for hours. They wouldn't give him more. It would have killed him. That was the idea, but they couldn't do that. There was an uneasy feeling in the room. Dominic was there, but Paula and Kathy were both absent. Morris ordered the staff to turn off the pressure support on Joe's breathing machine. When Joe's blood oxygen level fell into the 70s, Dommy couldn't help himself. He said, "You're killing him." And the staff balked and turned the pressure back on. Joe was brought back to life. But the next night, nothing would be left to chance. The staff that came on at 7 p.m. was asked at the start if they would have a problem letting Mr. DiMaggio go. The hospice nurse was on scene. Dominic was excluded. Kathy had made the trip across the country. Paula was on her way. Her husband Jim was there. Morris arrived to give the orders after his dinner. The lights were dim. Pavarotti was singing Ave Maria at low volume from the boombox. For once, the TV was off. Joe was lying on his back, propped up slightly, his head lolling off to the side. He was out of it on morphine. He didn't speak. He didn't wake up. He lasted till midnight. Then he was gone. When he died, Kathy and Jim couldn't look. They left the room and talked quietly together. Morris stood by, but he didn't approach. He didn't touch Joe. The nursing staff was preparing the body for the funeral guys, who were to arrive at 2 a.m. by prearrangement with Morris. The nurse had folded Joe's arms and was about to wrap him in a sheet. "Wait," Morris ordered. "You need to take that ring off for me." "His ring?" "Yeah, get that ring off." The ring came free. "What is it?" the nurse asked. 36 World Series, rookie year. Morris yanked the ring out of the nurse's hands and left the room in a hurry. 3 days later, at Joe's funeral in San Francisco, Engelberg was wearing the ring. He would say Joe gave him that ring on his deathbed, before Joe died in his arms. Morris didn't like the funeral. Dominic DiMaggio was in charge. Morris wanted it known that he was Joe's real family. In a tell-all book that Morris would try to sell to New York publishers, he'd claim, "I devoted the past 16 years of my life to the Yankee baseball legend Joe DiMaggio. Joe was the father that I never had. The father I had always wished for and wanted, and in turn, I was the type of son he wanted but never had in his son, Joe DiMaggio Jr. Joe Jr. did attend his father's funeral. Joey had his gray hair pulled neatly into a ponytail. He wore a new suit and a new set of teeth that a cousin had bought him for the occasion. Morris told Joey that he'd take care of him. How about a nice condo in Florida? Joey didn't want any condo. He took the money Morris gave him from the $20,000 annual stipend specified in Joe's will. And 6 months after his father's death, Joey was dead too, from an overdose of crank, heroin mixed with crack cocaine. In the year after Joe's death, there were gestures of honor to his name from coast to coast. The Yankees wasted no time. A month after Joe's death, the club dedicated the 5th monument in stadium history to the memory of the Yankee Clipper. Beyond the current field and fence, in the deepest reach of the old left center field, Joe's likeness would now stand shoulder to shoulder with those of Gehrig, Ruth, Mantle, and Miller Huggins. In San Francisco, Mayor Willie Brown and the town supervisors settled on a plan to honor Joe D. by repairing, renovating, and renaming the North Beach Playground in his honor. After all, that was where Joe grew up and learned to play ball. Morris insisted that San Francisco should rename the airport or the Bay Bridge, not some rotten patch of cement. When San Francisco persisted, Morris threatened to sue. Dominic DiMaggio approved the idea. I feel certain in my heart, said Dom, Joe would be pleased. San Francisco went ahead and renamed the playground, and Morris filed suit. Engelberg's complaint in federal court said that San Francisco should not be given carte blanche to name the city junkyard, the city waste dump, in this case the North Beach Playground, or any other such facility after Joe DiMaggio, without consent. And in remarks to the press, Morris left no doubt whose consent he meant. I control absolutely the use of the name Joe DiMaggio as long as I am alive. Apart from the legal issues, there was a certain logic on Morris's side. If you looked at Joe's life the way Joe did, as a never-ending parade of guys who tried to eat a chunk of him, who all wanted a piece of him, well then, the natural last step, at the end of that parade, was a guy who wanted to eat it all. Morris Engelberg now owned Joe's life. But Joe would never have pushed the dispute to a face-off in federal court. Bad publicity for one thing. And San Francisco could just give up and name nothing for him. In the end, Brother Dom was probably right. Joe would have liked his name on a sign over the tar of the North Beach Playground. The Asian kids who played there now would see it every day, and they'd remember him. To paraphrase words Joe used himself, hey, wait a minute. They gotta know I was here.
Joe DiMaggio, The Hero's Life, was written and read by Richard Ben Kramer. It was abridged for audio by George Truitt. The recording engineers were Paul Fowler and Michael Jones. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. The associate producer was Will Carlino. It was directed by Rick Bradley. Joe DiMaggio, The Hero's Life, was produced by Susan Perrin. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster